A large black raven sat proudly on a stone statue of a mythical beast. The bird listened attentively to the oath that echoed throughout the large room. The protagonist raised his hand and solemnly declared that he would abide by the law, work hard for the freedom, welfare, and development of citizens, and for the peace and prosperity of the nation. Several dozen people who had gathered for this purpose listened without enthusiasm as the guy swore that he would always be useful to his country. But not everyone here was bored. The elderly man was pleased when he listened to this speech and looked intently at the guy. The main character continued to loudly say that, guided by moral principles, he would defend his place in the National Assembly. He declared this to the citizens of his country. After the oath was taken, the same whispers began to disperse throughout the great hall. They called the guy one of those who were lucky. People knew that just a month ago, the main character was the driver of Congressman Yang Pan-suk, and now he has become part of the National Assembly. Not everyone liked this. People continued to gloat that the guy was still wet behind the ears and was already getting into politics. They thought that he wouldn't have a chance in the next elections. The main character knew perfectly well what his new colleagues were saying about him, but he believed that this did not change the fact that he was now a member of the National Assembly, and this made him happy. The National Assembly was the representative institution of citizens and the center of politics in Korea. It consisted of congressmen who were elected for 4 years, and upon completion of their term, they were entitled to a guaranteed pension. The protagonist was thinking about how he had already appointed his cousin to the position of Secretary of the Civil Service of the 7th grade, and after the appointment, he even had lunch with the mayor of his city. While the guy was thinking about how all his friends were jealous of him, because at 27 he had received many benefits, something very strange was happening in the sky above the city. The young politician immediately stopped thinking about his successful life as soon as he felt a strong jolt, as if from an earthquake, that spread throughout the entire building. Han Seong-moon looked around in confusion, not even realizing what had just happened. Very soon the strong shock was repeated, which greatly surprised everyone present at the national meeting. The next moment there was a loud explosion, and something seemed to break through the glass ceiling and fall with a crash in the middle of the room. The blast wave instantly threw the main character aside, not giving him a chance to stay on his feet. The huge hall of the National Assembly was instantly filled with smoke, causing loud coughing to be heard literally from everywhere. The main character was also coughing and trying to come to his senses, not understanding what was happening here. Suddenly, the guy heard a loud scream from one of his colleagues, which alarmed him greatly because he didn't know why the man was screaming. Taking a closer look at the smoke, the guy saw that several politicians were seriously injured and loudly asking for help. The shocked protagonist instantly froze in place and could only watch as people tried to find a way out, shouted loudly, and asked to immediately call the police. The guy was very excited and assumed that it could have been a plane crash or a terrorist attack aimed at the National Assembly. One of the politicians was coughing loudly and trying to get out. He asked what was happening here and asked for help. Suddenly, something pulled the man back into the smoke, causing him to scream loudly. This attracted the attention of the protagonist. The guy looked with fear in his eyes, where his colleague had just been, and did not understand how he could just disappear. A moment later, ominous sounds began to be heard from the thick smoke, sounds that the protagonist had never heard before in his life. The frightened boy immediately realized that there was something otherworldly in the smoke, and could not believe that all this was happening inside the National Assembly. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, the silhouette of a creature with sharp teeth appeared, which was the cause of everything that was happening. Han Seong-moon looked at this creature in horror and could not move. Until this moment, he thought that he was very lucky. The main character saw a huge monster in front of him and realized that the red carpet he had been walking along all this time was leading him straight to hell. It was one of those ordinary sunny days that was no different from any other. In the building of the National Assembly, work was already in full swing, aimed at improving the well-being of the country and its citizens. This would not have been possible without the hard work of workers in the office building nearby. A loud female voice spread through the offices and the corridor. Someone was persistently calling for Secretary Han Seong-moon. The main character heard this and, leaning on his cane, hurried as quickly as possible to respond and come to the right place. The woman with glasses was very unhappy that the guy was still not here. At that moment, a joyful Han Seong-moon appeared behind her. Seeing the guy, the boss immediately began to scold him and asked if he knew what time it was. The main character asked for forgiveness and explained that he was writing the report that the woman had asked for. Hearing this, the boss asked the guy not to make excuses here, but instead to read all these documents and prepare them for the meeting. The guy had 1 hour to do all this. Just as Han Seung-moon was about to start work, another office employee approached him and ordered him to take the documents to the secretariat. The boy happily complied. After this, several more assignments followed, which reached the point that the main character had to bring coffee and buy socks. Han Seung-moon never refused anyone. The first half of the working day passed with such a load. Finally, the long-awaited lunch arrived, which the main character did not spend alone. His colleagues, who were secretaries like himself, were outraged that this was a complete violation of the labor standards law and vowed that they would change this when they became congressmen. The young girl sighed heavily and complained to her friends that she didn't think she would have to do all this because he only wanted to bring her coffee and copy documents. After this, the main character asked his friend how he found it working here, because on top of everything else, he had a younger brother at home to take care of. Despite this, the guy was not discouraged. All of the protagonist's friends were also secretaries in the office of the Democratic Party of Congressmen and belonged to the lower ranks of workers. They were secretaries only in words, but in reality they were more like servants on errands. But despite all this, they were quite talented guys who overcame tough competition. Since they were in the same boat, they got along well and relied on each other. At the same time, it was unclear why the main character did all this if it was so hard. He wanted to help develop policies for people with disabilities, but in reality it was a blatant lie he told during an interview to earn points and get the job. Han Seung-moon came here for a stable job as a civil servant. He hoped that even though he was currently a 7th grade secretary, he could become a leading assistant to a member of the National Assembly. It usually took about 35 years for an ordinary civil servant to become a 4th-class civil servant, but here one could become one in just a few years if one was lucky enough to meet a congressman. Even if the protagonist failed to become a top assistant, he could still receive a guaranteed pension if he worked for 10 years in the National Assembly office. Unexpectedly, the friend saw on the news that a representative of the Democratic National Party, who was supposed to run in the elections, was caught drunk driving. Congressman Yang Pan-suk, who was the head of the Democratic Party's nominating committee, has not yet made an official statement, but it could be said that this incident will affect the primary elections. It was this congressman that Han Seung-moon worked as a secretary for. Now he was driving the man on business and became an unwitting witness to the congressman being outraged about what happened. The man was very unhappy that all this happened the day before the registration of candidates for the elections, and the election campaign itself will begin next week. Yang Pan-suk was a former judge and 3-time Democratic congressman who now believed that the offending lawmaker needed to be removed so as not to ruin any chances in the general elections next year. Besides all this, the congressman was the head of the nominating committee. It was he who chose the people who would represent his party. In other words, any problems with the candidates were his fault. The car continued to drive quickly along the busy highway. Meanwhile, the congressman informed his interlocutor that he would soon arrive at the location, and then they would continue the dialogue at a personal meeting. After that, Young Pan-seok exhaled heavily, complaining about the difficult situation. Han Seung-moon immediately clarified whether all this fuss was about the candidate from Donghyun who was caught drunk driving. The congressman confirmed this and said with regret that tomorrow would be the day for submitting candidates. Of course, the man would have to send that deputy into retirement, but he did not know where to find a new candidate. Suddenly, the main character asked, "Wouldn't it be better to just stay? Because this region was the birthplace of the Great Korea Party, and therefore their party could never win there." At this, Yang Pan-seok smiled and thought that the guy was indeed right, but still the man told his subordinate that everything was not so simple. The man continued to say that after the primary elections, there would be elections for the role of party leader, and behind him there was already a line of guys dissatisfied with the previous candidate. The protagonist agreed with this because the congressman was a strong candidate for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. That is why he sought to become the next leader of the party. The first step to achieve this goal was to win this election, but his candidate was caught drunk driving and that ruined everything, so he was in such a bad mood. After this, Han Seung-moon asked whether it was abnormal to make enemies for oneself while being an honest politician, since in his opinion a large number of enemies, on the contrary, testified to the excellent work of a congressman. Yang Pan-seok liked these words. This is what the main character was counting on because he was always sure that in this job he had to be kind to his superiors. The congressman then asked whether Donghyun was Han Seung-moon's hometown. The guy was surprised that the man knew this, even though he was a low-ranking secretary. The main character confirmed this with a smile on his face and continued to think that even though the congressman was a fox in the world of politics, this did not stop him from remaining a caring person. Han Seung-moon continued to tell that in Dongyun, everything depended on eels. The guy only ate them because they were simply divine if fried over a salty fire. After this, the congressman clarified whether the main character was a graduate of a Korean university. Han Seung-moon again confirmed this and added that he had a double major in international politics and economics. The questions from the bosses continued. Yang Pan-seok asked how old his subordinate was. Han Seung-moon answered without any suspicion that he was 27 years old. The congressman needed some time to think over all the information he had just received about the main character. Because of this, Han Seung-moon began to feel some kind of ominous feeling. Suddenly, the congressman turned to the guy again to ask another question. The next moment, the congressman directly asked if the main character would like to try to participate in the elections, because he needed someone like him in this difficult time. This question shocked Han Seung-moon. He couldn't believe what he had just heard and didn't understand what the congressman really wanted from him. Young Pan-seok went on to say that it was time for their party to welcome fresh young blood. Young politician Han Seung-moon was supposed to be a challenger to the 50-year-old stronghold. The main character continued to be surprised and could not believe that the man wanted him to run in a region where he had no chance of winning. Han Seung-moon also thought that the congressman asked him to become a sacrificial lamb since the elections in that city were still a failure. The main character was not only a young graduate of a famous university from a village, but also a person with a disability. So the congressman considered him an ideal option that met all the favorite criteria of the Democratic Party. After this, the guy realized that in order to run for office, he would have to resign from his position as a congressman's secretary. In that case, he could say goodbye to the 4 years spent on work and his pension. Because of this, Han Seung-moon wondered if he could bet his future on an election in which he would definitely lose. However, the main character confidently agreed, which surprised the congressman. Yang Pan-seok couldn't believe that the guy had already thought it all out or he just felt confident. Han Seung-moon denied it. Then the man asked what the reason was. The protagonist calmly replied that he agreed to this because the congressman asked him to do so, and in that case, he could not simply refuse. The guy continued to think that he could lose this job if he ever fell under the hot hand of Yang Pan-seok. Therefore, the main character decided that instead of irritating the man, he would rather prove his loyalty to him as quickly as possible. As Han Seung-moon planned, it was already starting to work. The man smiled, being very pleased with the protagonist's words and determination. The congressman praised the guy for being quite good for a young kid. Han Seung-moon continued to think that the man should have known more than anyone about the chances of winning. Yang Pan-seok was a 3-time congressman and a big fish in politics who aspired to become the leader of the party. If he understood everything as well as possible, he could count on the post of president. The main character continued to think that right now a person of this caliber was asking an ordinary weakling for a favor, so if he liked him, he would be able to take the position of leading assistant of the 4th class much earlier. The guy was sure that he would not only be able to get a job of a higher class, but also provide himself with a good pension, so he believed that this opportunity was given to him by heaven itself. Han Seung-moon mentally addressed the old man and said that for the sake of his pension, he would be very happy to become a sacrificial lamb. Despite the fact that it was already a quiet evening in the big city, it was completely inaudible how the girl on the roof of her house was loudly hitting the punching bag, practicing her blows. This was not an easy workout, and the girl was clearly not an amateur because all her movements were clear and confident. This was confirmed by photographs that hung on the wall of her apartment next to several awards. Despite this, she wanted much more, so she trained hard in order to achieve new victories. The girl's powerful and professional blows made the heavy punching bag shake and swing from side to side. Soon, the tired girl took a break to rest. At that moment, the silence was broken because a familiar voice loudly addressed Rune. A joyful Han Seung-moon suddenly opened the doors to the roof and loudly asked if she could lend him $15,000 so he could become a congressman. After this question, the main character immediately received a punch in the face due to his sudden appearance. Rune immediately apologized because she thought that some crazy stranger ran into her, so she hit him without a second thought, but it turned out to be just her little cousin. Despite this, the same happy guy said that Congressman Yang Pan-seok nominated him as a candidate in the city of Dongyun, so he needed money to pay the registration fee. Rune was surprised by this amount, But Han Seung-moon thought it was very cheap and asked again if the girl could lend him this money. To this, the girl kicked the punching bag with all her might and ordered the guy to leave if he didn't want to get punched in the face 15,000 times, because she was an active MMA fighter. Hearing this, the main character began to rock on the floor like a child and asked to lend him money. The angry Nuna called the guy a crazy donkey and said that he would lose anyway. After that, the girl asked how the main character was even going to run if he was just a secretary of a congressman. The guy mysteriously answered that his goal was not to win. The guy then went on to say that the congressman who could become the next leader of the party asked him for a favor so that even if he lost, he could still provide himself with a luxurious life as a civil servant. Nuna listened to all this without any enthusiasm and was told that in that case the congressman himself should lend the main character some money. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon started blackmailing his cousin, saying that he would tell his aunt how the girl went to a club last month and ended up breaking several guys' heads. This made Noon angry. After this, the girl began to justify herself by saying that she was drunk and those guys were bothering her. The main character reminded that everything was noticed only because her brother was the congressman's secretary. Han Seung-moon continued to say that they lived in a country where the cream of society were congressmen and promised that he could even help his aunt who worked as a lawyer. Still, Nuna trusted the guy and promised that she would lend the main character money. The main character was very pleased to hear this. However, the girl was surprised that her cousin was ready to spend $15,000 without even aiming to win the election. To this, the guy replied that such money was nothing because, in fact, he needed an entire election campaign fund. Nuna was surprised by this and asked how much money was needed for this. Han Seung-moon smiled slyly and showed one finger and said that this was the bare minimum. Nuna was surprised that $1,000 was not so much. The main character clarified that he needed $100,000, but he had already put up his apartment as collateral, so he had that kind of money. The guy continued to talk carefree that now he needed to get more than 15% of the votes, at which time the girl's foot was already flying into his face. Calling the main character a crazy scoundrel, Nuna hit the guy without any regrets in order to teach him a lesson. The girl was practicing MMA moves on her cousin while he was trying to explain that if he managed to get more than 15% of the vote, he would be able to get all his money back. The quiet town on the shore of the Blue Sea was extremely noisy today because an unusual event was taking place there. Han Seung-moon spoke loudly because he would be the wind of change in Donghyun, and posters urged voters to vote for him in the elections. The joyful protagonist, holding a microphone in his hands, spoke to people and promised that he would try to fulfill his duties conscientiously. Unfortunately, all this was useless because no one listened to Han Seung-moon despite all his efforts. Of course, the guy expected something like this, but in reality, the situation looked much worse because all the voters were delighted with the candidate and the Great Korea Party. The main character understood that this city was the territory of a competing party, but at this rate, he would not even gain 15% and would lose the money he had invested. Suddenly, an elderly man rudely approached Han Seung-moon and asked what was happening here. This discouraged the main character. The older man rudely asked how the damn Democrats dared to show up in this city and demanded that the guy quickly move his car. The main characters were completely depressed because he was already having a hard time, and it was all aggravated by the statements of the old man who was a supporter of the Great Party of Korea. Suddenly, the guy recognized this elderly man who was his friend Dong-shik's girlfriend. The main character asked him how he chewed and told him his name. The old man didn't hear everything right away. So Han Seung-moon repeated his name again, and let me remind you that he came to the old man's yard every day and cooked eels with Dok-shik. It took the elderly man some time, but he finally recognized his grandson's childhood friend and was surprised that he was running for election. Han Seung-moon wasted no time asking the old man to support him in the elections. The old man thought about it and seemed to be able to help the main character. The next moment, the old man started shouting loudly that even so, he would never support the damn Democrats. This shocked the guy. After this, the old man left, and Han Seung-moon bowed respectfully and wished his friend a safe journey home. After this, the main character sighed heavily and decided that he simply would not be able to find the necessary support. Suddenly, the guy thought that he was not trying to win anyway, so with great enthusiasm, he again brought the microphone to his lips and, introducing himself, promised people that he would try his best. The main character only thought about the fact that he needed to get 15% to get his money back, and this gave him strength to continue the fight for votes. A few days later, The long-awaited moment arrived when the votes would be counted in the city of Tongyeon, and the winner would be chosen. Unfortunately, the main character received only 14.1% of the votes, losing by a wide margin to the candidate from the Great Korea Party. But despite this, Han Seong-moon was still elected as a congressman, which surprised the guy very much. It turns out that the Great Korea Party candidate was arrested for accepting a $1 million bribe from a local construction company. Therefore, the candidate had to resign on the day of the vote. This could be considered a real miracle. Due to the fact that the candidate from the Great Korea Party was caught taking a bribe, the main character became the only candidate and therefore won the election. For a while, Han Seong-moon couldn't believe it, but suddenly the thought occurred to him that his victory in this election would change everything. At that moment, the main character's phone started ringing. Someone was probably calling him to congratulate him on his victory in the elections. This call was so important that Han Seong-moon immediately threw away the bouquets and wreaths that he was awarded in honor of his victory and ran to a secluded place so that no one would bother him. The main character, who was very nervous, nevertheless answered the video call and prepared to listen carefully to what his interlocutor would tell him. It was a happy call from Congressman Yang Pon-seok, who wanted to congratulate the guy on his victory in the elections. The main character replied that it was all thanks to his boss, but the man denied it and said that it was all thanks to the guy's efforts. Yang Pon-seok continued to say that initially, he just wanted to use the main character's name, but now the man owed him a great debt because he saved his reputation. The congressman also warned the young politician that from now on he would have a lot of worries. Because of everything that had happened, the guy was noticeably mercenary but continued to listen attentively to the man. Yang Pon-seok, with a smile on his face, hoped that the main character understood what his victory in this election meant. The guy, still nervous, began to say that all this was thanks to the man who paved the way for the Democratic Party and invited him to the National Assembly. Suddenly, Yang Pon-seok stopped the protagonist's speech and told him to speak more briefly, since there was no longer any need for pretense. Hearing this, Han Seong-moon silently put the phone down and moved away so that the camera could see all of him. The next moment, the protagonist bowed low and loudly congratulated the congressman, calling him the new leader of the party. Yang Pon-seok was very pleased to hear this and praised the guy for his good work. After this, the man invited the protagonist to meet when he arrived at the National Assembly. Suddenly, the congressman remembered that he had forgotten to tell the guy that his younger son-in-law worked as a prosecutor in the city of Tongyeon. According to the prosecutor, the Great Korea Party candidate will be stuck in court proceedings for at least a year, so the man wished the protagonist good luck in the next elections. After that, the call was ended. Now Han Seong-moon realized that the miracle happened because Congressman Yang pulled the strings. The main character continued to think about how he wanted the man to become his debtor, but in fact, now he owed him with his new position. However, this did not upset Han Seong-moon at all, since in any case he was no longer the congressman's secretary. Now the main character himself was a proud congressman of the Republic of South Korea and was very happy about it. The long-awaited day for Rune has arrived. The girl fought in the ring to the delighted cries of the spectators. She managed to exchange blows with her opponent without any difficulty. It even seemed that she was winning. Having attacked once again, Rune thought that she was doing well. She just needed to continue in the same spirit. The girl swung her fist in order to end the series of defeats that had been haunting her lately. Rune was already ready to deliver a crushing blow in order to win, but her friend hesitated because she saw something. Her opponent's leg was already flying at great speed straight towards her head. Rune couldn't do anything about it. The next moment, a strong attack overtook the girl, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the floor. However, Rune thought that everything was normal, and she could bear it because she was not so weak to fall from something like that. Meanwhile, the referee was already giving the countdown, and the girl's opponent was jubilant, believing that victory was in his hands. Rune herself did not understand why she was lying on the floor of the ring. After some time, everything ended. Evening came and the girl was returning home alone. Rune recalled with displeasure the words of her coach, who said that this was already her 5th defeat in a row, and suggested that her time as an MMA fighter had already come. The girl found it unpleasant to remember this, so she tried as best she could to drive these thoughts away from herself, not agreeing with the opinion of her coach. Suddenly, all these thoughts faded into the background because Rune saw her good friend. Han Seong-moon stood in front, leaning on his cane, waiting for his cousin. After some time, our heroes came to the establishment and ordered a lot of meat for dinner. Rune no doubt downed a whole glass of beer in one gulp, drinking the alcoholic beverage in large gulps. Thanks to this, the girl's mood improved and she became cheerful. saying along the way that there was nothing better than beer after the fight. Handing over another bottle, Han Seung-moon asked if the girl was sure that she definitely didn't need to go to the hospital. Nuna assured that everything was fine and that she wouldn't kick the bucket so easily, after which she asked why her cousin had come for her since it embarrassed her. Suddenly the girl remembered that the main character had recently won the elections and congratulated him on receiving a new position. She also asked him to pour another glass of alcohol for his precious voter. Then Nuna reminded the guy that all this was thanks to her and her money that she put aside for him, so she threatened that all the meat here would now end up in her stomach. After that, the girl began to say that she was very proud of her brother and remembered how she gave him piggyback rides as a child. Han Seung-moon thought that Nuna was already drunk. Suddenly the girl began to feel sad again because she told the main character that his sister had lost the fight again today. The funniest thing was that today she was in the best shape of all the recent matches. She was doing pretty well, but then when she fell from one blow, she realized something. Nuna accepted the fact that with her skills and talent there was nowhere else to go. She regretted that she was never able to participate in a single foreign match. Hearing this, the main character asked the girl what plans she had for the future. Nuna had not yet thought about this, but she was sure that if she tried hard, she would succeed. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon asked if his sister wanted to try becoming a civil servant. Nuna was very surprised to hear this question. The girl asked her brother not to joke because she didn't even know how to use a computer. Then the main character offered her to become his secretary or bodyguard. The guy continued to say that Nuna could drive him around and protect him. Of course, the secretary's salary wasn't that high, but it was better than just a part-time job. After thinking for a bit, the girl asked if the guy could really hire anyone he wanted and if he wouldn't have problems because they were relatives. Han Seung-moon replied with a smile that of all the people he knew, his cousin fought the best, so he was sure that the girl would be the perfect secret. Nuna didn't respond to this because all of this was too unexpected for her. Besides, she still hadn't fully come to terms with the fact that she wouldn't be able to play sports anymore. After drinking some more alcohol, the girl said that she had not driven since she got her license and was afraid that she would seriously damage the car. Han Seung-moon raised another glass and asked his goat not to worry about it. The main character continued to say that he could simply buy a used car that he wouldn't mind damaging. That was the end of it. This is how one man achieved his dream, while another had to give up his own. Some time passed. Another working day began, so little by little more and more cars were driving up to the building of the National Assembly, bringing congressmen. Our heroes were also already here. Nuna looked around and was surprised that this was the building of the National Assembly. The girl continued to look at the building with her mouth open, and still could not believe that she was able to get here. After this, Nuna asked her brother what was so amazing about this place that everyone was so obsessed with it. Han Seung-moon turned to his friends and said that today, everything had to go quickly, so he suggested that they meet later and eat together. Everyone agreed with this. Friends saw off the main character who had already entered the building of the site and did not believe that he could become a congressman. Han Seung-moon looked around and was amazed at how the National Assembly building looked from the inside, and his dream was becoming a reality. The guy was distracted from these thoughts by an unexpected push in the shoulder. Someone was passing by and accidentally touched the main character. The woman with gray hair and a scar on her face immediately apologized for this. The guy recognized her. It was the Minister of Justice named Won Ok Boon. Despite belonging to an opposition party, she was nominated for the post of Minister of Justice thanks to a daring political strategy. It was said that she had 10 previous stab wounds that she received when she worked as a prosecutor. Suddenly, the main character heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Yang Pan-seok, who taught the boy, and said that this morning was especially boring for him. The man said that it was very pleasant to joke with the guy during the trip. Han Seung-moon replied that perhaps in a year, he would return to the same job as the congressman's secretary. Next, Yang Pan-seok asked if the main character had finished recruiting a team. The guy confirmed this and said that he had hired several friends whom he had met while working as a secretary. Hearing about this, the man advised that the main character should not have hired only close people because too many people had a grudge against him. But it was Han Seung-moon who answered that it seemed to him that a good politician should be able to take care of his people too. Young Pan-seok laughed at this and thought that the guy was already slowly gaining experience in politics. Suddenly, his colleague approached the congressman and shook his hand. Young Pan-seok greeted Congressman Yoon in return. For the man, the election was difficult for Young Pan-seok. The man replied that it was not quite so, but still thanked him for his concern. After this, the man turned his attention to the main character and assumed that he was the newly elected congressman. Han Seong-moon immediately bowed respectfully and introduced himself, not believing that he had managed to meet with Congressman Yoon Gi-soo from the Great Korea Party. The man, holding out his hand, said that he heard that the guy was 27 years old and thought that if he were a little younger, he could set an official record as the youngest candidate to win the election. This man was elected to the post of congressman 3 times and also served as governor and prime minister. In addition, he was the front-runner in the race for the presidency. Yoon Gi-soo shook the protagonist's hand and felt that there needed to be more young people like him in the National Assembly. He also said that he expected a lot from the guy in this position. Han Seong-moon thanked the man with a smile for these words and promised not to let him down. After that, Congressman Yoon and his subordinates went about their business. The protagonist was still shocked, so he remained silent and looked at him. Suddenly, Yang Pan-seok nudged the main character in the shoulder and asked why he froze in place, assuming that the guy was very happy. Han Seong-moon confirmed this because on his very first day in the National Assembly, he met the possible future president of the country. Yang Pan-seok began to say that Yoon Gi-soo, if you don't pay attention to his party, was a pretty good politician. The man went on to say that they were trying to trick him and turn public opinion against him. But instead they got it because this congressman was just incredible. The man also believed that if something serious did not happen, Yoon Gi-soo would definitely become the next president of the country. Suddenly, the congressman was interrupted by the loud voice of one of the National Assembly workers, who asked everyone to go inside. Afterwards, Yang Pan-seok asked the protagonist to keep in mind that in the world of politics, it was impossible to understand what exactly would change. After some time, Han Seong-moon stood up to the demands and swore that he would work hard for the peace and prosperity of the nation and would always be of benefit to his country. The main character continued to loudly say that, guided by moral principles, he would defend his place in the National Assembly. He declared this to the citizens of his country. After that, someone from the audience suggested that the guy give a speech for his senior congressman. Han Seong-moon introduced himself and began to say that he was elected in the recent primary elections. The guy continued to say that even though he was only pre-elected, this did not change the fact that he was going to take up a position here as a representative of the interests of the citizens. An unexpectedly strong jolt interrupted the main character's speech. All the participants in the meeting were surprised by this and assumed that it was an earthquake. Very soon it happened again, but this time the push was much stronger. This greatly surprised everyone present. Han Seong-moon looked around in confusion, not even realizing what had just happened. The next moment there was a loud explosion, and something seemed to break through the glass ceiling and fall with a crash in the middle of the room. The blast wave instantly threw the main character aside, not giving him a chance to stay on his feet. The huge hall of the National Assembly was instantly filled with thick smoke and shards of glass were flying around. Because there was nothing to breathe in the room, loud coughing of people began to sound literally from everywhere. The main character was also coughing and trying to come to his senses, simultaneously assuming that an accident had occurred or that it was a terrorist attack aimed at the National Assembly. Suddenly, the guy heard a loud scream from one of his colleagues, which alarmed him greatly because he did not know why the man was screaming. Looking more closely into the thick smoke, the guy saw the silhouette of a creature that was the cause of everything that was happening. Han Seong-moon watched in horror as the muscular monster with a huge mouth and sharp fangs devoured the congressman. The main character saw all this in front of him and realized that he was now in great danger. Looking more closely into the thick smoke, the guy saw the silhouette of a creature that was the cause of everything that was happening. Han Seong-moon watched in horror as the muscular monster with a huge mouth and sharp fangs devoured the congressman. The main character saw all this in front of him and realized that he was now in great danger. Han Seong-moon was shocked by what was happening, but he realized that he needed to run to the exit and get out of here. Meanwhile, the people who were in the hall thought exactly the same, so a huge crowd formed that wanted to get out as quickly as possible. Trying to survive, people did not hesitate to push each other, causing some of them to fall to the floor. No one tried to help the victims. The main character looked at all this and understood that he had problems because there were too many people at the exit for him to be able to get out. There was a crowd of people ahead and a monster behind, so the guy was sure that if he didn't make a decision quickly, he would definitely die. Meanwhile, the monster had already swung its sharp tail to strike its next victim. Right before the eyes of the main character, one of the congressmen was cut in half and blood splashed in all directions. The same torment awaited another man who unfortunately found himself near the monster. The creature ate one congressman after another with great appetite, despite their parliamentary immunity. 12 years ago, Han Seung-moon was in an accident and lost his right leg. Even though he had a prosthetic leg and a cane, he still couldn't run fast. If he tried to push himself, he would easily fall, so he always had to be one step ahead of others. The guy didn't know how fast he could run in a situation where death wanted him at every corner. Meanwhile, behind the main character, a man's cry was heard once again. The terrible monster had already chosen its next victim and was approaching it. The frightened man, in desperation, tried to drive the monster away from himself as best he could. Suddenly, the monster pushed off the floor with force and jumped up in order to get closer to its victim faster. The next moment, a loud explosion sounded as the creature successfully landed on the ground. People ran as fast as they could. The congressman, seeing how the monster was eating another of their colleagues, screamed in fear and asked for help. Han Seung-moon also saw all this and did not understand what he should do in this situation. Suddenly, the main character looked to the side and saw something that could help him a lot. In the distance, through the thick smoke, an emergency exit was visible, near which there were no people at all. This emergency exit led to the rear entrance of the National Assembly building and was the closest way out for the boy. Realizing this, Han Seung-moon immediately leaned on his cane and walked towards the emergency exit, despite everyone else going in the opposite direction. The main character walked and thought that since he couldn't be faster than others, he needed to find a path that no one else would take. This was the path to survival for Han Seung-moon, who had already been taught by tough competition. The main character continued to walk and think that first he needed to somehow survive and make his move before the others. The guy covered the distance step by step and thought that he needed to get out alive and think only about this. These thoughts gave him the strength to go on. Suddenly, the main character stopped because he saw something in front of him that surprised him greatly. Right in front of Han Seung-moon stood another such monster that was eating his colleague. The main character could not believe that there was another monster blocking his path. The guy was even more shocked when he saw Congressman Yang Pan-seok, who was already being approached by a dangerous creature. The man froze in fear and could only watch as his death came closer and closer to him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large stone flew out and headed towards the bloodthirsty monster. A moment later, he hit the creature right in the neck, distracting its attention from the congressman. The main character fearlessly threw this stone in order to save the man to whom he owed his position. The monster immediately turned his gaze to the guy. Han Seung-moon did not immediately understand what had happened and did not understand why he did it. The next moment, the guy saw how a dangerous monster, opening its mouth and baring its sharp teeth, was already approaching him at great speed. Han Seung-moon, trying to survive, deftly jumped to the side to avoid being caught by the creature. Along the way, the main character was able to attack the monster by hitting him on the head with his cane. This did not produce any results. The creature did not receive any damage, but the cane was completely damaged. Seeing this, Han Seung-moon realized with annoyance that his situation had worsened many times over in just a few seconds. The next moment, the lookout decided to attack the main character in response, so his huge paw with sharp claws was already approaching the guy. The monster managed to carry out his plans. The guy couldn't defend himself in any way, so the strong blow hit him right on the head. The attack was so strong that it threw the main character aside a great distance. After that, Han Seung-moon fell to the floor with a thud. Due to the bruises he received, the guy could hardly get back on his feet. Nevertheless, the main character had enough strength to look at what was happening around him. What he saw shocked him again. The bloodthirsty monster had no intention of letting go of its prey, and so once again set its sights on Han Seung-moon. The creature seemed about to pounce on the guy and tear him to shreds, but for now it was in no hurry to do so. The main character was shaking with fear and thought that he could become a congressman at 27 years old, but he was destined to become a snack for a monster on his very first working day in a new position. After this, the creature opened its mouth wide and growled loudly and began to approach Han Seung-moon. The main character closed his eyes out of fear so as not to see how the monster's sharp teeth were getting closer and closer to him. At this time, one of the congressmen loudly ordered all his colleagues to calm down and remain calm. The main character immediately opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at Congressman Yun, who was the most likely candidate for the post of the next president of the country. The man continued to order that everyone had to immediately calm down and evacuate in an orderly manner, preserving their dignity because they were representatives of the citizens. The main character was very surprised that even in such chaos, the congressman remained calm. The guy believed that nothing else could be expected from a potential president. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty monster who intended to become a temporary hero abruptly jumped aside, leaving the guy for later. The creature chose another congressman who was nearby over Han Seung-moon. The main character looked at what had just happened with horror in his eyes and could not believe what had happened. Right before the guy's eyes, a dangerous monster tore apart a man who most likely could become the next president of the country. After this, the insatiable monster took on Congressman Yoon's subordinates. Don't let anyone forgive you. The main character was dumbfounded by this sight and froze in place. Suddenly, someone from behind loudly addressed the guy and called him by name. This brought Han Seung-moon back to his senses. The main character looked in surprise in the direction from which the familiar voice sounded, not understanding who might need it now. Congressman Yang Pon-sok stood near that very emergency exit door, waving his hand and calling for the guy to come to him quickly. This gave the main character hope for salvation, so without further ado, he headed for the exit. Han Seung-moon tried his best to get to the door where Congressman Yang was standing as quickly as possible. Soon the guy managed to do it. It seemed that now he was safe and nothing threatened him. Yang Pan-seok was about to close the door, but suddenly he heard the voice of his colleague, who was being chased by a bloodthirsty monster. The man loudly asked with all his might to wait and led him out of the meeting room. The man never managed to reach the saving door because the next moment the creature grabbed him with its sharp teeth. Splashes of scarlet blood immediately flew to the sides. Han Seung-moon and Yang Pan-seok were shocked by what they saw, as they were not yet accustomed to this. Without wasting any time, Congressman Yang immediately closed the doors in order to at least keep his life and the life of the main character intact. After this, the man closed the door lock in the hope that the monster would not be able to get here. Although the Kangarazmen were already relatively safe, they still could not recover from what had happened to them and what they had seen. Suddenly, the main character turned to the man and asked why he didn't immediately leave the courtroom. The frightened Congressman Jan immediately explained that there were monsters outside too, and there were not one or two of them. Han Seung-moon was shocked by what he heard, but he became even more worried after a thought came to his mind. The guy quickly took out his phone in order to call Rune and warn her about everything, because he was sure that the girl was in a hurry to the building of the National Assembly, not knowing what was happening here. The main character quickly dialed the right number and for some time listened only to beeps. Because of this, he was worried and mentally asked the girl to answer his call faster. Soon Rune answered and rudely asked where the guy was. The alarmed protagonist, without explaining anything, asked the girl not to go inside the building of the National Assembly under any circumstances. The guy was sure that the girl would not believe him if he talked about monsters. So he said that there were terrorists in the building, so he again asked Rune not to go inside. After that, Han Seung-moon said that everything was fine with him, and now he would go through the emergency exit, so the girl should take the car and drive to the back entrance of the building. Rune understood everything and decided to fulfill the main character's request without any unnecessary questions. The guy also asked the girl not to hang up and stay on the line. After this, Han Seung-moon turned to Congressman Yang and said that everything was fine and it was time for them to get out of there. The man did not react to this in any way and was very scared. He was shaking with fear, unable to cope with what he had experienced not so long ago. The protagonist was surprised that Congressman Yang, who seemed to him to be a man stronger and prouder than anyone else, was now shaking with fear and confusion. However, this was only to Han Seung-moon's advantage, since he once again had a chance to make the congressman his debtor. After this, the main character took the frightened man by the arm and led him to a safe place with the hope that he would remember it well. The protagonist was surprised that Congressman Yang, who seemed to him to be a man stronger and prouder than anyone else, was now shaking with fear and confusion. However, this was only to Han Seung-moon's advantage, since he once again had a chance to make the congressman his debtor. After this, the main character took the frightened man by the arm and led him to a safe place, because this man was still a contender for the post of leader of the ruling party. As I was going down the stairs, the guy thought that they simply wouldn't be able to escape on their own, because he was a cripple and the congressman was an old man. Suddenly, Yang Pan-seok asked the guy if he saw that creature and asked what the main character thought about it, assuming that it could not have been a mass hallucination. Han Seung-moon guessed that those dangerous creatures were similar to monsters from computer games. The man was surprised by this. After that, he clarified whether the guy meant goblins, orcs, and ogres. The guy immediately asked how the man could know about such a thing. The congressman said that while working as a judge, He sentenced several guys who were engaged in deceiving people with virtual items. The man was also drawn to the fact that the main character remained calm even during all this. Han Seung-moon responded to this by saying that he was surprised at himself because he didn't think he would be able to remain calm in such a crisis situation. Young Pan Seok went on to say that he knew guys like the main character who only became calmer and wiser in moments like these. The man continued to say that they were walking rather slowly, since one was an old man and the other a weakling. The guy added that in addition to everything else, it would not be difficult for the monsters to break through the door and catch up with them. Then the congressman said that the main character could have carried him on his back. To this, Han Seung-moon suggested that he could have simply abandoned the old man. Because of this, the old man began to be indignant. After that, the main character said that his assistant would drive up to the entrance and pick them up. The congresswoman asked what kind of car the guy had. The guy replied that he had a K4. The man was pleased because it was a domestic and compact car. Besides, people would not understand if the newly elected congressman suddenly got an expensive car. Meanwhile, our heroes stopped near the doors behind which the lobby should have been located. Han Seung-moon carefully opened the door to see what was happening behind them and whether there was any danger there. The guy saw how frightened people were trying to run out of the National Assembly building as quickly as possible. The protagonist looked at the people for a while, trying to understand if there was any danger in the lobby. After that, the guy told the congressman that there were no monsters here, and therefore they could quickly get outside. Our heroes moved as quickly as possible towards the exit, not paying attention to the people who were panicking around them. Go outside. The main character looked around but could not see anything except frightened people who ran wherever their eyes looked. Han Seung-moon Shusha thought it was safe outside. The congressman was glad that they were finally able to get out of the building. Suddenly, the main character's phone started ringing because someone called him. The guy was surprised by this sudden call. Han Seung-moon answered the call and told Nunu that they were at the back door and asked where the girl was now. Meanwhile, the man looked at the sky in surprise. Surprised, Yang Pan-seok gives the main character a heart attack in order to draw his attention to something very important. The congressman kept looking at the sky and asking the guy his opinion on what it was. Han Seung-moon, who didn't understand anything, raised his head up and was dumbfounded in place from shock because he didn't see anything unusual. Something inexplicable was visible in the sky directly above the National Assembly building, which looked like a huge whirlwind. A huge white anomaly seemed to suck everything inside itself, while making ominous sounds. This unusual phenomenon was so huge that it seemed to be visible from any corner of the large metropolis. The crowd of people looked at the sky in surprise, not understanding what was happening, but they definitely felt that it was very dangerous. Surprised people filmed this phenomenon on their phone cameras, and without looking away, asked each other why there was a huge hole in the sky, assuming that it was a UFO. Because of this phenomenon, the city seemed to freeze because all the people could not think about anything else except the suddenly appeared anomaly. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared in the sky, coming straight from the hole in the sky. A beam of bright light flew downwards at great speed, intending to land on the ground. This beam flew straight towards the road. There were only a few seconds left before the collision with the ground. The cars, not anticipating any danger, continued to drive calmly along the road, diligently following all traffic rules. The next moment there was a huge explosion, powerful enough to push the cars apart. Meanwhile, several more similar rays of light flew out directly from the center of the celestial anomaly and headed downwards at great speed. They fell all over the city, causing explosions that maimed people gathered on the streets. After some time, the bombing stopped. Columns of thick white smoke rose above the city. People looked at the explosion sites with confusion and apprehension and tried to understand what events they had witnessed. Suddenly, people saw some living creature appear from the very epicenter of the explosion, which did not look at all friendly. Gradually, the skin of this creature became stronger and sharp teeth grew in its mouth. After some time, the monster was ready to hunt, so it growled loudly, frightening its victims. People in horror began to run as far as possible from the dangerous creatures that had already attacked the building of the National Assembly. However, fleeing did not help the people much, because the monsters were unusually strong and were able to easily turn over cars. In order to show their superiority over weak people, the bloodthirsty creatures growled loudly and frightened their victims. The frightened crowd ran headlong as far as possible, not believing that all this was really happening. People ran quickly along the road, completely forgetting about their cars. Along the way, they heard new explosions. It turned out that the celestial anomaly had resumed bombing the metropolis, causing explosions to thunder throughout the city and clouds of thick smoke to rise. The main characters and Congressman Yang, who was still at the National Assembly building, looked at the celestial anomaly with great surprise and did not understand what was happening. Han Seung-moon was shocked, and without taking his eyes off the anomaly, he could only think that incredible events were happening one after another. Unexpectedly, Noon's voice that sounded from the phone brought the guy to his senses. The worried girl asked if the main character heard her and if everything was okay with him. Han Seung-moon immediately asked where the girl was at the moment. Nuna replied that she herself did not know this, but she saw a monster right on the car nearby. The girl was very scared because there were monsters all around her. Han Seung-moon listened in horror to Nuna, who was screaming in fear. Still, the main character said that he was now at the back entrance of the assembly building and asked to be picked up. Suddenly, Congressman Yang said that it was impossible to move around by car now. The man explained that there was definitely chaos on the roads right now because all the people were trying to get away so they could get stuck in traffic and become a snack for the monsters. To this, Han Seung-moon said that they would not be able to get out of Yaoido Island, where they were now without a car, and if they went on foot, they would definitely be eaten by monsters. Suddenly, the main character seemed to be struck by lightning because he had some kind of brilliant idea. Encouraged, Han Seung-moon turned sharply to the congressman and with great enthusiasm reminded him of the Great Yan. After this, the guy turned to Nuna again and said that there was a pier by the river behind the National Assembly building to which she could go right now. The girl did not understand how the pier could help them in this difficult situation, but the main character insisted on his own and assured that he had an excellent plan in his head. Congressman Yang's family was a wealthy clan that was recognized by Honam County. He spent all his summer vacations after college on a yacht traveling around the Sea of Japan. Han Seung-moon also heard that during his military leave, the man invited his juniors to a yacht to have fun. Now, young Pan Seok loved to fish on his yacht and even took the main character with him a couple of times. That is why the man left his yacht at the pier of the Han River behind the National Assembly building. After some time, the guy and Congressman Jan had already reached the right place, having spent a lot of effort. Having looked around, the main character assumed that the monsters had not yet reached here, after which he asked if the man had the keys to the yacht with him. The congressman replied that he had hidden them inside the yacht itself. Soon our heroes saw the very yacht that was called Veliki Yan. It was not damaged by the explosion and was ready to pay back. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon heard the loud sound of a car behind him, quickly approaching him. The car was smashed and dented, as if it had just been involved in a serious traffic accident. The next moment, the car braked sharply right next to the shocked protagonist, almost hitting him. An excited Nuna got out of the car and turned to Han Seung-moon, being very happy to see him safe and sound. The girl immediately rushed at her cousin and hugged him tightly, starting to cry at the same time, because she was very worried about the guy. Nuna couldn't calm down and kept asking if the main character was okay and if he was hurt. After that, the frightened girl said that monsters were falling from everywhere, so she drove her car like crazy and knocked down both monsters and people on her way. Suddenly, the main character's friends, who were not thrilled with the recent trip, also got out of the car. Han Seung-moon asked if everything was okay with him. The series of surprises continued. Suddenly, the trunk of the car opened sharply, which frightened the main character. The next moment, a lot of colorful balloons and a large poster with congratulations flew out of the trunk, which were addressed to the guy who took up a new position. The main character's friend was very upset that they had specially prepared to congratulate the main character on his promotion, but suddenly monsters appeared and they had to run away. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon looked around and asked his friends where their comrade Seok-ho was. The guy replied that Seok-ho said that his juniors were in danger, so he ran to the main entrance of the National Assembly where the kindergarten was. The main character was shocked by this news. The agitated girl continued to say that their friend said that he would call as soon as he picked them up, but he still hadn't done so and didn't pick up the phone. The kindergarten where the younger Seok-ho children were located was located at the main entrance to the National Assembly, and to cover that distance it was necessary to travel at least 10 minutes by car. A guy named Yang Il-ho was very scared and asked the main character what they should do now, believing that they absolutely had to save Seok-ho. Han Seung-moon just remained silent to this, because he needed some time to think everything over and make an important decision. Soon the guy said that now they all needed to evacuate and analyze the situation and only then go save Seok-ho. After that, the main character thought that in such a situation it was most likely impossible to save Seok-ho, but his friends needed an excuse so as not to feel guilty for abandoning their colleague. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard around, which distracted our heroes from worrying about their missing friend. Han Seung-moon looked up and saw several helicopters flying right above him. Everyone immediately realized that these were military helicopters and were surprised that the government sent the military to resolve the situation. The helicopters quickly approached the giant unidentified luminous object that was located above Seoul airspace. The helicopter pilot reported to his commander that the monsters that fell from this object were attacking civilians. Suddenly, the pilot fell silent because he saw something that made him try to steer the helicopter to the side. Right at that moment, a bright beam of light once again flew out of the celestial anomaly and quickly flew downwards. The next moment, this beam hit one of the military helicopters directly, causing it to explode, and the beam continued on its way to the ground, as if nothing had happened. Han Seung-moon and Yang Pan-seok, who witnessed this, were shocked by this unexpected event and could not believe what was happening. Soon the rest of the helicopters suffered the same fate. The beams of light seemed to be specifically aimed at the military so that they would no longer pose a threat to the celestial anomaly. At this time, the main character and his cousin watched as a bright flash of light came closer and closer to them. The next moment, a loud explosion thundered not far from our heroes. This explosion threw the car to the side, which made it impossible to use it anymore. The explosion also produced thick smoke, but even through it, our heroes were able to make out the silhouette of a huge monster. Everyone present on the pier was amazed and stared at the creature that was right in front of them. This monster was very different from the creatures that attacked the National Assembly building. Its teeth were not as sharp, and its head was shaped like a huge hammer. Han Seung-moon, sensing the danger, did not waste any more time and called everyone to quickly get on the yacht. After some time, all our heroes were already in the boat and sailed as far as possible from the island on which the National Assembly building was located. Yang Pan-seok stood at the helm and was completely focused on sailing as far away from danger as possible. Han Seung-moon looked ahead and scrupulously thought through everything that had happened to him during this short day. The protagonist's friends were completely devastated by the loss of their comrade. Everyone present on the yacht sat in absolute silence. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to Congressman Jan and asked where they were headed, assuming that the man thought it would be safer north of the river. The man explained that the hole in the sky continued to produce monsters and grow in size, which meant that the terrible creatures were already roaming all over Seoul, and that was why it was now unsafe everywhere. Han Seung-moon looked at the suddenly appeared celestial anomaly and acknowledged that Yang Pan-seok was absolutely right in his judgment. Suddenly, the main character was approached by his friend, who was looking back and drew the guy's attention to what he saw there. The same monster that landed near the pier was now very close to the partially destroyed building of the National Assembly. Suddenly, for some reason, the creature clenched its hand into a fist and swung it hard. The next moment, the monster struck the wall of the National Assembly building with great force, completely destroying it. The main character and Congressman Ian were surprised because they saw and did not understand why the monster needed to destroy the building. Meanwhile, the creature continued to mercilessly destroy the walls with particular fury, leaving no stone unturned. In the end, the National Assembly building was completely destroyed, but Han Seung-moon did not understand what purpose this served for the monster. After this, the main character thought about how unsafe it was everywhere in Seoul now. The only thing that made the guy happy was that the monsters at least didn't kill him, and so he could consider himself relatively safe now. Han Seung-moon continued to look at the monster that had destroyed the National Council building and realized that right now he knew absolutely nothing and was not sure of anything. The only thing the guy understood for sure was that on his very first day as a politician, he lost his job. Balloons with a large poster that was intended for the main character flew higher and higher, while the large metropolis suffered from numerous loud explosions. The suddenly appearing celestial anomaly continued to emit beams of bright light as if trying to completely destroy the city. As Congressman Yang predicted, there was chaos on the roads now. Frightened people trying to save their lives got out of their cars and tried to run out of the traffic jam as quickly as possible. In addition to the explosions, people were also threatened by aggressive monsters that growled loudly, intending to catch up with their prey. A shocked Han Seung-moon and his friends silently watched what was happening on the ground, and were undoubtedly happy that they were now on a yacht. The main character was surprised that the monsters fell even on the northern part of the river, and assumed that absolutely all of Seoul was attacked. In addition, the blue hole in the sky continued to grow rapidly, releasing even more monsters onto the ground. That is why our heroes had to swim further in order to find a safe place to go ashore. Han Seong-moon took out his phone and was surprised that there was no connection at all around. Then the main character turned to Il-ho and asked if his phone was working. The guy immediately took it out to check. Soon the worried guy replied that he could not get a cell phone connection. Lee-ho also checked her phone and said that she could not make calls or access the internet. After this, Nuna checked her phone and it turned out that everything was working. Upon hearing this, Han Seong-moon immediately asked the girl to watch the news. The journalist reported that a mysterious, huge, glowing object appeared in the airspace above Seoul, and that monstrous creatures falling from the said object attacked civilians. The man continued to say that the president had already declared martial law in the city and sent armed forces there. It was also known that there were no other affected areas besides Seoul. Our heroes were unable to listen to the news until the end, because soon Noon's phone also began to lose connection. Lee-ho, hearing this news, thought that now everything would be fine, because the military had already been brought in, which meant that everything could end soon. Han Seong-moon thought that it was too early to judge because those monsters were very strong, and therefore it was unclear whether the military would be able to cope with creatures the size of a building. The main character continued to say that firearms alone would definitely not have been enough, but the government also could not have dropped a bomb or launched a missile at the city since Seoul was full of civilians. After this, the guy turned to Il-ho and asked him where the nearest army unit was. The surprised guy replied that he did not have such information, although he served in the army. The protagonist began to doubt this. Then Il-ho said that the fact that he served did not mean that he remembered where all the military units were located. Then Nuna asked where they would go if Seoul was unsafe. Suddenly, Congressman Yang, without taking his hands off the wheel, announced that they would head to the Gwanak Capital Security Headquarters, where the Incheon 17th Division was located. The man continued to say that last year he was the chairman of the National Defense Committee, so he knew where they should go. The protagonist replied that he didn't expect anything else from the congressman. The only thing that worried Yang Pan-seok was that the 17th Division and the Capital Defense Command were infantry troops, and there was no guarantee that they would be able to defend themselves against monsters the size of buildings. After hearing this, the main character also began to worry and think about something carefully. Soon, Han Seong-moon asked the congressman to follow the Han River straight north. The man was surprised by this decision. Then the guy explained that where there were more infantry and armored combat units, it was safer. And in South Korea, a significant portion of the troops were stationed right under the demilitarized zone. Yang Pan-seok thought this was all a good idea because the 2nd Armored Division was located in the north of the country in Paju, so that was where they should go. After this, the main character asked Nun to open the map of Paju on his phone because they needed to find the nearest military unit. Our heroes continued their journey to their intended goal, sailing further and further away from the city, which was already ablaze. Suddenly, Lee Ho-jun saw something ahead. It surprised her very much. The girl immediately drew the attention of her comrades to what was ahead. There were people on the shore who were shouting loudly, trying to attract the attention of our heroes. Lee Ho-jun thought that they needed their help. Han Seong-moon immediately began to deny this plan and said that they could not let these people on board. The main character continued to insist that they could not do this because letting strangers on board was dangerous for them. Lee Ho-jun was unhappy with this decision because these people were stuck on the other side, and if they left them there, monsters would eat them. The girl continued to insist on her own until Han Seong-moon interrupted her speech. The guy explained that there were 3 reasons why they shouldn't have taken these people on board, and the first of them was food. Right now, there were only a few bottles of water and a small supply of emergency food on the yacht. All of this had to be saved as much as possible because it was unknown what would happen next. The second reason was safety. The protagonist insisted that they did not know what kind of people they were. The third reason was the command. The guy was afraid that these people could simply take their yacht or force them to go wherever they wanted. After that, Han Seong-moon asked if their survival shouldn't have been a priority. The guy believed that even the simplest decision could affect their future. Lee Ho-jun, hearing all this, simply remained silent because she could not argue with such arguments. After that, the girl silently sat down in her place and out of despair, just lowered her head, thinking about how they had abandoned those people to die. The main character thought that his friends were pleased with talented people and graduates of prestigious universities. They were chosen as assistants to congressmen, which means they will be able to quickly assess the situation. Han Seong-moon's thoughts were interrupted by Nuna, who suddenly hit her cousin, dissatisfied with his words. The girl called the guy a scoundrel and was surprised at where he learned to do this. after which she asked him if he really didn't understand that these people would die if they left them there. Nuna continued to say that if the main character didn't want them on board, then he should get out of here because it's better for him to die than several other people. Yang Il-ho guessed that the people on the shore were a family and they even had a child. The guy continued to say that the others looked like ordinary students. After that, he asked if everything would be okay if they helped them. Nuna looked at her cousin with displeasure and anger, while the dependent aura hovered around her. Han Seung-moon couldn't argue with the girl's fists. The protagonist thought that, unfortunately, the least educated side had more forces on board, so in this case, it would be best to use democracy. Therefore, Han Seung-moon proposed to hold a vote, the results of which were that his position on saving people was completely lost. After this, the main character looked at Congressman Jan and hoped that at least he would support his opinion. The man agreed with the majority and said that he would turn the yacht toward the shore. The guy thought that the congressman was a politician who did not go against the tide. Nevertheless, the yacht began to sail to the shore. Han Seung-moon said that these people were the first and the last that they would save, because the ship would not hold more than 10 people. Soon the yacht moored to the pier and took on new passengers. The rescued people thanked our heroes for their help, while Han Seung-moon watched everything that was happening from the upper deck. Suddenly, our heroes heard the loud voices of people running to the pier and asking to wait and take them on the ship too. People begged for salvation and with all their might reported that they were being pursued by bloodthirsty monsters. Soon the very creatures that were chasing these people appeared. They looked unusual but still inspired fear. Huge monsters with sharp teeth growled loudly as they pursued their victims, who could no longer escape. Seeing this, Han Seung-moon immediately loudly ordered his cousin to return to the yacht, since it was dangerous to take more people. After this, the main character turned to Congressman Yan and told him to take the boat away from the shore. The excited man immediately obeyed. The people on the shore continued to desperately beg our heroes to wait and not leave them here, but the yacht was already moving further and further. Han Seung-moon and Nuna looked in horror at what happened to the people who remained on the shore when the monster overtook them. Some time passed. The yacht was already quite far from Seoul and continued its journey north. The people our heroes managed to save settled on the yacht and tried to recover from what they had experienced. Han Seung-moon looked at these people and thought that nothing could be done with these fellow travelers, but it was worth checking them out just in case. The main character turned to a family with children and asked if everything was okay and if any of them were hurt. The man thanked the guy for saving him and then asked if he was Congressman Han Seung-moon from the Democratic Party. The main character was surprised by this but confirmed this guess. The man explained that he was a reporter and had recently read an article about how a boy became the youngest candidate elected in the primary. After this, the man said that his wife's name was Cheon Hwarang and his children's name was Gam Ji-yoon and Go Nam-suk. The little girl opened her big brown eyes wide and looked silently at the main character. Han Seung-moon was touched by the child's appearance and began to smile sincerely. In order to calm the girl down, the guy stroked her head and said that they were now going to a safe place, so she shouldn't worry. At this, the little child simply nodded his head shyly, showing that he completely trusted Han Seung-moon's words. After this, the main character turned to the students who were sitting nearby and asked their names and whether there were any wounded among them. One of the students answered that her name was Kim Jin. The second girl just remained silent and stared at one point because she still hadn't recovered from what she had experienced. The male student respectfully bowed to the main character, thanking him for his help, and said that his name was Lee Jae-hoon. Han Seung-moon was surprised that this guy was much calmer than he thought. After that, the main character asked what the students were doing on that shore. Lee Jae-hoon began to get very nervous and tremble with fear, remembering that they had a lesson outdoors but the monsters burned the teacher and the rest of the students. The next moment, the girl who was looking at one point without emotion began to scream loudly and cry, remembering what happened. The guy immediately began to calm his girlfriend. Seeing this, Han Seung-moon realized that there had been enough questions. The main character was glad that there was no one potentially dangerous here, and thought that if these people demanded to be returned home, they would simply drop them off. Suddenly, a voice from the congressman came from the upper deck, calling Han Seung-moon and asking him to come to him. Soon the boy stood next to young Pan-seok and was ready to listen to him. The man asked the protagonist to look forward. Han Seung-moon didn't understand at first what had the congressman so puzzled, but soon he saw something that shocked him. The bridge under which our heroes had to swim was destroyed, and debris and abandoned cars were floating around. The surface of the water under the bridge was painted bloody. The congressman, looking at all this, assumed that the monster, when it landed, broke the bridge and then fell into the water. Hearing this, the main character had some kind of thought, but he did not have time to voice it. The next moment, Han Seung-moon saw that something had happened among the debris and thick smoke, which only confirmed his suspicions. Suddenly, an unknown force began to throw the almost sunken cars to the sides. What he saw scared Yang Pan-seok greatly because there was only one explanation for what had just happened. Han Seung-moon immediately ordered the congressman to quickly turn the yacht in the other direction. The man obeyed without hesitation because he understood what was happening. Our heroes quickly swam away from the destroyed bridge, but something underwater was pursuing them. The next moment, the unknown pursuer jumped out of the water, showing himself to the people. Han Seung-moon and Yang Pan-seok looked in horror at what the creature that was chasing them was. It turned out that it was a huge monster that intended to harm our heroes. Now it became clear that even far from land there was no safe place. It turned out that it was a huge monster that intended to harm our heroes. Now it became clear that even far from land there was no safe place. Han Seung-moon and Yang Pan-seok looked in horror at the bloodthirsty creature that was chasing them. The next moment the monster jumped back into the water, causing large waves to rise. The yacht began to rock violently from side to side, so our heroes had to hold on tightly to avoid falling overboard. Immediately after this, another blow occurred. The monster from under the water hit the ship, causing it to almost capsize. Han Seung-moon quickly reacted and drew Congressman Yang's attention to the shore that was nearby. Yan Pan-seok quickly turned the boat towards the shore in order to escape from the dangerous creature that was chasing them. As soon as our hero reached the land, the main character asked his friend to help Ho-jun and the congressman get down to the ground faster. The guy himself ran to the lower deck to help the people who were in the cabin. Han Seung-moon asked people to go out for sushi, but said that first they had to let reporter Gam and his family through. The frightened students did not listen to the main character at all, so they ran out of the cabin as quickly as possible without waiting in line. At this time, the bloodthirsty monster had already attacked the yacht at great speed, causing splashes of water to appear around. The next moment, the creature attacked the boat, causing the students to lose their balance and fall overboard. Kim Jin and Lee Jae-hoon were shocked by the tenderness and did not yet know that they were flying straight into the wide-open mouth of a monster. A moment later, the creature's mouth suddenly closed and splashes of scarlet blood flew around. Han Seung-moon and Rune were very scared to see this because they were not yet used to the fact that people were just a snack for these monsters. After this, the bloodthirsty creature again bared its sharp teeth because this was far from the end. A moment later, the huge monster closed its jaws again and bit the yacht as if trying to swallow it whole. It turned out that now the main character, along with his cousin and the reporter's family, were locked in a cabin. There was only one way out, but it was not at all pleasant. Meanwhile, the monster continued to clench its jaws and try to drag the boat of the right of one into the water in order to sink it along with the people. Han Seung-moon, like everyone else, was very scared and didn't know what to do. The guy understands that if he doesn't do anything now, it will be the end for everyone. Unexpectedly, the main character noticed the fire extinguishers that were required to be on every yacht. The guy quickly grabbed it and, turning to Rune, asked the girl to break any glass in the cabin with it. The girl, without further ado, grabbed the fire extinguisher in her hands and swung it hard in order to unquestioningly carry out her cousin's order. A moment later, the front window shattered with a roar under the onslaught of a fire extinguisher, giving our heroes the opportunity to get out of the cabin and escape from the bloodthirsty monster. After that, Rune quickly got out first so that she could then help the others. Extending her hand to the people, the girl asked them to quickly grab it and get out. Han Seung-moon ordered the reporter's family to quickly climb out the window, letting them go ahead of him. Rune helped the woman and child get out, while the bloodthirsty monster continued its unsuccessful attempts to get to its prey. Soon it was the reporter and his daughter's turn to get out. Han Seung-moon was worried because it seemed to him that the creature had become more active. Suddenly, a small trunk with sharp fangs flew out of the monster's mouth and headed towards our heroes. He flew at great speed right next to the main character, almost hitting him, but the guy managed to dodge in time. Unfortunately, the little girl was unable to do the same, so the monster grabbed her tightly, wrapping its tongue around the child's leg. After this, the creature began to drag its prey into its mouth. Gam Ji-yoon was very scared and asked her dad to help her. Han Seung-moon couldn't remain indifferent to what was happening before his eyes, and so he reached out his hand to grab the girl and prevent the monster from taking her away. The next moment, the main character caught the child's hand. Now all that was left was to somehow save the girl. The boy and the girl's father held Gam Ji-yoon tightly, preventing the monster from eating her, but they still had no idea what to do next. The monster, although he did not see what was happening in the cabin, felt that something was preventing him from getting his prey, so he offered more strength in order to achieve what he wanted. The bloodthirsty creature's tongue wrapped itself even tighter around Gam Ji-yun's leg and began to pull the little girl straight into its mouth. This made the child very afraid, and she screamed loudly from fear. Her father was also scared but did not even think of letting go of his daughter's hand. At the same time, Han Seong-moon believed that the strength of two men would not be enough to save the girl and tear her from the monster's tenacious grip. The creature began to pull the child even more strongly towards itself, causing Gam Ji-yun to scream loudly. The main character was already losing his strength, so he continued to think that at this rate, he too would be sucked into the monster's mouth. After this, the guy looked at the girl's father, who showed that he too was already at the limit of his strength. Han Seong-moon did not let go of the girl's hands, but he believed that they could not hold on any longer. In order to save himself, the guy decided that right now, he would let go of this child's hand. The main character imagined that if he did this, the girl's father would not have enough strength to resist the monster alone, so he and his daughter would fly straight into the mouth of the bloodthirsty creature. However, the guy believed that while the monster was eating the reporter and his child, he would have time to get out and save himself. Fortunately, all these were just the thoughts of the main character. It seemed that he had no intention of doing what he planned. Suddenly, Gam Ji-yun saw that Han Seong-moon had finally let go of her hand, which scared the girl. The main character did this not because he wanted to save himself at the expense of others, but quite the opposite. He quickly and fearlessly rushed forward to help. The next moment, Han Seong-moon managed to firmly grab the monster's tongue so that the monster would not drag away its victim. After this, the main character ducked right into the creature's mouth, but not in order to make it a snack. The guy started kicking the monster's tongue with all his might so that it would let go of the little girl. Sparing no effort, the main character continued to desperately attack the creature for some time in order to help people he barely knew. At the same time, he was thinking about the fact that today was his first working day in his new position. But because of these monsters, everything went down the drain. These thoughts provoked rage in Han Seong-moon, which gave him the strength to continue his attacks. The next moment, the main character hit the monster so hard that a powerful wave of blue energy spread around, which is what this creature consisted of. This helped a lot. The monster noticeably weakened, so he relaxed his tongue, releasing his prey. Still scared, Gam Ji-yun threw herself into the arms of her father, who was happy that his daughter had finally escaped the monster. Seeing this, Han Seong-moon was very pleased with himself because he was able to help these people. Suddenly, the monster recovered and was ready to attack our heroes again with its nimble tongue. The main character was shocked by this because he had hoped that everything was already over and he would be able to get out calmly. This time, the creature decided to attack the guy himself, as if taking revenge on him for preventing him from swallowing the little girl. The monster's tongue firmly wrapped itself around Han Seong-moon's leg and began to quickly pull him into its mouth. After this, the creature released the boat and lifted the helpless boy high into the air with its tongue. In this situation, the frightened guy could do nothing at all, so he just had to wait for what would happen next. After this, the monster hit its prey on the ground, causing a loud sound to echo around. While Han Seong-moon was recovering from the powerful blow, the monster was already approaching him with its mouth wide open, intending to kill the guy immediately. Seeing this, the main character was very scared because he thought that this was his end. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar loud voice behind him that was addressing him, so he immediately looked to the side. The main character, who did not understand anything, saw Rune, who was running headlong to help him. Han Seong-moon thought that all this was too dangerous, so he loudly asked the girl not to be stupid and not to approach the monster. The next moment, the bloodthirsty creature began to quickly pull the main character by the leg. This made the guy very scared, and he could not think about anything except his inevitable death. The monster used its tongue to quickly pull Han Seong-moon into its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth. At that moment, Rune, who did not listen to her cousin, pushed off the ground with force and jumped high up in order to quickly come to the guy's aid. The main character saw how the girl literally flew over him, intending to jump right onto the monster. A second later, the former MMA fighter attacked the bloodthirsty creature with all his might on the head, not giving it the chance to turn Han Seong-moon into its snack. A second later, the former MMA fighter attacked the bloodthirsty creature with all his might on the head, not giving it the chance to turn Han Seong-moon into its snack. From the powerful blow, the dangerous monster received serious injuries, as evidenced by the splashes of blue blood that flew around. Han Seung-moon watches all this from the side and was amazed by his cousin's abilities and could not believe that she managed to compare this monster. At this time, the creature growled loudly from severe pain and twitched from side to side, letting go of the main character and throwing Nun off itself. The guy fell to the ground with a crash again, but it was much better than being eaten by an alien monster. An excited Nuna immediately ran to her cousin, who was trying to recover from the fall. The girl helped the main character sit down on the ground and asked if everything was okay and if he was injured. Han Seung-moon replied that everything was fine and was very glad that the monster grabbed him by the prosthesis and not by the leg. At this time, the wounded creature continued to bleed and shake its head from side to side in pain. Nuna immediately realized that this was their chance. The girl helped the main character get up from the ground and said that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible while they had the chance. Along the way, the guy asked if Nuna had been training in secret, after which I assumed that even with special training she would not have been able to injure the monster so badly. To this, Nuna replied that she herself did not know how she managed it. She simply felt a surge of strength at some point. After some time, our heroes moved quite far from the water. Here their friends were already waiting for them. The worried reporter Gam was the first to run to the main character, Han Seung-moon, and asked if everything was okay with the man. The man bowed low to the guy and thanked him for saving him. I suppose that if it weren't for the main character, he and his daughter would have definitely suffered. After that, Han Seung-moon asked if everything was okay with Ji-yoon. The man replied that the girl was of course very scared, but had already calmed down. Suddenly, reporter Gam noticed that the main character was missing one leg. The man immediately fell to his knees in shock and began to blame himself for the fact that Han Seung-moon suffered so much because of him. The reporter was very sorry and apologized profusely, without listening to the main character who was about to explain everything. The unexpected guy fell silent and, after thinking for a bit, turned to Nuna. She didn't even imagine what her cousin would ask her about now. Han Seung-moon smiled slyly and asked the girl to tell everyone from now on that his leg was bitten off by a six-fingered alligator that released tentacles, and not that he lost it in a car accident. Then Congressman John approached the guy and asked if everything was okay with him. Having received a positive answer, the man began to be surprised by the recklessness of his former subordinate. After this, the main character asked how the student felt. The congressman assumed that she was in shock, and this was not surprising because she had lost all her friends. After resting a bit, Han Seung-moon decided that they all needed to hurry because the sun was about to set and it was unknown what could happen during the night. Only in the evening did our heroes reach some buildings. The anomaly that had suddenly appeared was still in the sky and was shining brightly, replacing the light of the moon. Looking around, Congressman Ian assumed that it all looked like an industrial complex, but it was completely empty. The protagonist thought that everyone had already been evacuated long ago. After this, our heroes went forward to find a suitable shelter to wait out the night in safety. Approaching the iron gates that led inside one of the buildings, it turned out that they were tightly locked. Seeing this, Congressman Yang assumed that breaking this lock would not be so easy. After that, he asked the main character what they would do, because everyone was already very tired and needed to rest in a safe place. Han Seung-moon smiled slightly and thought that it was a good time to test his theory. After this, the main character unexpectedly turned to Nuna to ask her for something. The boy asked his cousin to try to break the chain that was preventing them from getting inside. The girl didn't understand what nonsense the main character was talking about. He suggested that he needed to be hit hard, but the guy was absolutely serious. Han Seung-moon once again asked his cousin to just trust him and try to break this chain. Nuna silently looked at the iron chain, not understanding why the main character asked her for such a thing. The girl couldn't believe that her cousin wanted her to do it with her bare hands and thought that it was simply impossible. This really drenched Nuna, but for some reason it also gave her strength, with the help of which she was able to easily tear the iron chain into pieces. The girl held in her hands all that was left of the chain and just silently looked at the result of her work, not believing that she had actually managed to do it. The delighted Congressman Yang immediately began to say that he had heard that the main character's secretary was involved in martial arts, but this was simply unbelievable. Nuna continued to look at the iron chain she had broken and did not understand how she had managed to do it. At the same time, Han Seung-moon smiled slyly, pleased that his guess turned out to be true. After this, the gates that protected our heroes from the safe place finally opened and allowed them to go inside. Everyone went inside and looked around and agreed that it was a good place to rest and wait out the night. Reporter Gam asked the main character if it was possible to light a fire, because with the sunset it became cold and his children got wet. Han Seung-moon thought that it was a good idea because it really had already gotten cooler. After this, Yan Il approached the guy and said that he saw a truck with an open door outside, so he wanted to check it because they might still need transport. The main character agreed with this. Lee Ho-jun also wanted to go check the truck with her friend Han Seung-moon, allowed them to do so, but asked them to be careful. When the main character was left alone for a while, the guy realized that all the members of their team had secretly made him the leader of the group. The guy thought that it was not surprising because he proved the reasonableness of his actions and was not afraid to sacrifice himself. People always like that. Meanwhile, the student who was not herself from today just sat silently to the side and did not talk to anyone. Han Seung-moon had not forgotten about her, but he had not yet decided to talk to her, perhaps let her think it over herself. After some time, a fire lit up in the room, giving light and warmth to our heroes. Everyone gathered around the flame to warm up and think about everything that had happened to them today. Yang Il-ho was surprised by what was happening in the world and could not believe that a hole appeared in the sky and monsters were eating people, so he assumed that perhaps they had all gone crazy. Han Seung-moon was also unhappy with what was happening and thought that it would be great if they just went crazy. After this, the main character turned to his cousin, who was sitting thoughtfully next to him. The guy asked how the girl felt after everything that happened. Suddenly, Rune asked if the guy saw how high she jumped and hit the monster on the head when he tried to eat him. I remember that the main character assumed that the girl's abilities went far beyond the ordinary. The guy continued to say that some kind of hole appeared in the sky from which monsters fell, and perhaps this somehow changed the girl's body. Rune didn't understand what Han Seung-moon wanted to say and asked him to explain in more detail. The main character said that given the madness that was happening around, the idea that people could become stronger was not so absurd. After that, he recalled that the girl had broken the monster's head with her foot, but before they thought that, even a bullet couldn't take them. The guy thought that an ordinary person definitely couldn't do that. Rune was surprised by this and assumed that, judging by the words of the main character, she herself was turning into some kind of monster. Han Seung-moon replied that he wasn't exactly sure about that, but he thought that the blue hole in the sky had some effect on the girl. Suddenly, the guy asked if his cousin had seen any numbers, letters, or objects in front of him. Rune did not understand what the guy meant and assumed that he had gone crazy. After this, Han Seung-moon looked to the side and was surprised by what he saw there. Little Gum Ji-yoon sat in her father's arms and looked up in surprise. The main character immediately asked if everything was okay with the girl, being sure that she was very scared today. Reporter Gam confirmed this but assured that everything was fine now. The man continued to say that recently his child began to turn his head and look around. Then the guy asked Ji-yoon what she was looking at and assumed that the girl was looking for something. The little girl pointed her finger up and replied that she was looking at them. The main character was surprised by this and asked what the child meant since he didn't see anything. Ji-yoon explained that she was looking at the falling clouds that were hovering around her. The girl also claimed that the whole world was now covered with these clouds. Han Seung-moon looked around but could not see the blue clouds that the child had spoken to him about. Reporter Gam apologized for his daughter, suggesting that she was still recovering from what happened. Nevertheless, the main character continued to communicate with the girl and asked when she started seeing these clouds. Ji-yoon replied that she saw them for the first time this afternoon. The girl continued to say that she had seen them since that hole in the sky appeared, and she also noticed that the clouds were constantly getting bigger. Han Seung-moon didn't even think to doubt the child's words and thought that this girl was also somehow special. At this time, Congressman Yang went to the window and took out a lighter to light a cigarette. The main character asked the man what he was looking at so intently. Yeon Pan-seok suggested that the boy himself come up and look out the window. The man continued to say that he clearly heard the sounds of explosions coming from Seoul and assumed that the military had already entered into battle with the monsters. The congressman also said that all this happened not so far from them, so he assumed that there were probably monsters somewhere nearby. Hearing this, the main character assumed that it was also unsafe here. That is why the man suggested running away from Seoul as far as possible. Suddenly, the student who had been sitting alone and silent all this time screamed loudly, which frightened everyone. Han Seung-moon immediately asked the girl what happened, but she only trembled with fear and could not utter a word. Still, the student managed to say in a trembling voice that the monsters were approaching them. The main character was shocked by this. The girl continued to say in horror that one of the monsters was right in front of the door and was now trying to get inside. Hearing that one of the monsters was already near the door, Han Seung-moon was very surprised and immediately looked at the exits from the room. Everything seemed to be in order. No one was banging on the door, and no suspicious sounds were heard outside. Suddenly, some liquid began to flow through a small crack into the room where our heroes were hiding. There was more and more of it with each passing moment. This liquid was not at all like ordinary water. Besides everything else, she also moved as if she was alive. Nuna was very scared and asked what it was. The next moment, something happened that surprised and discouraged everyone who was in this room. The slime began to take the form of a huge creature right before our eyes and tower over our heroes, who looked at what was happening in fear. Han Seung-moon couldn't believe what he saw in front of him and asked if this was also some kind of monster. Meanwhile, the slime had already completed its transformation into a huge snake-like monster. The remains of the slime slowly flowed down the body of this creature in large drops. When this liquid fell on the floor, it began to hiss and burn through the concrete, which indicated that it was very dangerous for humans. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon realized what would happen next, which made him very worried. As the main character expected, the huge slime attacked our heroes Nuna and the congressman. Jan managed to jump aside in time, but the guy himself fell to the floor. The family of reporter Gamma and the friends of the main character were very scared and therefore immediately ran to the exit. While everyone was running away, don't pay attention to Han Seung-moon. He was sitting on the floor and trying to recover from the blow. The main character's friends and the reporter Gamma's family managed to get out of the room, where the dangerous monster was raging without any problems. Meanwhile, the huge slug had already prepared itself and again rushed forward to attack our heroes. An angry Nuna decided to confront this creature and therefore had already prepared her fist to deflect the monster's blow. Suddenly, the main character turned to the girl and loudly warned her not to touch this monster and not to let him touch her body because it was dangerous for her. Nuna didn't immediately understand why Han Seung-moon thought so, but without further questions, she decided to trust the guy. Meanwhile, the huge slime had already approached the girl. Because the main character distracted her, she did not notice it at all. The next moment, a dangerous extraterrestrial creature rushed at Nunu, but fortunately the girl managed to jump aside in time and not get hurt. The bloodthirsty monster didn't even think of giving up after this and decided to attack its opponent again. The monster suddenly rushed forward, simultaneously overturning the barrel in which the fire was burning. Flames and hot coals instantly scattered throughout the room, which for some reason stopped the monster for a moment. But still, the creature did not forget why it was here and aimed its gaze at the main character, who was still sitting helplessly on the floor. Suddenly, someone grabbed Han Seung-moon by the jacket and pulled him aside, thereby saving him from the bloodthirsty creature. It was Nuna who instantly threw the main character onto her back and began to run from the room with all her might. Our heroes ran out into the street and saw that their comrades had already climbed into the truck and were waiting for them. Yang Il-ho loudly said that the car was working and they could leave. This was just in time, because a huge slug, pursuing its prey, had already crawled out of the warehouse onto the street. The dangerous monster was heading straight for the truck in which people were sitting, so there was no time to waste. Suddenly, the main character saw that Congressman John was running away in the completely opposite direction, as if he was not going to go with everyone else in the car. It seemed that the guy understood Yang Pan-seok's intentions and therefore turned to Nuna, saying that they needed to buy some extra time. After this, Han Seung-moon turned to his friends who were already sitting in the truck and told them to go ahead and not wait for them. Reporter Gam was very surprised and began to get very nervous upon hearing this, because he did not understand what the main character intended to do. The man pressed the gas and the car quickly took off, leaving the bloodthirsty creature behind. At this time, Nuna, with the main character on her back, ran in the opposite direction, which momentarily discouraged the monster. Suddenly, the girl asked her cousin to hold on tight because she had something to do. The next moment, Nuna pushed off the ground with force and seemed to jump up high into the air with ease, without letting go of Han Seung-moon. The girl jumped over a large iron container without any problems and broke away from the monster pursuing them. All this had a temporary effect because the creature, despite its enormous size, was quite agile and fast. A moment later, the dangerous monsters again rushed at their victims, but they managed to dodge in time. Han Seung-moon understood that it would be very difficult for the girl to run away with him on her back, so he asked Nuna to leave him and run alone. The girl heard this and asked her blacksmith to shut up and asked why he was clenching his hands so tightly if he was pretending to be a hero. Suddenly, our heroes saw Congressman John in front of them, waving his hand and dancing them towards him. After some time, they, together with Yang Pan-seok, were running away from a dangerous creature. Suddenly, the man turned to the main character and asked if this monster was similar to the monsters from the games. Han Seung-moon assumed that the congressman was talking about slimes. The man confirmed this and then asked what the monster's weaknesses were. The main character thought for a bit and replied that the slime's main weakness was fire, but the monster that was chasing them was too big. Congressman Yang was very surprised by this. Very soon the guy understood why the man was so surprised and assumed that it could really work. Without wasting any time, Han Seung-moon pointed out the right path to Nuna and asked her to run there. After this, the main character turned to the congressman and asked if he had a lighter with him, to which he received a positive answer. After a while, our heroes were already there and were standing at the gas station at the machine that was pouring gasoline. Han Seung-moon pressed the button to fill the gas tank full. After that, the guy quickly paid for the gas and grabbed the gun used to fill the car's gas tank. At this time, a huge slug, which had lost sight of our heroes for a while, was trying to find them again as quickly as possible. It seemed that the hunter's animal instincts guided the bloodthirsty monster, thanks to which he turned in the right direction at turns. Finally, the slug managed to find our heroes, but this did not frighten them at all. Han Seung-moon held 2 gasoline pistols in his hands and was ready to fight back. Because of this and the sharp, unpleasant smell that was floating around, the huge monster hesitated, clearly not expecting such a reaction from its prey. The creature was so captivated by our heroes that it did not notice that it was standing in a large puddle of gasoline. Suddenly, the main character began to pour gasoline on the monster itself in order to defeat it for sure. Soon the huge slug was completely covered in hot liquid. At this point, the preparation stage was complete. After this, Han Seung-moon turned to Congressman Yang, letting him know that it was his turn to participate in killing the dangerous monster. Yang Pan-seok understood everything correctly and therefore, without delay, threw his lit lighter at the creature. The huge slug was still standing in place and had no idea what would happen to it when the flame touched the gasoline. The next moment, a huge flame flared up and completely enveloped the monster. Despite throwing itself from side to side, the monster could not extinguish the fire. Realizing that a fire near the gas station was not the best idea, Han Seung-moon ordered his comrades to run before it was too late. A moment later, a huge explosion thundered, which almost hit our heroes. A large flame instantly engulfed the gas station along with the dangerous creature. Having run to a safe distance, they stopped and looked at the flames to make sure that the monster really was no longer a threat to them. Yang Pan-seok was pleased to see the bloodthirsty creature disappear into the flames and was glad that he had not quit smoking. Han Seung-moon, looking at the fire, said that it was now clear that the monsters could be killed because they had their own weaknesses. The congressman was surprised that even in such chaos, the guy managed to analyze the situation and asked that the main character at least be surprised because he almost died. For some time, our heroes looked at the fire to make sure one last time that the monster was really dead. After this, the main character told his comrades that they needed to leave because there could be more monsters nearby, but Yang Pan-seok was in no hurry to do so. The man asked Nuna and Han Seung-moon to take their time and wait for him while he checked something. After this, the congressman walked towards the flame. Something strongly attracted his attention. Soon, Yang Pan-seok was already showing his comrades small stones and assumed that they had fallen from a huge slug. Han Seung-moon, looking at them, was sure that these were not ordinary stones. They looked more like gems or crystals, but the guy did not know for sure. The protagonist continued to examine the crystal and say that it had a slightly strange shape and texture. Han Seung-moon was interrupted from these thoughts by someone's sudden voice. Our heroes immediately looked to the side to see who it belonged to. The very excited student warned her comrades that they were already very close. Our heroes immediately understood who the girl was talking about, which is why they also began to get very worried and peer closely into the distance. Soon they saw that 2 huge monsters were heading in their direction. This creature looked like a gorilla, but that didn't change the fact that it wanted to catch up and eat its prey. Another dangerous monster looked like a gorilla, but that didn't change the fact that it wanted to catch up and eat its prey. Seeing the emerging danger, our heroes immediately began to run as far as possible. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon saw that the student was running in a completely different direction. The main character was surprised and began to say that he was absolutely sure of something. Nuna asked what exactly the guy was already sure of. Han Seung-moon guessed that the girl had an ability that allowed her to detect monsters. It was like a radar that allowed one to sense nearby or approaching monsters. In support of his words, the guy recalled that the student knew that a huge slime was nearby, although others did not even suspect it. After this, the main character said that no matter what it took, they had to take this girl with them because they needed her. Nuna was surprised by this because she still remembered that at the very beginning, her cousin was against helping strangers. However, the girl listened to the glory of the main character and therefore stopped abruptly in order to make turns and follow the student. At the same time, Nuna tried to catch her breath while there was time for it, because she was already tired of carrying Han Seung-moon on her back. The main character looked around and was surprised that the monster was not visible. He did not believe that they managed to break away from them. Still, the guy thought that it was still dangerous to stay here, so he needed to get away as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon and his cousin felt the presence of a monster that was very close. It turned out that a huge gorilla was chasing its victims by jumping on the roofs of buildings. The next moment, the bloodthirsty monsters pounced on our heroes, causing Nuna to instantly lose her balance. The main character fell to the ground and hit himself hard, so he needed some time to recover. The boy soon realized that the dangerous creature was about to crush him with its foot, and it seemed that there was no escape from it. The next moment, Nuna, who no longer doubted her abilities, fearlessly attacked the huge gorilla, kicking it in the head. The blow seemed very strong, so the girl was very pleased and was sure that the victory was in her pocket. But it wasn't like that. Suddenly, the monster, who was not at all hurt by the blow, grabbed the girl's leg tightly. Nuna was shocked because she could not have expected this. It became clear that this monster was not so easy to defeat. After this, the huge gorilla, without letting go of the girl's leg, swung it as if it were some kind of toy. The next moment, the monster hit Nun on the ground with great force, baring his teeth as he went. Seeing this, Han Seung-moon was very afraid for the life and health of his cousin. The excited guy turned to the girl who was lying on the ground and asked her to get up faster. Despite all the pleas, Nuna did not even move. It seemed that she was unconscious. This meant that the helpless protagonist was left alone with a bloodthirsty monster that was many times stronger than him. Han Seung-moon looked at the creature that bared its teeth and thought about what he should do in this situation. Suddenly, the main character heard some strange sounds that were not typical for these places at the moment, so he immediately turned around to see what was happening. The same truck that his friends had driven away in after the slug attack drove straight towards the guy. The car, without slowing down, quickly moved forward until it crashed into the monster, knocking it off its feet. The bright light from the headlights illuminated the surprised face of Han Seung-moon, who no longer had any hope of being saved. Congressman Yang turned to the main character and loudly told him to get into the car while there was still time. At that moment, the guy saw that Nuna had already come to her senses and stood up on her feet. It seemed that everything wasn't so bad with her. The girl quickly grabbed the main character by the jacket and dragged him to the car. After that, despite the injuries she received, she managed to lift Han Seung-moon high with just one hand and throw him into the back of a truck. Now the main character could breathe a sigh of relief. He was very glad that Nuna was okay and could still move. When everyone was finally assembled, Congressman Yang ordered the reporters, Gam, who was driving, to take them away from here. The car started moving. At that moment, the main character heard a familiar voice loudly calling him. Han Seung-moon immediately looked around and was very surprised when he saw the same student who was now trying to catch up with the truck. The tired girl desperately ran forward without stopping for a moment, because she didn't want to be left here all alone. Han Seung-moon immediately turned to the congressman and asked them to wait for this girl because they absolutely had to take her with them. After this, the main character turned to the student and asked her to run faster because they immediately needed to leave here. The next moment, Yang Pan-seok and his former subordinate saw something that made them very excited. The reason for their excitement was that the girl was being chased by two of those same huge monsters who intended to harm the student. The girl tried her best to run forward in order not to become a snack for the bloodthirsty extraterrestrial creatures. An excited Han Seung-moon extended his hand to the student and asked her to run faster. The girl began to cry out of fear for her life because she didn't want to die like that. There was still quite a distance to the truck. It seemed that the student had no chance of breaking away from the monsters. Suddenly, Nuna jumped to her feet, as if she intended to run towards the girl right now and protect her from the bloodthirsty creatures. Suddenly, out of nowhere, her legs gave way, causing the girl to lose her balance. Han Seung-moon began to worry greatly about his cousin, not understanding what was happening to her. Approaching Nuna, the main character saw that her whole body was shaking as if from the cold and blood was coming from her mouth. At this time, Congressman Yang was looking in a completely different direction and was very excited by what he saw there. The main character also looked in that direction and saw more monsters in the distance approaching the truck. These were the same huge aggressive gorillas that our heroes had already encountered earlier. Han Seung-moon could not believe that the enemies were approaching them from the right side as well. The main character watched as the enemies approached them and did not know what to do. The guy was distracted from these thoughts by the loud voice of the student who was again addressing him. The girl, with her last strength, continued to run away from the monsters and asked the main character to save her. Suddenly, the student could not stay on her feet and fell to the ground, while the aggressive creatures were already very close. Han Seung-moon, excited by what he saw, hurried to the spot because he understood what would happen next. Congressman John approached the main character to find out if they could leave already, but the guy couldn't answer. The frightened reporter Gam also turned to Han Seung-moon because two more huge monsters were already very close to them, so they urgently needed to leave. Meanwhile, the student was barely able to get to her feet and was recovering from her fall. It seemed that she was about to start running again. Holding his breath, Han Seung-moon looked at the girl until the very end, hoping that she would manage to run to the truck. But instead, the student, smiling broadly through her tears, only thanked the main character for everything he had done before her. The monsters behind the girl had already opened their mouths to taste their prey. Han Seung-moon stood there for a while with his hand outstretched, hoping that the student would start running again soon. This hope quickly vanished when the main character saw how bloodthirsty monsters attacked the girl. After that, the guy quietly told Congressman Yang that they could already go. The man did not hear this, so Han Seung-moon pulled himself together, turned to him, and again ordered him to leave here. Yang Pan-seok quickly conveyed this order to the excited reporter Gam, who had been waiting for him for a long time. The truck quickly picked up speed and drove further and further away from the monsters that were crowded around their prey. Mentally exhausted, Han Seung-moon sat down next to Nuna and turned to her to find out if everything was okay with her. The girl had been especially silent lately, so she only said with regret that she never found out the name of that student. The main character simply remained silent to this, because he perfectly understood the feelings that his cousin was experiencing, because those same feelings also overwhelmed him. That same student, smiling broadly through tears, asked the main character why he abandoned her while bloodthirsty monsters were approaching her from behind. Han Seung-moon immediately woke up in a cold sweat. It turned out that it was just a bad dream. It took the guy some time to come to his senses and realize that he was completely safe and lying in a soft bed. The main character, breathing heavily from excitement, sat up in bed. It seemed that everything that happened to him yesterday was one big nightmare. After that, the guy started calling loudly for Nunu. I hoped that everything was okay with her, but no one responded. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon saw a cane that someone had thoughtfully left for him near his bed. The main characters immediately decided to use it in order to find out where he was and where his comrades were. Taking uncertain steps towards the exit of the room, the guy continued to loudly call Nunu, but she was still not there. Leaving the room, Han Seung-moon was very surprised by what he saw in the living room of an unfamiliar apartment. The protagonist turned to Congressman Yang and reporter Gam and asked what they were doing there. The excited man didn't know how to explain what was happening, and so he just pointed his finger to the side, drawing Han Seung-moon's attention to the right place. The man pointed to a large teddy bear, but it wasn't that simple. This toy itself was flying in the air, and the joyful voice of Gam Ji-yoon was telling the main character that he shouldn't sleep at home. Han Seung-moon was shocked by what he saw and did not understand how this was even possible. For some inexplicable reason, the little girl could easily make the stuffed toy fly and move in the air while the adults watched in amazement. The main character looked at all this without taking his eyes off because he saw something like this for the first time in his life. Our heroes were in one of the apartments of a high-rise building. Yang Pan-seok turned to his former subordinate and asked if everything was okay with him. The man continued to say that it was the apartment of reporter Gamma and suggested that all the residents had already evacuated long ago because the building was empty. The congressman also said that as soon as they arrived here, the main character immediately fell asleep. After that, he added that 2 apartments were found and a cane that belonged to an old man. What interested Han Seung-moon most was how the little girl was able to make things fly. Suddenly, the congressman asked if the protagonist remembered the crystals he had collected from the burned monster the night before. Han Seung-moon immediately reached into his pocket to find one of those crystals. After this, the main character asked whether these were the crystals that Yang Pan-seok was talking about, to which he received a positive answer. The congressman asked the boy to take a closer look, after which he turned to the little girl and asked her to give him her hand. The child immediately extended his palm because he knew what would happen next. For some reason, Yang Pan-seok put the crystal in Ji-yoon's hand. The next moment, the room was illuminated by a bright blue light, which greatly surprised the main character, and it only made the girl smile. This light was emitted by the same crystal that somehow interacted with the hand and Ji-yoon. Suddenly, the bright blue light disappeared as the crystal disappeared from the girl's hand. Congressman Yang continued to tell that earlier, he gave one of the same crystals to a child because she liked it, but soon the stone simply disappeared, as if the girl had absorbed it into herself. After what happened, Ji-yun was somehow able to easily lift things into the air without touching them with her hands. Han Seong-moon was very surprised by this and didn't even know how all this could be explained. After this, the guy asked if the congressman still had these stones. Yang Pan-sok denied this and said that the girl had absorbed all the crystals that he had. In order to find out more about this, Han Seong-moon turned to the child and asked how he made these dolls float in the air. Ji-yun replied that she did it with the help of blue clouds. The protagonist asked if the girl was talking about the clouds that she began to see yesterday. The girl explained that she used these blue crystals and then made circular movements with her hands and then demonstrated it. This explanation did not give Han Seong-moon any answers at all, since the child could not tell everything in detail. After that, the protagonist began to think about Nuna's physical abilities and Ji-yun's telekinetic abilities, suggesting that not only monsters appeared with the hole in the sky. Congressman Yang thought that they shouldn't rack their brains over this now, since for now, they had nothing but theory. The protagonist added that in any case, it would be best for them to join the military or the government as soon as possible. After that, Yang Pan-seok started to walk towards the window and called Han Seong-moon with him because he had something to say. Looking out the window, the man said that he had recently seen a large number of troops in the distance. So Congressman Yang assumed that they were now in a combat zone. Hearing this, the main character immediately asked if the man knew anyone in the army he could turn to for help. Yang Pan-sok opened his contacts on his phone and said that he had the numbers of the president, the prime minister, the minister of national defense, and many others. The man continued to say regretfully that he could have done a lot with this phone yesterday, but now it was absolutely useless because there was no cell phone coverage anywhere. The main character was upset to hear this and thought that since they couldn't contact anyone, they would have to somehow get to Paju themselves. This conversation was interrupted by a sudden sound. Everyone in the apartment immediately fell silent so that no one could understand what kind of sound it was. It turned out that someone was persistently knocking on the front door of the apartment, as if they knew that there were people inside. Surprised by such an unexpected event, reporter Gam approached the door and loudly asked who was behind it. Immediately from behind the door came the loud voice of an excited stranger who said that the man who had been wounded by the monster needed urgent help. Hearing this, reporter Gam was in no hurry to open the door, but first looked through the peephole to make sure that the stranger was telling the truth. It turned out that there really were two worried men standing near the door, one of whom looked wounded, as if he needed help. Seeing this, reporter Gam immediately began to open the doors in order to help people, while asking the unexpected guests to wait just a minute. At the same time, Han Seong-moon turned to the man and loudly asked him not to open the door. But it was already too late, because the door was already open. The strangers thanked the owner of the apartment for saving them. The next moment, a sharp knife flew at great speed straight towards reporter Gam. The man didn't have time to react, so the sharp blade easily wounded his neck. A stream of blood immediately gushed from the resulting wound. The man tried to hold it with his hand, but it was useless. His wife and daughter were very scared. Han Seong-moon was about to rush to help, but it was too late. Reporter Gam fell to the floor in the hallway with a thud. Cheon-hwaran couldn't believe that this was the end, so she desperately tried to help her husband. Meanwhile, the unexpected guests, holding sharp knives in their hands, were surprised at why there were so many people here, assuming that they were having some kind of party here. The villains who broke into the apartment were surprised because there were so many people there, among whom were a woman and a child, an old man, and a legless guy. After this, one of the uninvited guests grabbed Ji-yun and, threatening with a knife, ordered everyone present to hand over all valuables and money. Otherwise, he would kill the girl. The child and his mother were very scared, and the man, without letting go of the knife, continued to order that everything be given to him quickly. The main character and his comrades were very worried about the girl, but did not know what to do in this situation. Still, Congressman Yang asked the man to calm down, because there was an army everywhere that would definitely catch the offender if he continued to do this. The uninvited guests were not at all frightened by this, because they knew very well that the army was now too busy with monsters, and they did not care at all about people like them. One of the men continued to laugh and say that they had already killed many people, but no one had done anything to them because the police and other law enforcement agencies had already fled long ago. Han Seong-moon believed that the monsters were not only falling from a hole in the sky, because as always, their true representatives were hiding among people. At this time, Ji-yun was crying loudly and calling for her dad. The man who was holding the girl was very unhappy with this excessive noise and demanded that the child be quiet. Suddenly, the man's expression changed dramatically, and the scoundrel himself was dumbfounded on the spot and looked up with wide eyes. The intruder saw how various things that were in the room for some reason flew through the air, which surprised him greatly. The uninvited guest looked at all this and did not understand how this was even possible. Han Seung-moon noticed that the attackers had frozen, and so asked Ji-yoon to lift more things into the air. The girl immediately listened to the main character and began to make things fly around the villain, which greatly frightened him. After that, the girl directed all these things straight at the man. They immediately began to hit him from all sides, causing the scoundrel to completely lose control of the situation. As soon as all this ended, an angry Nuna ran out of nowhere at the uninvited guest and already swung her fist to teach the scoundrel a lesson. The next moment, the girl attacked the man with great force, hitting her in the face. The villain's blood immediately flew everywhere. The second attacker attempted to stop Nunu, and therefore sneaked up behind her and swung his knife. The girl managed to react in time, so she sharply waved her hand, not letting the armed man get close to her. The villain was taken aback by the surprise and could only look at Nuna's fist, which was already stained with the blood of one of the attackers. The next moment, Nuna attacked his opponent's legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the floor. However, the girl did not even think of ending it there. She grabbed the man by the clothes and swung her fist in order to teach him a lesson. Han Seung-moon immediately turned to his cousin, because he assumed that if she hit the criminal, he would definitely die, considering the strength the girl possessed. Nuna didn't react to the main character at all, and still attacked the uninvited guest with all her might, causing a loud sound of impact to spread throughout the apartment. It didn't end there. The girl was still furious and therefore attacked her opponent several more times. The blows were so strong that dust rose in the room. Once the dust cleared, it became clear that Nuna's powerful blows were not aimed at the man himself. She hit the floor near the criminal's head to scare him. The unharmed attacker was very scared and was afraid to even utter a word. The shocked man silently looked at his opponent, trying to come to his senses. Nuna was still very angry, and her eyes were burning with rage. It was clear that the girl really wanted to harm this scoundrel, but she held back. After that, she turned to the criminals and told them to quickly get out of here before their heads were blown to pieces. At this time, Cheon Hwarang tried to help her husband by pressing his wound with her hand. Reporter Gam was exhausted and could barely speak. Yang Il-ho realized that the man needed urgent help, and so he immediately ran to look for a first aid kit. The little child that Lee Ho-jun was holding in her arms was crying loudly because despite his age, he was very scared and understood that something bad was happening. Cheon Hwarang didn't leave her husband's side for a moment. Suddenly, a small blue glow appeared out of nowhere. Han Seung-moon was very surprised by this because he already understood what this could mean. Moments later, a bright blue light completely filled the room, coming from the hands of the reporter Gama's wife. Surprised, Yang Pan-seok and his former subordinate silently watched what was happening and waited to see what would come of it all. Very soon, the wounded reporter Gam was able to get up from the floor on his own. Everyone was very surprised by this because his wound was quite serious. It seemed that the man was completely fine, although he was still worried and continued to hold his neck because it still hurt. The man's surprise knew no bounds when he realized that his serious wound on his neck had somehow miraculously completely healed. All that was left was a large scar. Some time passed. Our heroes had already come to their senses after what had happened, and were calmly discussing what had happened. Han Seung-moon was surprised that even the reporter Gama's wife gained superpowers after the hole in the sky appeared. The main character continued to say that the woman could heal people, and it was a really useful skill, and in their situation it was worth its weight in gold. At the same time, Congressman Yan was worried about whether the attackers would return again, but Nuna was on guard and protected her comrades. Therefore, the main character believed that those men were too scared to return, but in any case, they all needed to leave here as soon as possible. The guy continued to say that if someone continued to break into their place, it would end badly. After that, he asked if the congressman had managed to contact the Minister of National Defense. Having received an unconsoling answer, the guy asked if the man had the number of Vice Minister of Defense Yang Pan-seok, and he happily confirmed that he had that number. The protagonist immediately sent several messages in which he reported that he was hiding in an apartment in the Sonmo residential complex in Paju, along with 9 civilians, and asked for help. The man praised the guy for writing excellent messages and recalled how he checked the content of his speeches a couple of times. The protagonist explained that he tried to correct them when the secretary was busy. Suddenly, the guy asked what they would do if the vice minister did not come to the rescue and told them to save themselves. Congressman Yang asked the guy not to slander. Soon after, a new message arrived on the man's phone, which immediately attracted the attention of the protagonist and Congressman Ian. Everyone was very excited because this was the long-awaited answer from the Vice Minister of National Defense. Everyone immediately began to peer at the phone screen. The enthusiasm of our heroes quickly disappeared when they saw that the Vice Minister wrote that they now had few people to help, and therefore they had to flee themselves. Yang Pan-seok was very upset by this and believed that it was the fault of the guy who had jinxed the failure. The main character decided to fix the situation, so she sent more messages. Han Seung-moon wrote that they couldn't escape on their own because they were stuck on the 15th floor. Among them were children and victims, so he asked the vice premier to save at least the civilians. After the message was sent, the agonizing wait for a response began. Everyone was very worried and hoped for the best. Soon a response came in, which it was said that in 2 hours at 6 p.m., a cargo helicopter would be sent to our heroes on the roof, so they should not be late. Han Seung-moon and his comrades were happy to receive this message because it meant that they would be saved, and they would live. Congressman Yang suddenly asked what they would do if they only saved civilians. The protagonist believed that the government would never leave 2 active congressmen. Han Seung-moon continued to quietly say that he didn't know how many congressmen survived, but since their numbers had probably dwindled, they had become more in demand. Suddenly, the main character heard behind him the voice of Cheon Hwaran, who asked her daughter to come down immediately. The girl laughed and replied that she did not want to do it. The guy looked up and saw that Ji-yoon, with the help of her abilities, could not only make objects fly, but also lift herself into the air. Seeing this, the main character was very surprised and believed that the ability allowed the girl to do much more than he could imagine. Very soon, the appointed time arrived. As promised, the cargo helicopter smoothly flew up to the house where our heroes were hiding. The survivors were already waiting on the roof and were ready to quickly fly to a safe place. Suddenly, the main character saw that for some reason Congressman Yang approached the door that led to the roof. Yang Pan-seok locked the door without a doubt, considering that it would not be very good if the helicopter attracted the attention of monsters or other people. After that, the man asked Han Seung-moon to quickly get inside the helicopter and fly away from here. After that, everyone started to climb into the helicopter one by one, but the main character was in no hurry to do so. The guy whom Rune was helping still couldn't get rid of the obsessive thoughts, and so as he passed by, he looked at the locked door. Han Seung-moon couldn't calm down, so he stopped near the door and thought. The guy remembered Congressman Suk-ho, who was torn apart by monsters and the civilians they couldn't save on the Han River, and believed that they survived because they closed a lot of doors. The main character was worried that right now, some survivor who needed help was walking up the stairs, and not a monster. The guy continued to think that if this survivor heard the sound of a helicopter and came here, then surely she didn't forget to save someone else. Han Seung-moon reached for the door, thinking that the monsters didn't care about it, but if there was at least one survivor behind it, then he needed to help. The next moment, the main character opened the door with a sharp swing, hoping that now he will see the person who needed help. Unfortunately, there was no one on the stairs. The guy was silent for a while, looking into the void. Until the very end, the main character hoped that a person would appear soon, but he could not stay here for long. Still, Rune led her cousin to the helicopter in order to take their seats, since it was impossible to delay any longer. Very soon, the helicopter began to gain altitude and move away from the roof of the house. It seemed that our heroes were now completely safe. Han Seung-moon looked into the distance and couldn't believe that they could really just take off and fly away from here. Suddenly, the main character saw something that really alarmed him. The guy, without looking away, looked in one direction, trying to understand whether this was really happening. Han Seung-moon couldn't believe that there really was a survivor on the roof of the house who saw the helicopter and ran towards it to save herself. The helicopter was very close to the house and had not yet flown away, so the girl had every chance of getting inside. Han Seung-moon looked at the girl and thought that back then he couldn't save this student, but now he had to help the person in need at any cost. Therefore, the main character immediately turned to Congressman Yang and asked to lower the helicopter for a while because there was still a survivor on the roof. Meanwhile, a bloodthirsty monster that looked like a two-headed dog ran out onto the roof. Now it became clear who the stranger was running away from so desperately. The creature intended to catch up with its victim and could easily attack the helicopter. Inevitable death threatened all survivors. Nevertheless, the main character was determined to help the stranger no matter what, so he asked her to run to the helicopter. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty two-headed monster was literally breathing down the girl's neck, but she, not even thinking about stopping, continued to run. Han Seong-moon was very afraid of a repeat of what happened to the student, so he extended his hand to the girl and loudly asked her to run around faster. Having reached the cliff, the girl who suddenly appeared pushed off strongly from the roof of a multi-story building and jumped high. It seemed that she would never be able to reach the helicopter. The bloodthirsty monster that was chasing the stranger also jumped after her. Time seemed to slow down. The girl desperately put her hand forward to at least try to grab onto something. An excited Han Sung-moon also put his hand forward, intending to catch the girl and save her. The main character had already succeeded in doing this. The guy grabbed the stranger's hand tightly, and it seemed that the worst was already behind him. The bloodthirsty monster, without having grabbed its prey, began to fall down from a great height, but Han Seung-moon could not stay in the helicopter. Rune was very scared when she saw that her cousin was starting to fall out of the helicopter, and so she tried to grab him, but it was too late. Han Seung-moon fell from a great height, but he didn't even think about letting go of the stranger's hand. The main character closed his eyes so as not to see how the earth stopped closer and closer to him. The guy continued to fall down quickly, but for some reason his whole body began to glow with a bright blue light. The main character did not notice this because his eyes were closed. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon heard a familiar voice speaking to him, so he began to open his eyes. The main character was very surprised when he realized that he was no longer falling, but hanging in the air together with a stranger. The reason for this was Ji-yoon, who used her abilities. A shocked Han Seung-moon looked at the girl, not believing that she had actually managed to save his life, but also the life of a girl he knew. At this time, Ji-yoon, who also flew through the air with ease, addressed the main character and was glad that everything worked out for her. Han Seung-moon praised the little girl for her good work, but he still couldn't fully comprehend what was happening. The guy quickly came to his senses when he heard the quiet cry of the girl he was holding by the hand. The stranger was very scared and did not understand what was happening. Han Seung-moon wanted to calm the girl down, so he turned to her, drawing her attention to himself. She immediately raised her head up. Having learned from bitter experience, the main character first asked the stranger's name. "Look at the guy, the girl doesn't stop shedding tears." She timidly replied that her name was Pai Che-wan. Having received an answer to his question, the main character, without looking away, quietly repeated the girl's name so as not to forget it. After that, he thanked Pai Che-wan for daring to run to the helicopter and trusting him. After that, the helicopter took off without any problems and headed forward to evacuate our heroes to a safe place. Meanwhile, Rune scolded the main character for not valuing his life at all and said that if he did something like that again, she would personally punish him. After this, the girl began to tremble and almost cried because she was very afraid for her cousin. At the same time, Cheon Hwaran scolded her daughter for putting herself in danger and asked the girl not to even think about such a thing anymore. Han Seung-moon watched this from the sidelines and did not dare to interfere in the process of raising children. After this, the main character turned his attention to Pai Che-wan, whom he had saved, who was sitting quietly to the side and not talking to anyone. The girl was still crying because she couldn't come to her senses after the stress she had experienced. Han Seung-moon decided not to interfere and give her the opportunity to calm down on her own. Unexpectedly, Congressman Yang handed the main character headphones with a microphone because he wanted to talk to him about something. Soon, young Pan Seok began to scold the boy for his recklessness and asked what would happen if a horde of monsters or survivors broke through that door on the roof. Han Seung-moon asked for forgiveness for what he did and promised that it would not happen again. Hearing this, the man exhaled heavily, because in the end, everything had already been done, and fortunately, no one was hurt. After this, the main character asked where they were heading now. The congressman replied that they were flying to the headquarters of the First Corps in the city of Goyang. The man continued to say that the main headquarters was now located there, and that they would be able to meet with the commander-in-chief there. Our hero spent the rest of the flight in silence, because each of them needed to come to their senses and think about what had happened. Soon the helicopter began to land as it reached its final destination. The survivors managed to reach a safe place without any problems. Our heroes got out of the helicopter and began to look around to find out where they had ended up. Suddenly, a column of several large military trucks rushed past right in front of the main character. Soon, they all stopped and the soldiers they were transporting began to climb out of the car. The commanders ordered the soldiers not to delay and to do everything faster because they had little time. In addition, not far from our heroes, a real tank quickly rushed by. All this reminded us of how difficult the situation was after the hole appeared in the sky. Congressman Yang looked around and was amazed at how everything here was like a real battlefield. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a loud explosion sounded. Although it was far away, it still attracted the attention of our heroes. Han Seung-moon looked to the side and saw black smoke in the distance rising higher and higher. The congressman also saw this smoke and could not believe that the monsters were already so close. The man did not have time to think about it because suddenly, an unfamiliar voice addressed him. The man in the military uniform began to say that he was sent here by Vice Minister Cha Jae-gyun and asked Yang Pan-seok to follow him. The military man also said that Congressman Yan's fellow travelers would be taken to another location. Yang Pan-seok turned to the main character and asked him to go with him because he needed to thank their savior. Then Han Seung-moon asked the military man if he could get a crutch somewhere around here. The man was surprised by this question. Soon our heroes came to a low stone building near which many military vehicles were parked. There were always several soldiers on duty at the office doors to ensure the safety of whoever worked behind those doors. A serious-looking man greeted his guests and said that he was the Vice Minister of National Defense. His name was Cha Jae-gyun. While shaking hands with Han Seung-moon, the Vice Minister continued to say that he was glad that the congressman had arrived here safe and sound. The inspired protagonist thanked the man for saving them and said that they were in his debt, while not believing that he had managed to meet the Vice Minister. To this, Cha Jae-gyun replied that this was the only right decision for them, and added that he was glad that our heroes were here. After observing all the rules of decency, Cha Jae-gyun invited his guests to sit at the table and talk. The Vice Minister then asked the members of Congress for permission to briefly describe the current situation. The man drew our heroes' attention to a map of South Korea and explained that this invention had been received from a satellite 3 hours earlier. The man continued to say that yesterday at 10 in the morning, a mystical glowing blue object appeared over Seoul. Initially, its width was only 500 meters, but now it has reached 1.5 kilometers. Soon, unknown creatures began to appear en masse from this glowing object and began to attack citizens. On the internet and in the media, this object was nicknamed the Gate, and the mystical creatures monsters. Everything that happened was called the Monster Gate Incident. Because the gate appeared in the Kanagu area, he suffered the greatest losses. It was from this area that the monsters scattered in all directions. However, the monsters were still mostly in the gate area, although it was only a matter of time before they expanded and crossed the borders of Seoul. Cha Jae-kyun continued to say that the exact number of casualties was still unknown, but it was assumed that there were already at least 1 million dead. This figure shocked the congressman. Yang Pan-seok couldn't believe what he was hearing, but the Vice Minister continued to say that another 3 or 4 million people were stuck in the city and could not evacuate. In addition, at the same time as in Seoul, the same blue objects appeared in other major cities around the world. All major cities such as Beijing, Tokyo, Paris, Washington, and many others were now under attack. The news didn't end there. It was hard for Cha Jae-kyun to talk about it, but the congressman had to know about it. The next moment, the Vice Minister announced that the country's president, Han Seung-moon, had died 12 hours ago, and Yang Pan-seok was shocked by this news. The man said that the president was seriously injured during the evacuation from Seoul by helicopter. He was rescued and taken to hospital, but unfortunately, he died from his injuries. The main character thought that this was terrible news, because not only had monsters attacked the entire world, but his country had also lost its president. Yang Pan-seok suggested that in this case the prime minister would take the place of the country's leader. The vice minister denied this. Cha Jae-kyun said that on the day of the incident, a cabinet meeting was taking place at the Seoul government complex, so at the moment, most of them were out of reach or missing. A shocked Han Seung-moon asked if the vice minister really meant that now, during the most difficult period, the country did not have a commander-in-chief of the armed forces. To this, Cha Jae-kyun said that before his death, the president appointed the chief of the joint staff to this position, but he was soon found dead. The man continued to say that, in addition, it was not possible to contact the Minister of Defense, who was supposed to coordinate what was happening, so the vice minister himself was performing his duties as a trusted person. After this, the vice minister took the sign with the name of the commander of the First Corps and said that the position of commander-in-chief should have been transferred to the coordinator. As it turned out, the commander of the First Corps, Jang Gang-myung, also died, so Cha Jae-gyun decided to take on this position himself. Han Seung-moon was surprised that the man so easily took on this position, as if rules and formalities were not an obstacle for him. The guy continued to think that despite the fact that at the moment the man was only a vice minister, he was going to become the Minister of Defense and Commander-in-Chief at a time when the country did not even have a president. Comparing all the information received together, the protagonist believed that Cha Jae-gyun had just declared a dictatorship. Cha Jae-kyun continued to say that by appointing himself as Commander-in-Chief, he had exceeded his authority, but he asked to understand that this was necessary during the period of military operations. Hearing this, the main character realized that this was an excellent moment to show his flattery and show himself from the best side in front of the new head of state. The guy started saying that now was not the time to get hung up on formalities, and thought that it was a wiser decision than losing all of Seoul trying to find a replacement. The deputy prime minister was surprised to hear praise in the lack of criticism and thanked the congressman for his understanding, after which he asked him to repeat the name of the main character. Han Seung-moon said his name with a smile and added that he was a newly elected congressman. After this, Yang Pan-seok turned to the vice minister and asked what the plan of action was, hoping that the man did not intend to leave Seoul so easily. To this, Cha Jae-gyun confidently replied that, of course, the plan had already been developed. Suddenly, the vice minister said that he needed help from the congressman. It seemed that the man had a hard time talking about it. Han Seung-moon, upon hearing this, immediately understood that since Cha Jae-gyun had saved them, he now wanted them to repay his debt. Rising to his feet, the man asked to forgive him for the shortest possible explanation, since it was now a state of emergency and time was a valuable resource. Approaching the map, the vice minister began to say that the plan took into account all aspects, namely the existence of the gate, the movement of monsters and combat units that could be mobilized. The man also assured that when developing the plan, they took into account what was happening in the country and beyond, the status of the evacuation of the civilian population, and much more. The plan was to evacuate all of Seoul's residents and clear the city of monsters using all possible firepower. This surprised the congressman. After this, Cha Jae-kyun asked his colleagues for permission to carry out an operation called the Devastation of Seoul. In order to convince the congressman of the need to carry out this plan, the man began to say that their enemies did not take prisoners, hunted civilians, and ate everyone they could get their hands on. The monsters were scattered all over Seoul, starting from the Gangnam district where the gates appeared, and so it was necessary to quickly surround them so that they would not have time to go beyond the city. Deputy Prime Minister explained that the operation was to evacuate civilians and send missiles to the areas where there were the most monsters in order to significantly reduce their numbers. Cha Jae-gyun will continue to say that they were also organizing support from the Navy and Air Force. Suddenly, the main character jumped up from his seat and interrupted the man. An excited Han Seung-moon decided to clarify everything the vice minister had just said about his plan. The guy asked if the man really wanted to say that after the evacuation of civilians, he planned to completely destroy Seoul. Cha Jae-kyun calmly confirmed the protagonist's guess and added that they were forced to abandon the idea of rebuilding Seoul. Han Seung-moon was shocked and could not believe that the vice minister who was acting as commander-in-chief wanted to abandon the capital. Cha Jae-gyun calmly replied that as long as the gates above Seoul existed, they would not be able to return the city to its former appearance, even if they cleared it of monsters. Therefore, the vice minister believed that the most rational thing would be to abandon the capital. The main character does not like this at all. Han Seung-moon didn't dare to say it, but she thought that Cha Jae-gyun was quite cruel. The guy continued to silently look at the reserved vice minister and think that the man was more cruel than he imagined. Meanwhile, the man continued to say that despite the developed plan, there was one problem. Han Seung-moon was surprised by this and began to listen carefully. The vice minister said that including the head of the Ground Operations Command that was supposed to carry out the plan, several other commanders opposed the Empty Seoul operation. They insisted on a gradual takeover of all cities and planned to send infantry divisions to critical installations to ensure their safety. Yang Pan-seok believed that the commanders wanted to resolve the situation using only infantry in order to maximally protect the city's assets. The vice minister confirmed this, but added that it was quite difficult to defeat the monsters with regular infantry, since anti-tank artillery and mines had to be used to defeat a monster the size of an elephant. The man continued to say that despite this, Ground Operations Command refused to follow the developed plan. Han Seung-moon immediately asked if the vice minister didn't have the right to give the order, since he was now the commander-in-chief. Cha Jae-gyun only remained silent because it was difficult for him to talk about it. Then the main character asked again why the man simply could not give the order to the commanders. Unexpectedly, Yang Panseok answered this question and said that it was a riot. The congressman explained that all commanders were trying to avoid blame for abandoning the capital and added that their decision did not depend on the effectiveness of the operation. Cha Jae-kyun continued to explain that the Ground Operations Command wanted to retake parts of Seoul one by one, using infantry to protect civilians, but tanks and missiles could not be used. Han Seung-moon asked if the vice minister really wanted the congressman to help him change his mind about the Ground Operations Command while sharing responsibility for the destruction of Seoul. Cha Jae-kyun, as always, cold-bloodedly confirmed the main character's guess. I believe that there was no other way out. The guy heard this and was surprised that as soon as he and Congressman Jan escaped from hell, the political game immediately began. Yang Pan-seok asked if they really had no choice but to abandon Seoul. The congresswoman asked because there were too many assets in this city to neglect them. The man continued to say that Seoul also housed national facilities, infrastructure, and large enterprises, and all of this could disappear. Yang Pan-seok believed that given that the main national assets were located in Seoul, the destruction of the capital was tantamount to abandoning all of South Korea. Cha Jae-kyun agreed that it was indeed a radical operation, but there was no other choice because there were 3 reasons why it was necessary to leave Seoul. The first reason was that the exact number of enemies was not known, because if monsters were to appear endlessly from the gates, then it would be necessary to continue the endless war that was exhausting the country. The second reason was that there were civilians near the monsters, making it impossible to carry out an effective operation. The highest priority, according to the plan, was to evacuate civilians from the battlefield. Finally, the third reason was the gate itself. The vice minister believed that instead of saving objects and assets, it was better to first try to save civilians. The man assumed that the best way to do this was to destroy the gate itself using missiles. However, the question arose whether this would help. Cha Jae-kyun said that, according to unofficial information, Russia has already tried to do this. They sent military planes and launched a nuclear missile at the gates over St. Petersburg. Despite the colossal explosion, it was unable to destroy the gate or even harm it in any way. At the same time, the amount of damage that was caused to the city was impossible to calculate. Han Seung-moon and Yang Pan-seok were shocked when they heard this and could not believe it. Then Cha Jae-kyun extended his consent to the operation to the congressman and considered that the best thing that could be done now was to blockade Seoul to prevent the monsters from capturing new territory. After this, the vice minister sincerely asked the congressman to assist him and make the right choice. The main character looked at the documents and thought that it couldn't be that a man was trying to force only 2 congressmen to sign consent for an operation. Then Han Seung-moon asked whether his name would go down in history as the name of a traitor who abandoned the capital if he signed this agreement. To this, Cha Jae-kyun asked what the congressman was offering in return and asked him to tell him if the guy had any other plan. Of course, the main character had no other plan, so he believed that in such a situation, when all the leaders were dead, only the vice minister had a weapon called power. At the same time, the guy was thinking that in zombie movies, the one who owned a real weapon had power. The main character believed that regardless of the success or failure of the operation, power would still be in the hands of this man if he subjugated the army, and the signature of the congressman could help him with this. Han Seung-moon thought about his own benefit, so he agreed to sign the agreement, insisting that saving civilians was the top priority. Yang Pan-seok also agreed to sign this document, probably pursuing some of his own motives. After this, Vice Minister Cha Jae-kyun rose from his seat and thanked the esteemed congressmen for their assistance to him. After signing the agreement, the congressmen were sent to a temporary detention center for refugees for citizens of Seoul, where there were already quite a lot of people. Pushing through the crowd of refugees, our heroes entered a large building, but even there the space was quite limited. Yang Pan-seok and Han Seung-moon walked further and further, looking into people's faces, trying to find their friends. The first to notice them was Rune, who waved her hand to attract the attention of the main character and loudly said that they were here. After this, the girl led the congressman to a spacious room that used to be a concert hall and is now a place for refugees to stay overnight. People lay on the floor among the things they had managed to take with them from Seoul and waited for further instructions from the military and the government. It was quite noisy around because the refugees had nothing to do except talk. In addition, a huge line of people who wanted to get their portion of food formed across the entire room. Almost in the very corner of the concert hall, there was a place for the family of the reporter Gam and the friends of the main character. Nuna gave the congressman, who had not eaten anything for a long time, a small ration which was intended for one person each, and a bottle of water for two at once. Unexpectedly, Pi Che-wan, whom he had saved, approached Han Seung-moon. The guy did not immediately understand what she wanted from him. Unexpectedly, the girl bowed low and thanked the main character for saving her. The guy was surprised by the unexpectedness. Thanks to this, Han Seung-moon remembered this girl and asked if everything was okay with her and if she was injured, because he had not had the opportunity to ask about this before. Pai Chawan replied that he was fine and continued to thank the guy for leaving the door to the roof open. Hearing this, the main character was very surprised because he did not understand how she could know that it was he who opened the door. Then the guy said that if the girl needed anything, she could contact him. Pai Chawan bowed respectfully again and thanked Han Seung-moon for his kindness and forgot. After this, the main character again began to examine people in order to find out what the situation was like in the temporary detention center for refugees. Soon the guy thought that the atmosphere here was very bad, because in one day, 1 million people became homeless, which made many people despair and could take extreme measures. Congressman Yang agreed with this and said that soon, one onigiri would be divided between 2 or 3 people due to food shortages. The men also believed that if the current situation was not resolved quickly, this way of life could drag on for a long time for hundreds of thousands of people. After this, the protagonist quietly asked the congressman if he thought that the vice minister could simply leave them after receiving the signature. The man denied this. He explained that 2 signatures of congressmen were not enough to make the rebellious subordinates dry up, so the man assumed that the vice minister collected the signatures of all the congressmen and ministers who could be saved. Also, Young Pan-seok thought that the man was a little harsh, but his plan was quite realistic, because it was impossible to take back Seoul without damaging the buildings. The congressman continued to say that the spread of monsters had to be prevented, but it was unclear whether the commanders would be forced to obey the signatures of several people. After this, the protagonist suggested that Cha Jae-gyun wanted them to somehow come and twist the arms of the Ground Operations Command. Yan Pan-seok absolutely agreed with this, but said that in such a case, all the criticism and accusations would be directed at the people who took the first steps. Han Seung-moon was not at all happy to hear this, because it went against his motives and his future carefree life. Congressman Yang went on to say that ultimately the ground command was afraid of public opinion, so they did not obey the vice secretary's orders. Young Pan-seok believed that no one could withstand the explosion of civil resentment that would break out if the commanders agreed to abandon the capital. The man also said that in any case it didn't matter to them which of the plans was correct, because it was the soldiers' business. Young Pan-seok was surprised by this. Congressman Yang explained that all that mattered to them as politicians was which of the 2 plans the citizens would hate more. However, the man believed that there were situations in which it was impossible to determine this, and in such cases it was necessary to help people make the right decision. The congressmen understood each other, so they looked around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. While biting into an onigiri, Yang Pan-seok quietly told his colleague that he had already tried to plan the scenario they needed. Frowning, the main character also said enthusiastically that he also had an idea. Nuna looked at the congressmen who were clearly plotting something and did not understand what they were talking about away from everyone. Very soon, a large group of people gathered near the building where Vice Minister Cha Jae-gyun worked, most of whom were journalists and reporters. People were satisfied that the Martial Law Control Center had started a sudden press conference. Yang Pan-seok and Han Seung-moon, leaning on their crutches, came closer and closer to the door, behind which the noise of surprised journalists could be heard. People across the country watched the live broadcast of the press conference and were surprised that the person answering questions would be Congressman Han Seung-moon, whom few people knew. Finally, to the delight of the journalists, the main character appeared at the doors of the Martial Law Control Center building and was determined to answer all questions. Congressman Yang Pan-seok also came out with him, not even thinking about leaving his colleague alone with the worried people. As soon as the congressman left the building, dozens of cameras and video cameras were aimed at them because everyone wanted to capture this moment. For a while, camera flashes were flying at the main character from everywhere. Han Seung-moon stood still, allowing the photographers to do their job. After that, the guy loudly said his name and said that he was a congressman who needed to address all the citizens of the country. Not long before, he and Congressman Yang had come to the conclusion that they needed to agitate public opinion. Right now, The main character was going to do everything to ensure that people chose the right plan to resolve the current situation. Meanwhile, the work of photographers and cameramen did not stop for a moment. Everyone tried to capture this historical moment in as much detail as possible in order to convey all the information to the citizens of the country and explain to them what was happening. Journalists immediately began asking what the hole in the sky and the monsters that flew out of it were, as well as what the current situation in Seoul was. In addition, journalists were interested in whether the president had really died and what the number of victims was. Despite the large number of questions, the main character was in no hurry to answer them. Han Seung-moon silently looked at the crowd that stood in front of him and was surprised that so many people came to the press conference. This made the guy a little nervous, and he looked uncertainly at Congressman John, who was standing behind him. Young Pan-seok understood what the protagonist was feeling, so he nodded his head slightly as if encouraging him. After making sure that he had done everything correctly, Han Seung-moon finally came to terms with his excitement and recalled his recent conversation with the congressman. Young Pan-seok said that they were going to hold the first press conference since the monster invasion and was glad that there were many reporters around the refugee camp that they wouldn't have to gather. The man also suggested that the vice minister was quite impressed by the idea. After that, he asked whether the main character had already written a speech for the press conference. Han Seung-moon handed his colleague a folder with the text and said that he had already underlined the most important parts and the man only needed to read everything. Young Pan-seok quickly glanced at the text to check its contents. After that, he gave the text back to the main character, asking him not to worry about the fact that there would be a bunch of reporters in front of him. The guy was surprised by this. Han Seung-moon, who did not understand anything, immediately asked if Congressman Yang was planning to personally chair this conference, since it was very important. The man thought that if he went out to the journalists, people would not listen to his words and would not support their idea, because he was already an old man who had lived his life. After this, Congressman Yang thought that young people would like it better if the main character came out to them. In order to calm his colleague, young Pan-seok promised that he would stand next to him, so the guy only had to try to deliver his speech well and influence people's opinions. The main character thought that just as the silkworm fed on mulberry leaves to grow, so the politician fed on attention. The guy also thought that his colleagues would be drooling with envy at this press conference. Han Seung-moon was worried because tens of millions of people in the country would hang on to everything he said, and that this press conference would be used as video footage for years to come. The main character believed that his colleague must have already calculated how his image would improve after this press conference, but now it was no longer important. The man allowed the boy to take advantage of this opportunity, which meant he helped him grow as a politician. So despite everything, it was a unique chance. Han Seung-moon loudly announced his name and addressed the journalists, because for him this was a unique chance to glorify his name throughout the nation. Han Seung-moon said his name loudly and said that before he made his statement, he would like to address the affected citizens in order to offer his condolences as a member of the National Assembly. After this, the guy immediately bowed respectfully in order to show respect, and his words seemed more sincere and convincing. Photographers immediately captured this moment, as evidenced by the bright flashes of cameras that were visible from everywhere. The guy was very pleased with this and mentally asked to take even more photos and write that the congressman who bowed his head was Han Seung-moon. Suddenly, the main character seemed to start losing his balance and almost fell because he couldn't stay on his crutches. Photographers did not miss this moment and immediately captured it on their cameras. Han Seung-moon mentally asked people not to be so surprised, since he was involved in theater activities in college. After this, the guy stood back up as if nothing had happened and prepared to deliver his speech to the journalists. The congressman said that during the disaster that occurred 3 days ago, dubbed Monstergate, countless citizens tragically died. The guy also said that many of his fellow congressmen also said goodbye to life, and now the government was in a situation where it was impossible to count the number of survivors. After that, Han Seung-moon did not forget to mention that President Yu died as a result of the monster attack. This news excited the journalists the most, so they continued to capture everything on their camera without interrupting the main character's speech. Han Seung-moon went on to say that in addition to this, the Prime Minister, most of the other ministers, and many army commanders also died or were unable to contact them. The guy continued to say that at the moment, the legitimate commander-in-chief of the army that ensured the security of the Republic of Korea was Vice Minister of National Defense, Cha Jae-kyun. After these words came the very moment for which this whole press conference was started. The next moment, the protagonist began to say that among the soldiers who were obliged to obey the legitimate commander-in-chief, some individuals staged a mutiny and did not obey orders. Everyone present was very surprised by this statement and could not believe that the military could stage an uprising or carry out a coup d'etat. The public response was achieved. This is exactly what Han Seong-moon wanted, so he started smiling, although he tried to hide it. The main character thought that it was the brainchild that he and Congressman John created and believed that since the soldiers did not want to listen to orders because they were afraid of public opinion, they had to teach them a lesson. After that, the guy remembered the words of his older colleague who said that one of the best ways to drive an opponent into a corner was to make things as difficult as possible. Yang Pan-seok believed that one of the phrases that people hated the most was coup d'etat, which was worth taking advantage of. The protagonist looked at the shocked journalists and thought that from that moment on, everyone involved had to be very careful not to become one of those rebellious soldiers. After this, the guy continued to loudly and confidently say that because of this incident, the plan to evacuate residents from Seoul proposed by the Vice Minister of National Defense was rejected. The protagonist continued to say that if the commanders did not follow the orders of the commander-in-chief and acted independently, it looked like they were using the Korean armed forces as their own private army. Therefore, as a member of the legislature elected by the people, Han Seong-moon assured that he was sincerely concerned about the attempted coup during this period of national crisis. As expected, journalists recorded every word of the congressman, not even suspecting that this was a clear manipulation of the facts. The protagonist continued to say that the most important thing now was to guarantee the safety of citizens, and for this, the armed forces were already developing a plan in which protecting people's lives was the main priority. In addition, the guy assured that using all the firepower of the country, they would definitely destroy all the monsters that, having fallen out of the gate, had already scattered throughout Seoul. Han Seong-moon reassured journalists and citizens of the country that the armed forces had already surrounded the monsters to prevent their further spread. The guy also reported that they were planning to start an operation to destroy the monsters soon, so the residents who still remained in Seoul needed to leave the city quickly. The main character continued to say that citizens who could not evacuate should find shelter in which it would be more difficult for monsters to get them. The guy also made a strong plea to the surviving members of Congress to put aside their political parties so that they could deal with this unprecedented national crisis. Han Seong-moon believed that what was needed now was to create a bipartisan assembly called the Special Committee to Counter the Monstergate Crisis. The guy also told reporters that due to the huge number of deaths among congressmen, the number of relevant members has sharply decreased. Therefore, the protagonist asked the surviving congressmen to quickly gather in the hall of the National Assembly, which was created during the war. It turned out that under Busan, there was a National Assembly Hall designed for wartime. It was built in advance, and information about its existence was kept in strict secrecy. The guy continued to say that although the National Assembly Hall was destroyed, at the meeting they would condemn the commanders who attempted the coup d'etat and decide what to do with the monsters. The protagonist promised that ultimately they did everything possible to ensure the safety of citizens throughout the country. Cha Jae-kyun watched from his office window as the boy said that those who tried to use the army for their own personal gain or ignored the orders of the legitimate commander-in-chief would be severely punished. Shortly before the press conference, Congressman Yang said that they needed to find a way to control the deputy prime minister after he took over the army. The man also believed that they needed to convene a national assembly as quickly as possible if they did not want to bend under the power of Cha Jae-kyun. Yang Pan-seok was confident that if the meeting could gather its thoughts into a single whole, then thanks to its power, they would be able to keep state affairs under control. They will also be able to influence the lifting of martial law and even the impeachment of the commander-in-chief with this help. In front of reporters, Han Seong-moon promised that the congressman would make every effort to deal with the current situation and ensure the security of a free and fair Republic of Korea and its people as soon as possible. News soon emerged that after Congressman Khan mentioned in his speech the attempted coup by some military personnel, angry citizens began protesting across the country. Millions of citizens took to the streets to express their discontent against the military rebellion. People demanded that the military stop any attempts to start a civil war and expressed their dissatisfaction with the coup d'etat. The news reported that this morning all the provincial political services had decided to respond to the alarm to prevent a coup, and therefore each of them was carefully monitoring the army's movements. The idea of the protagonist and Congressman Yang using the media quickly had an effect because Korea had gone through 2 coups, and so the decision to use another rebellion as a basis turned out to be very effective. The Ground Operations Command quickly switched over and immediately showed obedience, as if they had never opposed the order. So Vice Minister Cha Jae-gyun was able to easily take over the army. Despite the late hour, work at the Martial Law Control Center continued. The protagonist, along with the Deputy Prime Minister and Congressman Yan, listened to the military man's report. A man in military uniform asked to be allowed to explain the plan to evacuate Seoul's citizens and the plan to contain the city. The man began to say that today, starting at 6 a.m., 4 infantry divisions of the military will be used to evacuate fleeing civilians outside the city and distribute refugees to different areas. At the same time, the 1st Corps and the 7th Armored Corps will begin to implement the plan to contain Seoul. The 1st Corps will use its overwhelming firepower to slowly advance south. The man continued to say that the 7th Armored Corps would advance on the northern areas of the city. Congressman Yang began to say that the Korean army had super powerful artillerymen, and if you look at the number of self-propelled and field artillery, as well as tanks, the country ranked 3rd in the world in firepower. In addition, the man insisted that the 7th Armored Corps was a large army unit that included most of Korea's tanks, and in the event of war, it was capable of capturing Pyongyang in 7 hours. Han Sung-moon was very surprised by this and asked the military man if this was really the case. The man continued to say that the 7th Armored Corps and the 1st Corps would attack the monsters and seal off the city, while the remaining divisions would monitor the rear and the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. After this report, Yang Pan-seok turned to the main character and asked if he understood everything. Han Sung-moon confidently replied that he understood everything, although in reality he simply pretended to understand the details that were not described. Meanwhile, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. The gate in the sky continued to study the bright light and send bloodthirsty monsters to the earth. Some of them have already found their prey, and the rest of the people who were unlucky enough to meet these dangerous creatures on their way have arrived. Suddenly, the space around was filled with a loud sound that gradually increased in volume. This attracted the attention of the monsters, who immediately raised their heads up. The monsters saw a multitude of bright lights that became brighter with each passing second. The next moment, a huge explosion was heard that easily destroyed the bloodthirsty creatures, tearing them to pieces. The soldiers reported to their commander that the artillery preparation after the recent shot had been completed. Thus began the implementation of the plan to contain Seoul. From 6 o'clock in the morning, the roar of artillery did not cease for a moment. All the country's might was directed towards one city in order to secure the surrounding areas. The soldiers meekly carried out the orders of their commanders, who no longer questioned the vice minister's plan. The crews of the combat vehicles carried out their duty for several days, not giving the monsters a chance to survive. During these days, the capital of the state, captured by monsters, was burning from the explosion of artillery shells in its streets. The alien creatures that emerged from the gates did not expect such resistance and ran away from the explosions in horror. The bloodthirsty monsters intended to leave the city as quickly as possible, but an obstacle appeared on their way. The tank corps, which was advancing deep into the captured city, was ordered to prevent the monsters from breaking through the capital. Seeing the enemy in their path, all tanks simultaneously and immediately fired. The bloodthirsty creatures immediately tore themselves apart, unable to cope with the powerful explosions. The tank corps continued to clear the city despite superior numbers of enemies. In total, about 15,000 shots were fired over Seoul over 3 days. 3 days of intense bombardment managed to prevent the monsters from escaping the city. But with the monsters continuing to emerge from the gates, there was no certainty as to how long the blockade would last. Yang Pan-seok informed his colleague that he was going to visit the temporary Supreme Prosecutor's office, which was located in Sejong, in order to quickly bring the acting Prosecutor General into their party. Congressman Jan were also interested in what should be done with the wife and daughter of reporter Gam and Nuna. The man suggested that perhaps they should tell Vice Minister Cha Jae-kyun about their extraordinary abilities. Han Sung-moon didn't understand why this had to be done, but he was interested in how the man would react to learning about superpowers. It was decided that the congressman would discuss everything after Yang Pan-seok returned from Sejong. After that, the guy went to the Martial Law Control Center. As it turned out, This building had quite comfortable premises for accommodating refugees, but of course not for everyone. Reporter Gam and his wife heard someone enter the room, and so they immediately looked at the unexpected guest. As it turned out, it was the main character who was interested in how his friends were doing. Everyone immediately crowded around him in order to talk to him. Reporter Gam began to say that he felt a little ashamed in front of the other refugees because he felt privileged, but this place was really beautiful and safe. In addition, our heroes were given enough food and water, which was different from the conditions in the refugee center. The protagonist looked at all this and believed that this was the appropriate reward that the vice minister gave them. He also assumed that this implied their further cooperation. Afterwards, Han Seong-moon asked reporter Gam how he was feeling and whether his recently injured neck was bothering him. The man showed his scar and began to say that he himself could not believe that such a serious wound had completely healed. Otherwise, everything was just perfect. The man also said that just in case he had undergone an examination at a military hospital, and they said that his blood vessels, muscles, and bones were fine. Unexpectedly, Qian Huarong bowed respectfully to the protagonist and thanked him for allowing them to use the military hospital. After this, Han Seong-moon asked the woman if she could see the blue clouds around her that Ji-yoon had spoken of. The woman replied that they were not completely blue, as her daughter had said, but when the girl made something float or fly, she was able to distinguish them. Hearing this, the main character assumed that the blue clouds and the super abilities of his comrades were somehow connected. Qian Huarong agreed with this, especially considering the fact that she saw the clouds more clearly when she concentrated or used her ability. After this, reporter Gama's wife took the glass and asked Han Seong-moon to look at it carefully. The woman held a completely empty glass in front of the guy. It was unclear what was supposed to happen next. Suddenly, the glass began to change to a bright blue color, and some liquid appeared inside it. The main character was very surprised by this. The guy was shocked by what had just happened. He looked at the contents of the glass with wide eyes and asked how the woman had managed to do this. Qian Huarong couldn't explain it, but she said that if you look closely, the main character will understand that it was ordinary water. After smelling the contents of the glass, Han Seong-moon agreed that the liquid looked like the regular water they drank every day. After this, the main character was not afraid to drink this water, taking several large sips. Han Seong-moon continued to look at the contents of the glass in surprise, not understanding how this could even be possible. The guy asked the reporter Gama's wife if it was just plain clean water. The woman confirmed it. The main character heard this and was delighted that it was possible to simply create matter out of nothing. He also believed that the scale of superpowers could be much broader than he thought. Suddenly, someone outside the room entered and asked if Congressman Han Seong-moon was there. The guy immediately turned around to see who was looking for him. It was a man in a military uniform who needed to say something to the main character. He told the boy that Vice Minister Cha Jae-gyun wanted to meet with him right now. Soon, Han Seong-moon was already in the office of the Vice Minister, who was interested in how the guy was living in the dorm. The main character thanked the man for his care and said that all his comrades were very pleased with their new and comfortable place to live. Cha Jae-gyun replied that it was nothing compared to how the main character helped him, so the man asked him not to be shy about asking if the guy needed anything. Han Seong-moon thanked the vice minister again and suggested that it was common practice for the congressman to deal with such issues. Suddenly, Cha Jae-gyun turned to the protagonist with a serious expression and placed something on the table in front of him. The man continued to say that he received an interesting report from the rescue squad helicopter. His camera captured the moment when the guy and Pai Chai-wan, for some mysterious reason, were hanging in the air. Han Seong-moon was shocked by this, but tried not to show it. However, he understood that he was in an unpleasant situation. Meanwhile, the vice minister asked the protagonist to explain to him what happened there. Han Seong-moon realized that now he couldn't hide the existence of the superpowers that appeared in people after the gate appeared, even if he wanted to, because he needed Cha Jae-gyun's trust. After thinking a little and plucking up his courage, the main character turned to the vice minister in order to tell him everything honestly. The guy didn't know how best to present this information, so he asked the man directly whether he believed in the existence of extrasensory abilities. After some time, Cha Jae-gyun sat in his office with an unperturbed expression and watched what the main character had prepared for him. The vice minister watched as Ji-yoon was able to easily fly into the air and stay there for a while. Han Seong-moon watched the man's reaction closely. Kaeon Hwaran began to say that her daughter could already descend, but the joyful girl wanted to fly even more. Meanwhile, Han Seong-moon turned to the vice minister and asked if he now believed in the existence of extrasensory abilities, while thinking that the man now had no choice. Cha Jae-gyun couldn't answer this and just watched the child flying around his office without looking away, not believing what was happening. The demonstration of abilities did not end there. The protagonist handed Hwaran an empty glass, making it clear that she had to show off her skills. At that very moment, the glass began to glow brightly with a blue light and fill with water. Cha Jae-gyun was very surprised that water could be created in this way. After this, the vice minister began to closely examine the glass that the woman had just been holding in her hands, as if trying to find an explanation for what had happened. Finally, the man clarified whether it was because of the influence of the gate that people's physical abilities had significantly increased and that someone could now heal even the mortally wounded. Han Seung-moon added that when the monsters died, blue gems appeared from their bodies. They gave one of these to Ji-yun, after which she began to fly. Hearing this, Cha Jae-gyun became very interested in the blue gems that the main character had just mentioned. After some time, our heroes entered a large hangar in which military equipment was stored and a warehouse was located. Cha Jae-gyun said that he had already received reports about gems that had studied blue light. They were left after the bombing, and since their nature was unknown, the man ordered them all to be collected. Han Seung-moon was shocked when he saw the amount of gems that the military managed to collect after killing the monsters. In front of the main character stood two large boxes completely filled with crystals that glowed brightly. The guy couldn't take his eyes off it and said that it was just an incredible amount of stones. Cha Jae-gyun clarified that Ji-yun's abilities had indeed increased after she absorbed those stones. After this, the vice minister began to think about what would happen if the girl absorbed all the stones that they had. It seemed like Hwaran didn't like the idea, so she covered her daughter with her hands as if she was trying to protect her from Cha Jae-gyun. Suddenly, the main character stood between them and asked the vice minister not to sleep like that, because the girl had only swallowed a couple of small stones. The guy continued to say that they weren't sure if they could absorb so many crystals at once. Plus, there could be side effects. Suddenly, Ji-yun began to rush towards the crystals with great enthusiasm, saying that she wanted to eat them all. This greatly surprised her mother and the main character. Unexpectedly, Hwaran said that she would try to absorb the gems first, because they probably didn't know what could happen. Han Seung-moon asked if the woman was sure of this. She replied that if her daughter could do it, then she should be able to do it too. The woman continued saying that she was worried, but as a doctor she wanted to understand how her ability Han Seung-moon worked. You didn't know about it before. Because of this, the main character began to worry and think that Hwaran's ability was very important, and it would be very bad if something happened to her. Rune seemed to read her cousin's thoughts, so she suddenly said that she would be the one to try to absorb the crystals. The girl explained that if something happens, it would be better if it happened to her because no one here had such good health as she did. The guy started to dissuade Rune, saying that she didn't have to do it because something could really go wrong. The girl replied that they wouldn't know about it if they didn't try. These words did not calm Han Seung-moon down at all, but he still agreed with his cousin's words. After this, the main character said that they would all stay outside in order to be saved if anything happened. Rune didn't like this at all, and she asked the guy to stay next to her. After this, the girl got ready and, despite her worries, carefully took the mysterious crystals in her hand. The stones immediately began to emit a bright blue light that surprised the main character and his cousin. As soon as Rune took the crystals in her hand, they immediately began to emit a bright blue light that surprised the main character and his cousin. Cha Jae-gyun also watched with great surprise and humbly waited to see what would come of it all. Gradually, the bright light began to fade, which indicated that the girls had managed to absorb them. When she finished everything, the main character asked how Rune felt. Was she dizzy or did she feel pain somewhere? But the girl just remained silent because she was still surprised. Still, she replied that everything was fine with her and that her body seemed to become lighter and her head cleared up. Hearing this, Han Seung-moon suggested to his cousin that she try to hit the war machine as a test. Rune immediately did so, causing a loud thud to echo throughout the room. The blow was so powerful that it moved the multi-ton tank from its place, and so we moved it to the side, causing even more noise. The main character was shocked by this result. Cha Jae-gyun was probably also very surprised by this, although he kept his cool. After the dust settled, it became clear that the impact had left a huge dent in the tank's armor. The vice minister looked at this dent with great surprise, not believing that such a thing was even possible. The man was amazed at the powerful abilities that the crystals that fell after the death of monsters gave to people. After this, Cha Jae-gyun approached Hwaran and her daughter and suggested that they also try to strengthen their abilities. Han Seung-moon looked at reporter Gam's wife, worried about what her answer would be. At this, the woman only nodded her head slightly, agreeing to try to absorb the crystals. Then, Qian Huaran, a little worried, timidly took the crystals in her hand and began to watch as they studied the bright light. At the same time, her daughter took it all with a smile, because this was not the first time for her and she knew that everything would be fine. After everything was over, the main character asked the woman how she felt and whether there had been any changes. Qian Huarang replied that she seemed to be able to see them better. Han Seung-moon did not understand what the woman was talking about or what she saw. Reporter Gama's wife explained that she clearly saw these blue particles, which looked very much like dense clouds, just as Ji-yoon had said. After this, the woman tried to move her hand through the air in order to test her extrasensory abilities. At that very moment, a large clot of clear, transparent water appeared out of nowhere in the air, which greatly surprised the main character. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon saw that the clot began to lose its shape, and the water quickly fell down. A large stream of cold water immediately doused Vice Minister Cha Jae-gyun, who did not have time to step aside. Despite this awkward incident, the man remained calm and unperturbed. Qian Huarang apologized for this unpleasant incident. Han Seung-moon asked if the man was okay, and then said that he couldn't even imagine that it was possible to create so much water out of nothing. Cha Jae-gyun didn't listen to the guy at all, because he was very worried about what was happening in the room right now. The main character looked away with incomprehension. Han Seung-moon looked up and saw that heavy military equipment was floating in the air like a feather. As expected, it was the work of Ji-yoon, who was also in the air and laughing happily despite her mother's request to immediately put everything down on the ground. Cha Jae-gyun looked thoughtfully at one of the crystals and was surprised that this small stone could give people such abilities. After this, the man turned to the main character and suggested that he also use gems to enhance his skills. Han Seung-moon declined with regret, because he, like the vice minister, could not absorb them. Cha Jae-gyun looked again at the boxes in which there were still many crystals and thought about something. After this, the man asked the main character if they could talk to him alone. Soon Han Seung-moon's friends left the room, and the boy and the vice minister sat down at the table to discuss everything. Cha Jae-gyun thanked the protagonist for revealing such important information, and added that he would never have thought that these stones had such power. The congressman replied that he knew that it would be difficult to believe his words, so he waited for the opportunity to show everything in person. In fact, the guy wanted to tell about everything as late as possible. The man thoughtfully continued to say that when a person's body absorbed stones dropped by monsters, his abilities were strengthened almost like leveling up characters in games. The protagonist was surprised by this word and asked if the vice minister played games. Cha Jae-gyun confirmed this and explained that he played to get closer to the younger generation. After this, the man asked what they should name these stones and suggested calling them either the Blue Stone or the Stones of Super Abilities. Han Seung-moon decided to suggest his own name and felt that the name Magic Stones sounded more appropriate. The vice minister thought about it but still agreed with it because these stones really were magical. Then the main character thought that now they could only roughly judge the value of the crystals, but they could definitely become an extremely valuable resource. Cha Jae-gyun silently looked at the boxes with glowing stones and thought scrupulously about something. Han Seung-moon roughly understood what the man was thinking, because there was only one thing that the commander-in-chief could think about, who had just seen such abilities. The guy was sure that the vice minister was thinking about how they could use these stones to fight the monsters and what he needed to do to make these superhumans obey him. Finally, the man turned to the boy and said that he had one proposal, which was to first collect all the crystals that they had and those that were yet to be obtained. After that, Cha Jae-gyun suggested letting Nuna absorb all these crystals so that she would increase her ability many times over. The protagonist was very surprised by this. The congressman was not at all sure about this, because often in movies, people in such cases overloaded and exploded or turned into monsters due to such effects. Han Seung-moon continued to say that it would be very sad if he lost a member of his family like that. Then the guy thought that the vice minister should have experimented on someone else. Cha Jae-gyun understood that this was too personal a request, so he did not try to persuade the main character. Unexpectedly, Han Seung-moon said that he was sure that more superhumans would join their group. The vice minister was surprised by this because he did not understand why the guy thought so. The congressman explained that if this force appeared from the gate, then it was obvious that there were quite a few superhumans, since among them alone there were already 3 people. The main character believed that some people simply might not understand what was happening to them, while others might have weak abilities because they had not yet encountered magic stones. Therefore, Han Seung-moon suggested finding a volunteer and letting him absorb the remaining stones they had. The guy also thought that this needed to be done to see if this person would die. Cha Jae-kyun listened carefully to the congressman and asked if he really meant a live experiment. Han Seung-moon confirmed this but clarified that everything would happen within the limits set by the volunteers, since this is what they always did when developing new drugs for a vaccine. After that, the guy asked if they could find a volunteer using the powers of the vice minister and conduct a test on the absorption of magic stones. Cha Jae-kyun, without taking his stern gaze off the main character, thought for a while, reflecting on everything that the congressman had just told him. However, the man replied that the magic stones in the operation zone could be collected by their workers, and over time it would most likely be possible to increase the amount of this resource received. The vice minister went on to say that as commander-in-chief, he planned to mobilize intelligence forces through the National Intelligence Agency to find more superhumans. After this, Cha Jae-kyun suggested that if they could gather all the superhumans together, they could use them against the monsters. Han Seung-moon immediately saw through the vice minister's plan and realized that he was planning to create a special squad of superhumans. Then the main character said that, in his opinion, this was a pretty serious problem. In fact, the guy thought that it was necessary to do this from the very beginning. After that, the guy thought that now was the time for the main topic of conversation, and most likely the man called him to talk alone to ask him to do something. Cha Jae-kyun asked whether the boy had said at the press conference that the Wartime National Assembly was planning to create a new special committee to counter the Monster Gate. The protagonist confirmed this and added that he did not know how many congressmen survived, but they would try to give it their all. The deputy prime minister then asked whether the special commission to counteract the Monster Gates would consider bills concerning the situation. Han Seung-moon confirmed this, and he believed that it would be necessary to adopt new laws that would be based on what was happening in the country. Suddenly, the man extended his hand to the boy and said that if the safety of the nation was above all else for him, then the Wartime National Assembly would definitely pass laws regarding psychics. Hearing this, Han Seung-moon mentally assumed that the vice minister was literally telling him that he wanted to control superhumans and asked for cooperation. Still, the main character will answer that this is exactly how it will be because he understood that this was a serious global crisis. Afterwards, the men shook hands and Cha Jae-kyun thanked the congressman for his understanding. At the same time, the guy thought that the vice minister now had all the power in his hands because he was the commander-in-chief and therefore had administrative powers and controlled the army and the special services. However, the protagonist had no intention of bowing down to him. He wanted to use his authority in all areas and completely dominate Cha Jae-kyun. After some time, Congressman Yang returned, and so the protagonist asked him how he went to the temporary Supreme Prosecutor's office and what happened to the government complex in Sejong. Yang Pan-seok replied that there was chaos there now, as most of Seoul's ministers had either died or disappeared. The man continued to say that the plan to blockade the capital was almost completed. In the north, a line of defense connecting several areas of the city was completed. Thousands of refugees were allowed into the northern areas of Gyeonggi-do, and there were plans to expand residential areas all the way to Gangwon-do. Congressman, let's continue saying that everything was fine with Ganbuk-gu, but there was trouble with Gangnam-gu because monsters appeared there, just like in Anyang. Hearing this, Han Seung-moon asked if the military was eventually able to reach Gyeonggi. The man replied that the 7th Tank Corps was moving too fast, which resulted in a breakdown in formation. Therefore, a task force was created to clear the rear, but difficulties arose because among the monsters there were many civilians who were trying to escape to a safe place. The main character was very sorry about this failure and assumed that everything could have gone differently if they had already had a special squad of superhumans. The guy thought that someone like Rune could catch monsters and Ji-yoon would lift civilians into the air and evacuate them. Yang Pan-seok was surprised when he heard this and asked if the vice minister was talking about creating a squad of superhumans. Han Seung-moon confirmed this and said that he would have done the same since the effectiveness of superhumans was confirmed during the evacuation. The guy didn't know exactly whether Cha Jae-kyun wanted to save the country or enslave it, but he was sure if they had a squad of superhumans, then everything would become possible. Yang Pan-seok assumed that the vice minister would soon become the king of kings because he was already the commander-in-chief, the commander of the national forces, and now he also wanted to command a detachment of superhumans. Therefore, the man believed that now only the National Assembly was able to resist Cha Jae-gyun, so it was necessary to urgently gather all the surviving congressmen and hold a meeting. Han Seung-moon agreed with this and thought that if the majority of the congressmen voted yes, they would be able to lift martial law and thereby limit the powers of the vice minister. Suddenly, Yang Pan-seok said that it was necessary to open a national assembly to create a special commission to counter the monster gates, as the protagonist suggested. After this, Han Seung-moon asked his colleague to prepare the organization of counterforces, while he remained at the martial law headquarters for the time being. Yang Pan-seok didn't understand why he had to do this, because the idea of creating a commission belonged to the guy, so it was he who should have personally supervised everything. Then the main character said that the vice minister asked the National Intelligence Agency to find superhumans in order to gather them together and use them. The guy believed that in the future, superhumans would be more valuable than anything else in the world, and perhaps they would even decide the fate of the Republic of Korea. Therefore, Han Seung-moon insisted that now it was very important how many superhumans they could find, and for this he needed to do his job next to the vice minister. Yang Pan-seok said that he understood what the guy was up to. After that, the man informed that he was going to prepare for the National Assembly. After talking with his colleague, the main character returned to the dormitory alone. Along with this, he thought that since the National Intelligence Agency had been mobilized, the appearance of new superhumans here was only a matter of time. The guy saw this as a threat, because the more superhumans the vice minister found, the harder it would be to control him. So it would be great if he himself could recognize at least one. With these, Han Seung-moon entered the room and immediately forgot about everything when he saw something. The main character noticed Rune, who was standing by her bed and making some movements with her hands. Han Seung-moon turned to his forge with a puzzled expression and asked what she was doing. The girl explained that she became stronger when she absorbed that magic stone, but her muscles remained the same, so she did not understand how she became stronger without changing at all. Han Seung-moon looked the girl over from head to toe and agreed that indeed nothing had changed. After this, the main character took hold of the skin on Nuna's stomach and added that here too everything was the same. These words made the girl very angry, so she immediately raised her fist and assumed that someone here wanted to die. The next moment, the fist flew straight towards the main character, who began to scream loudly because he knew about the destructive power of his cousin. This frantic scream instantly made the girl remember that she shouldn't just hit people. Rune managed to stop the fist in time and did not hit the main character, Han Seung-moon, who remained in shock for some time and could not come to his senses. The girl immediately began to apologize for this, justifying her actions by the fact that Han Seung-moon provoked her to do this with his words. Suddenly, the main character asked the girl if she thought it was strange. Rune did not understand what her cousin was asking about. Han Seung-moon began to remember how they ran away from the monster, and the girl carried him on her back, and then even threw him up. On the yacht, the girl also hit the main character, but he didn't feel that she had become stronger. It was like her most ordinary blow. Han Seung-moon continued to think that it wasn't as painful as it should have been. Rune still didn't understand what the guy was getting at. Without explaining anything, the main character suddenly asked his cousin to hit him really hard this time. The girl was afraid to make Han Seung-moon's plan come true, so she lightly touched his face with her fist. The main character was unhappy with this and confidently repeated that the girl needed to hit him with all her strength because he needed to check something. Clenching her hand into a fist and preparing to attack, Rune asked one last time if the guy really needed this. After this, the girl again lightly hit her cousin, afraid of harming him. The main character realized that it was necessary to take special measures, so he touched the girl's stomach again and said that he had wanted to eat fatty meat for a long time, so he offered to have it for dinner. Rune immediately became furious and hit Han Seung-moon in the face with all her might, while reminding him that he shouldn't do that again. The main character immediately began to scream loudly from the terrible pain, clutching his head. The girl was very scared because she realized what she had just done. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon began to grimace and say that his head did not hurt at all despite the girl's strong blow. After that, the guy asked his cousin to hit him again, so at that very second, the girl immediately attacked the main character. Han Seung-moon realized that his guess was correct because he didn't feel any pain at all. The main character began to rejoice greatly and think that he also had superpowers that protected him. Then Han Seung-moon turned to Il-ho and asked him to hit him too. The guy was very surprised at first, but the main character explained that everything was normal and it was a test. After that, Il-ho hit his friend in the face with all his might, as he had asked. Han Seung-moon was very surprised by the result of the experiment because he felt this pain very well. Il-ho remained unaware of what kind of test it was. The main character did not understand why he felt pain from his friend's blow and assumed that it was not the ability protecting his body. In order to check everything once again, the guy turned to his cousin and she immediately understood what needed to be done. The girl, without a doubt, hit the main character in the face. After this, Han Seung-moon turned to Il-ho, who also quickly realized what he needed to do. Just like the first time, the main character didn't feel pain only when Rune hit him. This left even more questions, so the guy didn't understand what his superpower was. The next moment, Han Seung-moon guessed that his ability was to be his cousin's personal punching bag. Rune seemed to have read the main character's thoughts, so already warming up her fingers, she assumed that now she could beat the guy as much as her heart desired. The frightened Han Seung-moon immediately began to deny it and say that he still felt a little pain, even from her blows. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Cheon-hwaran appeared and suggested finishing the test, after which she asked the protagonist to turn to face her. The woman put her hand to the large hematoma on the guy's face, and then began to use her abilities as evidenced by the bright blue glow. After a few seconds, there was nothing left of the beating on Han Seung-moon's face, which surprised him greatly. For some time, the main character was surprised that the pain he felt after Il-ho's blow actually disappeared. Suddenly, Rune began to persistently ask her cousin to let her hit him hard again, since he was already feeling better. This really scared the guy. However, this did not stop the girl. She laughed loudly, and calling the guy her personal punching bag, asked him to come to her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a stream of water appeared and splashed right into Nuna's face, which instantly calmed her down. The shocked girl immediately looked at Cheon-hwaran and thought that she was the culprit of what happened, but the woman herself was very surprised and therefore denied it. After that, Nuna and Cheon-hwaran looked at the main character with a puzzled expression because there was no one else to do it. Han Seung-moon also didn't understand what happened, but he was scared, fearing his cousin's anger. Still, the main character timidly asked if it was really he who did it. Despite the late hour, the dormitory at the Martial Law Control Center was still open. The main character was somehow floating in the air while Ji-yoon was holding his hand. Han Seung-moon himself was surprised by this and cannot believe that his guess actually worked. The guy assumed that he could exchange powers with those he touched, so he could have the physical abilities of Nuna, create water like Cheon-hwaran, and even float in the air like Ji-yoon. The reporter Gama's wife asked if it was just an exchange and not a full use of abilities, since she could only create water and the main character could shoot it. Han Seung-moon justified himself by saying that it happened instinctively because his cousin was going to attack him. Suddenly Ji-yoon turned to the guy and said that she wanted to show him something, and for this she needed him to shoot water at her. Han Seung-moon did not understand what would come out of this, so he doubted, but the girl, being confident in her abilities, stunned the main character. Nevertheless, the main character decided to try and so, waving his hand, released a stream of water at the child. Ji-yoon watched as the stream of water flew straight at her and was about to do something unexpected. The next moment, the girl put her hand in front of the water flying at her and used her ability, causing the room to be illuminated by a bright blue light. That's where it all ended. It turned out that the child managed to use his abilities to block the flow of water that was quickly flying into her. This really surprised the main character. Han Seung-moon immediately asked Ji-yoon how she managed to do this. The girl childishly answered that she took a blue cloud and began to spin it, which he demonstrated with his hands. Looking around, the main character said that although not clearly enough, he could also see these blue clouds. Han Seung-moon couldn't believe that he had superpowers with which he could borrow powers from other superhumans and even use them. The main character believed that such an unstable force was just right for a weakling like him. Han Seung-moon was also glad that he also had superpowers because it was a great trump card. After this, the guy turned to those present and said that he needed to ask them for something, so they should listen to him. The next day, the protagonist came to the vice minister to tell him the latest news. The presence of security at the door indicated that the man was in his office. A joyful Han Seung-moon turned to Cha Jae-kyun and confidently declared that he too was a superhuman. It seemed that the man was very surprised by this, but as always he didn't show it, remaining just as cold-blooded. Nevertheless, the vice minister put the documents aside and asked if the main character had awakened his powers. Han Seung-moon confirmed this and said that by touching a person, he received his powers. The guy also assured that this was verified by many tests. Cha Jae-kyun saw the guy's abilities in action and was surprised that one incident could give birth to 4 superhumans at once, and thought that it was simply incredible. After this, the man began to regret that they did not have more such people in such a difficult time. From the man's reaction, Han Sung-moon immediately realized that something bad had happened, so she asked the vice minister to tell him about it. Cha Jae-kyun began to say that the evacuating refugees were attacked and as a result did not suffer huge losses. After this, the main character immediately asked if the vice minister was able to find more superhumans. Cha Jae-kyun replied that the members of the National Intelligence Agency, military officers and non-commissioned officers, were given magic stones, but there was not a single superhuman among them. Hearing this, the main character assumed that the search would take too much time and most likely the detection level would also decrease over time. Suddenly, the vice minister declared that they did not need just supermen. They needed supermen who were able to work together with the army and were ready to sacrifice themselves for the country. Han Sung-moon thought that since many magic stones were spent on searching for superhumans, they should have listened, otherwise it would be a waste. The main character continued to think that the vice minister needed superhumans who were loyal to the country and under his control, but there were none. At the same time, Han Sung-moon already had 3 superhumans, not including himself. Suddenly, the congressman turned to Cha Jae-kyun and asked if he had anything to offer him. Without wasting much time, the guy immediately asked if the vice minister would like to go into business with him. The man was very surprised by this proposal. The discouraged Cha Jae-kyun did not understand why the main character was offering him such a thing and said that a politician had no need for business. Han Seong-moon himself believed that politics and business were 2 sides of the same coin. After this, the main character asked the vice minister for help in creating a public fund. This request caused Cha Jae-kyun to have even more questions, so he began to listen carefully to the guy. Han Sung-moon continued to say that in order to control the superhumans, he had 3 conditions, the first of which was to create a group of superhumans who would save civilians and kill monsters. The guy explained that superhumans like Nanu and Ji-yun were walking equipment that could be used not only in battles with monsters but also for rescue work. According to the second condition, it was necessary to build a research center that would study the methods of using superhumans. Hearing this, the vice minister asked if there was a law according to which the study of superhumans was considered a public service. Han Seong-moon pointed to his congressional badge and said that such a law simply had to be passed. The third condition of the main character was the creation of an organization for the development of superhumans. Simply put, the guy proposed creating a shelter. It seemed that Cha Jae-kyun did not like these conditions at all, but he silently continued to listen to Han Seong-moon's speech. The guy continued to say that already now it was possible to count at least 100,000 minor children who had lost their families, and he believed that the country had to provide them with warmth as quickly as possible. Cha Jae-kyun didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he felt that for now, this issue should be put aside. Then the main character said that children also had powers, and Ji-yun was an example of this, because the presence of abilities did not depend on age. Hearing this, the vice minister asked if the main character had just said that they should have used children who had lost their home and parents. The guy insisted that they needed a system to take care of these orphans, and if there were superhumans among them, then they needed to be given a chance to contribute to society. Han Seong-moon will continue to argue that these children could have been sent to recovery and rescue teams. Cha Jae-kyun clarified whether the main character really wanted to control superhumans with the help of a research center, an orphanage, and a special service. The protagonist wanted the foundation to be opened by superhumans who would catch monsters and save people in order to maintain its public image, dominate knowledge about superpowers and their owner with the help of a research center, and raise superhumans in shelters. The guy continued to think that in order to create a fund, it was necessary to go through many stages that would take years, but the commander-in-chief could control any actions within their jurisdiction. Cha Jae-kyun was also worried about whether all this would turn into problems, and whose money would be used to implement all these plans. The next moment, Han Seong-moon, with a good-natured smile on his face, declared that all this would be done with the vice minister's money. The guy explained that it was possible to pretend that this was an order from the military and that they would also provide the funding. In that case, the research center would share the results of its research with them. After hearing all this, Cha Jae-kyun began to slowly rise from his chair, addressing the congressman as he did so. The man then said that the fund the guy was talking about would only exist on paper, after which he asked if it really wasn't a defense industry. Hearing this, Han Seong-moon smiled and thought that the vice minister understood him perfectly. After this, A seemingly dissatisfied Cha Jae-gyun asked if the main character knew what all this was called. Han Seung-moon immediately responded without any hesitation that it was called corruption in the Ministry of Defense. Cha Jae-kyun insisted that it was a criminal offense that was destroying the nation, so the creation of this public fund was impossible. Then the man turned to Nuna and asked if she was planning to join the service. This question discouraged the girl. Nevertheless, the vice minister continued to say that if the answer was positive, the girl would immediately be appointed as an officer in the field forces and would also be provided with any living conditions she asked for. Han Seung-moon was surprised by what was happening and did not understand what the man was trying to do here, assuming that he wanted to bribe his people. Suddenly, Pai Chae-won, alarmed by something, burst into the office and loudly addressed the main character. The girl grabbed the guy by the hand and loudly said that they all needed to evacuate from here immediately. Han Seung-moon was very surprised and asked what happened. The next moment, the guy heard inside himself someone's unfamiliar voice that wished death on the vice minister. Han Seung-moon, not understanding anything, immediately looked at Cha Jae-gyun, who walked up to the window and was staring at something. The man looked at the sky and saw a helicopter that for some reason was flying in his direction. Suddenly, the helicopter began to sharply decrease its altitude, as if intending to fly into the building of the Martial Law Control Center. Shocked, Han Seung-moon and Cha Jae-kyun watched as the helicopter flew closer and closer to them, not understanding what all this meant. It was clearly visible through the glass that the helicopter was being controlled by only one pilot, who was clearly not himself. The man cried from fear and shouted loudly, wishing death on the vice minister. Seeing this, Han Seung-moon immediately turned to Ji-yoon and extended his hand to her. The girl immediately understood what the main character intended to do, so after a few seconds the whole room was blinded by a bright blue light. Meanwhile, the helicopter crashed into the barrier at high speed, never reaching the building housing the Martial Law Control Center. A moment later, an even more blinding light entered the room, causing everyone present to close their eyes. The helicopter exploded after hitting the barrier. The loud sound of the explosion echoed throughout the area and debris flew in all directions. Some time passed. Black smoke from the wreckage of the exploded helicopter still rose high into the sky. The military was already eliminating the consequences of the explosion and conducting an investigation trying to find out what happened and who was behind it. The vice minister watched the whole thing from his office window and said that security told him that one of the helicopter pilot's family members had been accidentally shot by the National Army, so it could have been revenge. The recent events and the attempt on his life had left Cha Jae-gyun very worried, so he wasn't feeling very well right now. After that, she turned to the main character and said that he owed him his life, so he thanked him and asked for forgiveness for saying too much. To this, Han Seung-moon said that the man should have thanked Ji-yoon, since it was she who possessed incredible strength. He had merely taken advantage of her ability. After these words, the vice minister thought for a while and then said that the abilities of superhumans were truly incredible. After that, the man said that he had just changed his mind about creating a public fund, so the guy needed to prepare the paperwork. The vice minister promised to help the fund go through all the formalities as quickly as possible. Han Seung-moon was very happy to hear this and thanked Cha Jae-kyun for his cooperation while thinking that now the matter was in the bag. After this conversation, the main character returned to the dorm. In the room, there was only Pai Chae-won, who was sitting alone on the bed and thinking about something. Han Seung-moon turned to the girl and asked if she had a minute to talk because he wanted to thank her. Pai Chae-won raised her head and looked at the guy and briefly asked what was the matter. The main character began to say that if the girl had not warned him in time, he would hardly be here now, so he owed her. Pai Chae-won timidly began to deny her importance in what happened and said that she simply knew that this would happen. Han Seung-moon did not understand what the girl meant and assumed that she knew about the attack in advance, so he was interested in how she found out about the helicopter. Pai Chae-won is not sure. She explained that she heard what those people were going to do and heard the sound coming from the helicopter blades. This surprised the protagonist. The guy immediately decided to ask everything in more detail and asked how the girl could hear such a thing. Pai Chae-won again mysteriously answered that she heard what those people were thinking at that moment. These words alarmed the protagonist. After that, a shudder ran through Han Seung-moon's body, but he still asked if the girl could really hear people's thoughts. Pai Chae-won confirmed this. Suddenly, the congressman remembered how he first met this girl, namely the moment when she ran onto the roof. The guy asked if at that moment Pai Chae-won already knew what was in his head. It seemed that it was difficult for the girl to answer this question, so she only nodded her head, confirming the main character's guess. This greatly alarmed Han Seong-moon and raised even more questions, so he asked if the girl could really read people's thoughts regardless of distance. Pai Chae-won said that if she focused, she could hear at any distance and not only thoughts but also emotions. She passed all this through herself and it was painful. Hearing this, Han Seong-moon became silent for a while, thinking about all this. After that, the main character asked if Pi Chae-won knew what he was thinking about now. The girl replied that she tried not to fill her head with thoughts and heard thoughts only when there was a need, because she did not want to get into another person's head without permission. After hearing this, Han Seong-moon fell silent again and thought about something. Soon the main character turned to the girl to ask her for something. Han Seong-moon said that he was currently working on creating a fund for children who were left without a family, and if the girl helps him, she will be able to take advantage of the fund and finish her studies. The guy believed that Pai Chae-won was also interested in ensuring that people with superpowers could integrate into society without problems in the future. So the main character said that he would like to invite the girl to study and work at his foundation. After that, he asked what Pai Chae-won thought about it. The girl, without thinking twice, briefly replied that she agreed with this proposal. Han Seong-moon was surprised that persuading her turned out to be not so difficult. Pi Chae-won continued to say that she would do whatever was required as thanks for the protagonist saving her life. With a smile on his face, Congressman Khan thanked the girl for her assistance, still thinking that he had not expected to receive her consent so quickly. The guy was very pleased and thought that now he was most likely on the threshold of something great, because now he had a living drying device with no distance limitation. Han Seong-moon was distracted from these thoughts by Il-ho, who, calling the main character a respected member of the assembly, said that he was shown on TV. Lee Ho-jun explained that due to the madness that has been happening in recent days, politicians have been shown on TV 24 hours a day to somehow calm the people down. The main character was very interested in what they would say about him on TV, and assumed that he was a rising star of Korean politics and a new hope. Han Seong-moon's enthusiasm quickly evaporated when he heard reporters on TV calling him a puppet of Congressman Yang Pan-suk. Hearing this, the guy asked if it really seemed to him that he was just called a puppet. Il-ho immediately began to laugh loudly and ask if that wasn't the case. The main character was angered by his friend's ridicule, so he decided to immediately teach him a lesson. At this time, reporter Gam was sitting on his bed alone and meticulously writing something down in a notebook. Han Seong-moon noticed this and greeted the man and asked what he was writing. The reporter replied that he was trying to squeeze out something useful about the latest events, because recently everything in his life had calmed down, so he was trying to write something more neutral. The guy recalled that the man had previously worked as a war journalist. Reporter Gam confirmed this and said that he had managed to visit various hotspots around the world. The man continued to say that just a few dozen kilometers from here, hundreds of people literally survived day after day. So he felt a certain obligation to tell the whole world about their difficult fate. Suddenly, breaking news began to air on television, informing viewers that survivors had been found in Seoul. The presenter said that according to preliminary information, some of the survivors had been observed to have some kind of superpowers. This news excited the main character. They showed live on air how something out of the ordinary was happening on the streets of the city. The surviving people ran away because monsters were chasing them. The man tried to get to a safe place as quickly as possible, but the debris of the building that was scattered along the road slowed his run. Suddenly, the man tripped over one of the lying stones and began to fall. The main character and reporter Gam watched in horror as the bloodthirsty monster approached its victim live on air. Our heroes were amazed by how the surviving man was not going to just give up and decided to fight back against the alien creature. Using his incredible strength, the man lifted a huge piece of reinforced concrete over his head and fearlessly looked straight at the monster. The next moment, the survivor threw a heavy stone straight at his pursuer. A huge piece of reinforced concrete wall immediately crushed the monster, leaving him no chance of survival. Journalists were shocked and could not understand how the elderly man managed to lift the huge boulder without much effort. At the same time, another person decided to demonstrate his skills. Some girl pushed herself hard from the edge of the roof of a multi-story building. She did this without any doubts or fear, as if she knew that she would not be able to land on the ground without any problems and without harming herself. Besides the girl, the guy running after her also had the same ability. Journalists were focused on the fact that these people jumped over the roof of the building as if they were flying. The reporter did not believe that people could be capable of such a thing. As if nothing had happened, the boy and girl landed on the ground and continued to run away from the merciless monsters. Suddenly, the camera that was recording everything that was happening captured such a huge flame that it quickly swept through the street and instantly destroyed several monsters. Han Seung-moon and reporter Gam were shocked to see this because they immediately realized that this flame was created by one of the superhumans. Meanwhile, journalists continued filming how someone was mercilessly exterminating alien creatures by burning them to the ground. The main character stared at the TV screen without stopping and could not believe that someone, even a superhuman, could possess such power. Soon the camera lens captured a girl in a red cloak who stood in the middle of the street of a destroyed city, unconcerned. The next moment, the girl waved her hand and shot out a huge stream of flame. This fire instantly burned the monster that intended to harm the girl. At the same time, the girl herself remained calm and cool-headed, as if she had done this far from the first time. She was completely focused on destroying the monsters. Journalists continued to film amazing footage from the helicopter and were amazed at how the huge flames had just engulfed the monsters, burning them alive. Han Seung-moon continued to watch the live broadcast and could not believe that a pyromancer had appeared among the superhumans. The guy believed that this girl was literally a walking weapon. The main character was also amazed by the fact that people with superpowers were right now in Seoul and were exterminating monsters. After this, the guy realized that the existence of people with superpowers had just been made public to the whole world, and today all of Korea learned what kind of miracle people were wandering around the ruined capital. Han Seung-moon continued to watch the live broadcast and was amazed by the abilities of the unknown girl. The main character smiled and thought that now this girl simply had to belong to him. The silence of the early morning was broken only by the loud roar of helicopter blades coming from a great height. Several dozen military helicopters were heading to the capital captured by monsters in order to carry out a combat mission. After some time, cargo helicopters accompanied by combat helicopters flew into the city limits. Han Seung-moon and Rune peered out the window because they were curious about what Seoul, which they had left long ago, looked like now. The protagonist silently looked at the destroyed buildings and recalled recent events. 48 hours ago in the command center, an angry Cha Jae-kyun scolded his subordinate and asked who allowed reporters into Seoul. The vice minister threatened to fire the commander and the entire personnel. He did not understand how it occurred to a military man to allow a helicopter with journalists to fly over the capital when all this hell was happening there. The man then ordered that the journalists be forced to leave the area immediately, and that from now on, they be careful that not a single living soul would ever again enter the capital's territory until everything calmed down. After that, Cha Jae-kyun ordered the commander to get out of his sight. All this time, Han Seung-moon was also present in the office and heard everything. It seemed that the guy was also unhappy with what happened. As soon as the soldier left the office, Cha Jae-kyun began to calm down a little, but he still thought that it was just awful. The main character assumed that from that moment on, the existence of people with superpowers was no longer a secret to anyone, despite the fact that there were not 2 or 3 of them, but a whole group. The vice minister said that according to their information, several groups of refugees, together with people with superpowers, were concentrated in the districts of the Gangnam region. According to preliminary estimates, there were about 2,000 of them there. Cha Jae-kyun agreed that the appearance of people with superpowers in Seoul was a big surprise to them to some extent. Han Seung-moon thought that if he could create a squad of these superhumans, he would be able to defeat the monsters and gain incredible political influence for himself. The guy believed that in this regard, the pyromancer was now a key figure. He would win the favor of whom he would turn the game around, and it was very opportune that the people saw her in a positive light. Cha Jae-kyun was sure that this girl was perfect for the brand of superhumans who would fight monsters because the army needed weapons and ammunition, and this was her weakness. At the same time, it was enough for superhumans to just be given a little motivation, and they would sweep away everything in their path. Moreover, the value of just one specimen exceeded the value of 1,000 soldiers. It was quite obvious to the protagonist that before other people started recruiting superhumans, it was necessary to act quickly and decisively. But he was afraid that the vice minister was already thinking about a similar plan. Cha Jae-kyun was not in Han Seung-moon's plans, so now he had to think about what to do next. But it was difficult because he was in a losing position. Suddenly, the vice minister interrupted the protagonist's thoughts and asked why he had come here and asked him to speak faster, because the man still had a lot of things to do. Upon hearing Han Seung-moon's proposal, the man was shocked that the guy wanted to evacuate the survivors from Seoul right now. The vice minister was very excited by this proposal and asked if the main character had seen what was happening in the captured city. The congressman explained that now more than ever, they needed to prove to the citizens that they were worth something, and added that if they simply abandoned the people, they would not show themselves in the best light. The guy reminded that too many people had already died and gone missing, so he suggested starting with at least 2,000 people about whom there was at least some information. Finally, Han Seung-moon said that they would lose all their political weight if they did nothing. Besides, the guy reminded them that their reputation had already been tarnished by the recent mistaken shooting of civilians. After this, the main character thought that he would not be able to outsmart everyone by sitting in the headquarters and decided that he needed to personally get to Seoul to attract the pyromancer to his side. Han Seung-moon also believed that it was impossible to allow the hands of these old men to reach people with superpowers before him. The main character asked the vice ministers to understand that now all of Korea was holding its breath and waiting for them to take competent and effective measures, because people who were afraid for their relatives would not forgive them for their mistakes. The next moment, the guy said that he was ready to personally go to Seoul to carry out the evacuation of people in order to clear the government's tarnished reputation and show that they did not abandon their citizens. After listening carefully to all of this, Cha Jae-gyun silently looked at the main character and thought about something. Still, the man clarified whether the guy really wanted to become the only protagonist at this historical moment for South Korea. The vice minister then stated that on behalf of the Ministry of Defense, he did not allow either the main character or other persons not involved in the army to participate in the operation because it was too dangerous. In order to convince the man, Han Seung-moon said that his cousin would go with him, so there was nothing to worry about since she also had superpowers. The guy continued to say that if they demonstrated that superhumans were on their side, then those people with superpowers who were in Seoul would probably also join the government. When Rune found out about the main character's intentions, she got very angry and immediately demonstrated it by asking if the guy was really going to go to Seoul to die. Han Seung-moon explained that the situation with the superhumans in Seoul was critical and it was necessary to take everything into his own hands, so in order for no one to make mistakes, he had to personally get to the city. The girl carefully dried it all, and although she didn't want to, she decided to go with her cousin. The main character was surprised by this and asked why this was necessary. Rune replied that she would not let the guy die alone. The girl insisted that either they go together or Han Seung-moon will not go anywhere. The main character recalled these words when he spoke with the vice minister. Cha Jae-gyun turned to the guy and asked if he was really ready to risk his life because this was not a joke. After this, the man sighed heavily as if he did not want to accept the main character's offer but could not do it. Still, Cha Jae-kyun agreed and said that he had seen many political figures during his career, but none of them would ever dare to do something like that. With his hand on his heart, Han Seung-moon responded that all he could think about now was the safety of citizens. In reality, the guy saw this as a chance to turn the game around and knock young Pan-seok off the throne, so he was obliged to make the most of this gift of fate. The protagonist intended to show himself in front of the cameras on the front line and loudly declare himself. In between, he wanted to recruit a pyromancer in order to strengthen his position. Reporter Gam, upon learning that Han Seung-moon was planning to go to Seoul, was inspired by the idea and wanted to fly with him. This surprised the guy very much. He immediately refused the man because it was dangerous there, but the reporter was not convinced and continued to insist on his own. The congressman filled in that the man had a family, and he shouldn't have been so irresponsible. The man responded that this shouldn't have stopped a real reporter. Suddenly, for some reason, a blanket began to quickly fly up to reporter Gamu from behind. It instantly wrapped itself around the man, completely freezing his body, making it impossible for him to move. This greatly surprised reporter Gama. It turned out that the reason for everything was Ji-yoon, who did not want to let her dad go. Cheon-hwaran was also unhappy with this idea and told her husband that he would not go anywhere so as not to interfere with the congressman. After this, the woman asked the protagonist to be more careful and added that she could also be useful to him during his trip to Seoul. Han Seung-moon agreed with this but said that the woman could go with him next time. Unexpectedly, Il-ho turned to the Congress. The main character's attention was strongly attracted by the box that the guy was holding in his hands. It turned out that this box contained a new prosthetic leg made especially for Han Seung-moon. The guy was very surprised by this and asked where Il-ho managed to get it, since everything was closed now. The guy replied that he went to a nearby city specifically for this. Lee Ho-jun also asked the protagonist to be careful and not get into anything bad. Han Seong-moon thanked his friends for their concern. After this, the congressman promised that he would return safe and sound, and upon his return, he would treat them all to a sumptuous dinner. After some time, Nuna and Han Seong-moon were already in the helicopter and taking off from the landing pad. Several dozen military helicopters were heading to the capital captured by monsters in order to deliver our heroes to the right place. Very soon, the helicopter pilot radioed his commander that Seoul was right on course, but the radar was clear and the monster was not detected. Han Seong-moon saw through the window that they were already flying over the city and turned to Nuna and said that they had several tasks that needed to be completed. First, it was necessary to find and designate a safe point as close to Apgujeong as possible and set up an evacuation point there from where 10 helicopters would pick up people in groups. Nuna asked what their role would be in this. The guy replied that they would need to make sure that all the people were evacuated and that no one was forgotten. The protagonist continued to say that they would have to constantly be around people and provide information in order to reduce confusion and panic. After that, the guy thought that all the attention of the TV channels was focused on this operation, so the most important thing was not to screw up. The congressman also needed to meet the pyromaniac somehow. He believed that if everything went smoothly, he would forever get rid of the label of a puppet and become an independent political figure. Suddenly, Nuna asked if her cousin thought they were in a rather dangerous situation now. The girl recalled that last time the monsters managed to shoot down several helicopters, so she was worried that the same thing would happen to them. Han Seong-moon asked Nuna not to worry because headquarters had given the pilots the order to stay away from the gate. Besides, the guy didn't believe that the monsters would appear again. Suddenly, the helicopter began to shake violently, causing the main character and his cousin to be unable to sit still and begin to fall to the floor. For some reason, the helicopter began to smoke and quickly lose altitude. The pilot quickly transmitted a message that they were in distress. Han Seong-moon and Nuna were shocked by what was happening and did not understand the reason for this. In order to get at least some answers, our heroes looked out the window and were very surprised by what they saw overboard. A whole swarm of flying creatures was flying near the helicopter, which they were meeting for the first time. Now it became obvious that it was not safe even in the air. Seeing these monsters, Han Seong-moon realized that they were all now in great danger. The main character regretted that his thoughtless words had brought trouble upon himself. Bloodthirsty monsters instantly surrounded the helicopter in which Han Seong-moon and Nuna were located. They seemed to sense that they found living people inside, so they immediately decided to attack the Iron Bird. The helicopter began to shake violently from the impact. The main character could not stay in place, which threatened him with injury, but Nuna managed to grab the guy in time. Soon, the pilot reported that he was reducing the altitude to an acceptable level, so the crew should prepare to jump. In order to escape from the monsters, the helicopter began to quickly land on a suitable site. After this, everyone who was in the helicopter began to quickly climb out of it in order to hide in a safe place. Nuna didn't forget that the main character needed her help, so she extended her hand and asked him to grab it tighter. Our heroes were able to jump out of the helicopter without any difficulty. All they had to do was land carefully on the ground without getting injured. While running away, Han Seong-moon and Nuna approached the helicopter and saw that a bright light began to spread around. It was unclear what the reason for this was. It turned out that the helicopter our heroes arrived on exploded as a result of a monster attack. Fortunately, the congressman and his secretary managed to leave it in time. Han Seong-moon and Nuna turned around and looked at the burning debris in horror, realizing that if they had delayed just a little bit, they would already be dead. After that, unexpected explosions began to be heard high in the sky. Several more helicopters exploded due to the attacks of monsters. The protagonist looked at this and thought that he had the perfect plan. He wanted to become the key figure in an operation that the entire population of Korea would follow through simple manipulations of the opinions of the masses. The guy had good intentions because he wanted not only to help himself, but also to evacuate all the victims to the last person. But now he didn't know what to do. The congressman admitted that he had been overconfident in hoping that nothing would happen to the helicopters. But he did not know that the monsters would be able to destroy almost all the aircraft intended for evacuation in one fell swoop. Han Seong-moon continued to look at the sky in horror where helicopters were exploding and think that his all-in bet had failed. The guy was interrupted from these thoughts by one of the soldiers who asked him to retreat inside the building and explore behind it. After this, the soldier was the first to move forward in order to cross to another street as quickly as possible and hide in a safe place. Suddenly, something instantly pierced the soldier's head, not giving him a chance to survive. It turned out that the soldier was easily killed by a huge monster that resembled a spider. It looked quite dangerous, and its large, sharp teeth inspired fear. Han Seung-moon and Nuna did not expect that danger would get so close to them, which made them very scared. The second soldier, who managed to escape together with the main characters, tried to shoot back with his machine gun, but this only seemed to anger the monster even more. Nevertheless, the soldier stood fearlessly in place and, taking intent aim, continued to pull the trigger, intending to find the weak spot of the bloodthirsty creature. The monster didn't like the soldier's persistence, so he swung his sharp claw to punish his opponent. The next moment, the spider pierced the soldier to death, causing a stream of blood to gush out. After that, it was our hero's turn to fight the bloodthirsty monster, because the spider had already directed its gaze at her and began to loudly knock its sharp teeth. Noon didn't like the prospect of being eaten by a huge monster, so she decided to attack him first, for which she rushed forward, swinging her fist hard. The spider had no intention of just standing there and waiting for the girl to kill him, so he attacked his opponent again with his sharp claw. Rune had to deftly dodge this attack and continue running forward in order to deal with this monster. Finally, the girl was already at a sufficient distance to push off the ground well and pounce on the huge spider. The next moment, Rune used her colossal strength to hit the spider in the belly, intending, if not to defeat, then at least to seriously harm the monster. This blow was enough. The monster immediately began to bleed blue blood and loudly chatter its teeth in pain. Meanwhile, the girl moved away to observe everything from a safe distance. Despite the injury, the monster attacked its opponent again, this time not only out of bloodthirstiness, but also out of revenge. Noon once again had to dodge in order not to repeat the fate of the soldiers who died not so long ago. Still, the monster realized that he couldn't cope with the girl, so he directed his gaze at the main character, who was watching everything nearby. Seeing the defenseless Han Seung-moon, the spider immediately growled furiously and quickly headed towards him. Without wasting time, the monster attacked the congressman, but despite his peculiarities, he managed to avoid this attack. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a soldier appeared, and upon seeing the ruthless monster, began to immediately shoot at him with a machine gun, simultaneously protecting the congressman. All the bullets hit the target without missing, but did not cause any damage to the spider. Nevertheless, the soldier continued to shoot, distracting the monster's attention to himself. The next moment, Nuna, using her super strength, lifted a huge iron beam and thrust the stick straight into the belly, causing it to scream loudly in pain. The girl continued to press on the iron beam until it completely pierced the monster through and through. Thanks to this, the spider began to hiss even louder and lose a lot of blood. The monster no longer even thought of attacking people. Very soon, the lifeless body of the bloodthirsty creature fell dead to the ground. It could be safely stated that the spider was finally defeated. After that, the soldier helped the main character get to his feet, simultaneously asking if everything was okay with him. Han Seung-moon was still shocked, but thanked him for the help. Suddenly, the soldier lifted his glasses, and it turned out that it was the reporter Gam. The man greeted the main character and said that he had not shot for a long time, but he still had the knack. The guy immediately asked the man where he ended up and how he managed to get onto the helicopter. The reporter, without hiding anything, explained that he had his own connections in the Ministry of Defense. The man continued to say that, in fact, it was better for them to worry about the helicopters that were flying away. The reporter suggested that headquarters had given them the order to wind down the operation. Nuna immediately said that they needed to urgently contact the surviving helicopters and request evacuation, so that headquarters would not think that they were dead. Reporter Gam agreed with the girl's words and believed that they needed to hurry. Otherwise, they would have to wait at least several days, and perhaps this was the only chance to return from here alive. The man continued to say that now they would not be able to cross the river and get to the northern part of the city, and to get out of Seoul, they would have to walk 10 kilometers. Then Han Seung-moon said that the survivors' camp should have been somewhere nearby, and therefore it was best to head there now. The reporter warned that in any case, it was necessary to move somewhere, and it was not safe here. After that, he went to look at the cars in the parking lot in order to try to start one of them. Suddenly, the main character turned to his comrades and asked them to wait. After that, the guy headed towards the recently killed monster. Our congressman had a huge crystal and asked Nuna if she could absorb it into herself. The guy couldn't even imagine how much power was in this stone. The girl, without further ado, took this crystal in her hand, after which it began to glow brightly with a blue light. The absorption process proceeded as usual. It was not for nothing that the main character found this crystal, because the next enemy was already heading towards them. He was an excellent target for testing Nuna's new powers. The bloodthirsty monster with two heads, seeing our heroes, began to scream loudly, intending to scare them to death. However, this did not stop Nuna from quickly attacking her opponent in order to quickly test her strength. The girl's blow was so powerful that it easily threw the two-headed monster far back. Now our heroes were safe again, albeit for a short time. Nuna was amazed at how much stronger her ability had become, and was surprised at the power that Crystal had given her. Despite the intermediate success, it was still too early to relax, because the next batch of bloodthirsty monsters was approaching our heroes. Nuna already wanted to engage in battle with all of them, but Han Seung-moon, who was already sitting in the car, asked the girl to hurry up because they were leaving. As soon as his cousin was in the car, the very excited protagonist ordered reporter Gamu to immediately step on the gas pedal and get them out of here. The man listened to the congressman, and soon our heroes were already racing along the broken roads of the capital, trying to break away from the monsters. Han Seung-moon knew where they needed to get, so he pointed reporter Gam in the right direction. Our heroes quickly drove through the deserted streets of the large metropolis and looked for the right turn to Apgujeong. Suddenly, some green liquid poured directly onto the car, causing the windshield to become dirty. Because of this, reporter Gam was unable to see that there was a barrier of broken houses ahead of the road. So the car crashed into the rocks and began to roll over. The car was traveling at a high speed, so when it crashed into the barrier, it flipped over several times. As soon as the car stopped, Nuna knocked down the door with just one blow in order to get out. After that, she helped the main character, asking him along the way if everything was okay with him. Han Seung-moon was not himself because he was already worried about death for the second time. Soon our heroes saw what caused what happened and were very surprised. In front of them stood another huge monster that looked like a beetle. Suddenly, this monster began to attack people by throwing green liquid at them. This light flew straight into the reporter Gamma, who was stunned by surprise and could not move. Nuna immediately rushed to help the man, warning him to be careful here. The girl covered the reporter with her body, which caused all the liquid released by the monster to fall on her. Nuna was in incredible pain but tried not to show it. Frightened, Han Seung-moon asked if everything was okay with his cousin. The guy was shocked when he saw a huge burn on the girl's back that the liquid left, however. Nuna asked him not to worry if he had to finish off the monster first. After that, the enraged girl asked reporter Gamma and the protagonist to move to a safe distance because she was going to send this giant creature back to hell. The monsters were not going to wait for him to be attacked, so they were already preparing to attack our heroes again. Han Seung-moon noticed this and turned to his forge and grabbed a huge boulder that was lying nearby. The main character did his best to lift it. The guy needed this stone to protect himself from the monster. Finally, the young congressman managed to move the boulder from its place and place it in front of him. Just at that moment, the scalding liquid that the monster was releasing reached its target, but was stopped by a stone shield. After this, the monster's attack was repeated, so Han Seung-moon was sure that they would not be able to escape or drive away from this creature, which meant they had to accept the fight. Suddenly, our heroes heard the sound of a motorcycle engine echoing throughout the lifeless city. A young guy in dark glasses holding a machine gun in his hands fearlessly approached the monster that attacked the congressman and his friends. I drove closer and closer. The stranger on the motorcycle took good aim and began shooting at the monster. This attracted the attention of a huge beetle who had already completely forgotten about his recent opponents. The next moment, a huge fiery charge flew out of the window of one of the many multi-story buildings. The fire instantly engulfed the bloodthirsty monster, causing it to burn alive and roar loudly. Seeing the monster engulfed in flames, Han Seung-moon immediately assumed that this was the work of the superhuman for whom he had come here. Meanwhile, the stranger on the motorcycle had already driven closer to our heroes and stopped to talk. The guy took off his dark glasses and looked at the strangers, rudely asking what was going on here. Han Seung-moon was surprised to see this guy and assumed that he was an American based on his appearance and white skin. At the same time, the stranger was surprised by the appearance of the main character, who was dressed in a tuxedo and even with a tie, so the guy did not understand how he could be here. The stranger, seeing the main character, said that it was strange to see a man in a suit in the middle of all this destruction, so he was interested in what he was doing there. Han Seung-moon was surprised that this foreigner, judging by his appearance, spoke Korean so well. Suddenly, a small van appeared behind the stranger and was getting closer and closer to our heroes. Soon the car stopped. The guy who came here on a motorcycle didn't pay any attention to it, as if he already knew who it was. Still, from the expression on the main character's face, I didn't get to know him. I realized that he was in a state of shock from what was happening. so he suggested getting into the van and leaving here as quickly as possible. After that, he turned to his subordinates who arrived in a van and ordered them to clear the entire area around and collect the magic crystals that fell from the defeated monster. Han Seong-moon heard this and was very surprised that this stranger knew that these crystals contained energy that enhanced the abilities of superhumans. Soon the van in which our heroes were was already driving along the deserted streets of Seoul, without stopping for a moment and trying not to attract the attention of the monsters. They were getting closer and closer to one of the city's many residential areas where several multi-story buildings had been built. On the way, Han Seong-moon asked where they were going and asked if the survivors had organized some kind of headquarters. A stranger on a motorcycle confirmed this and said that they had a base in the Apgujeong area. After this, the main character asked if there were many survivors at this base. The guy, without thinking of hiding anything, answered that there were about 1,000 people. Soon our heroes arrived at the right place, so the stranger offered to continue the conversation inside, but a little later, because he still had things to do. After this, the guy ordered that Rune be given medical assistance and taken to a healer, since the monster's poison had gotten on her. Suddenly, one of his subordinates approached the guy who was the commander here and said that building number 301 needed water and food supplies, but they were in short supply. The guy clarified whether there were only children and old people there, after which he ordered that supplies of everything they needed be organized and promised that he would personally talk to the rest of the buildings and explain everything. Another subordinate asked what he was supposed to do with the collected crystals and suggested that they should be taken to the warehouse. The commander replied that they needed to be handed over to Squad B so that they could activate them. After that, the guy led our heroes inside the base and shared water with them, complaining about the lack of supplies. He also said that Nunu was taken to the 7th floor where the grandmother healer was treating people. Han Seong-moon thanked the stranger for saving them here. The unexpected guy said that his name was Kim Chung-shuk, and he was pleased to meet the main character. The young congressman was surprised by this. Kim Chung-shuk said that this was his name for Korea, but in general his name was David Kim. Before all these events, he served in the forces of the United States of America. After this, the main character also introduced himself and said that he was a member of the Korean Political Association and arrived here from headquarters with the aim of evacuating all the surviving population. Kim Chung-shik asked if the guy was talking about the headquarters that carpet-bombed Seoul. After that, he asked if the main character knew that it only made things worse. Han Seong-moon did not answer and began to ask about the survivors. Kim Chung-shik said that there were about 1,200 people who were distributed among different buildings. Suddenly, someone entered the room and, turning to the commander, interrupted his story. The guy immediately turned his head to the side to see who was talking to him. Han Seong-moon recognized this man and was very surprised because he did not expect that he would be able to meet the girl for whom he came here so quickly. It was the same girl who showed herself during the live broadcast. Having seen the main character, she was very happy that she had finally found him. The girl immediately greeted the guy and said that her name was Hong Song, after which she asked if everything was okay with the congressman and if he was hurt. Han Seong-moon silently looked at the girl and was surprised that the meeting with her did not take long to come. Then the main character asked if it was really Hong Song who recently saved them from the monster. The girl was surprised and did not understand how the guy could know that it was her. Then the guy said that before coming here he saw a report on TV about the incredible abilities of the girl. He also said that all of Korea was glued to the screens and watching Seoul. Kim Chung-shik told his friend that the main character worked for the government, and according to him, came here on a rescue mission. After that, Han Seong-moon asked if the guy could arrange a meeting with the survivors for him, because he wanted to convey to people that there was still hope. Kim Chung-shik agreed and promised that he would call the heads of the squads. He also said that they called themselves administration, but these people were very hot-tempered, so one should be prepared for this. Hearing this, the main character asked what kind of contingent it was, because he needed to understand who he would have to deal with. Hong Song replied that they were physically trained people. The girl continued to say that these were mainly hunters who were engaged in the destruction of monsters and the search for crystals, and their squad consisted entirely of awakened ones. Han Seong-moon was surprised by all this but did not understand what the word awakened meant. The young congressman assumed that the girl meant people with superpowers. Hong Song confirmed this and added that the leader of the detachment was boss Kim Chung-shik. The girl continued to say that he was the leader of the hunting squad and she herself was responsible for commanding Squad B. The main character was surprised and thought that there was a whole mini-state with its own structure. The guy couldn't believe that this Kim Chun-shik was so cool. The guy continued to think that judging by the way Kim Chun-shik behaved, he was the real leader and the Featherman was his deputy, so he needed to recruit the two of them. After that, Han Seong-moon asked how many of them were awakened. Hong Song found it difficult to answer this question because their number was constantly changing, first one way and then the other. Still, the girl answered that there could definitely be 40 people with superpowers. The main character was simply delighted to hear this. Soon several people came into the room and discussed the appearance of a person from the government at their base. Han Seong-moon introduced himself and said that he was a member of the government assembly, thanked the people for coming, and said that he came here on behalf of the command staff to save all the survivors. Hong Song was very happy to hear this and began to applaud, but the rest of those present did not receive the protagonist's words with any enthusiasm. Still, people began to ask what assembly was being discussed and why the headquarters sent Han Seong-moon. The main character put on a serious face and asked him not to interrupt because he wanted to tell everything in detail, and for this he needed a little patience from people. The guy started saying that today at 9 in the morning, they set out as a helicopter group in the direction of Seoul. All combat units were heading to the survivors' camp, that is, to this headquarters. However, by the will of fate, most of the vehicles were shot down by a sudden attack of monsters, so the evacuation plan was frozen and the surviving helicopters immediately retreated to avoid unnecessary losses. Hearing this, people began to be indignant and did not guess that the helicopters simply flew away, and that was the end of the entire operation. Han Seong-moon denied this and explained that air evacuation was now impossible, but another plan was currently being developed since the mission's purpose had not changed. All the presences looked at the main character silently and with incomprehension, trying to understand everything he told them. Suddenly, one of the angry men began to say that the guy was simply making fun of them, because if there was no way out of here by air, then there could be no talk of evacuation. The man continued to be indignant about the fact that the army couldn't even kill a bunch of flying monsters, and the main character was talking about some kind of evacuation. The guy didn't expect such a reaction, so he started to get nervous, but still said that he was the last surviving member of the assembly, and therefore the government would definitely come to save him and everyone else at the same time. People did not believe these words at all and said that Han Seong-moon and his friends were just crooks. Those present did not believe that the guy was a member of the assembly. In addition, he aroused their suspicions, so they wanted to teach him a lesson. A frightened Han Seong-moon asked the people to calm down, but they continued to be indignant and say that the guy was just lying to them. One of the men suggested to Kim Chun-shik to throw the main character to be eaten by monsters because there was no point in leaving such a deceiver alive. The guy was very nervous and did not know what to do. Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard from the crowd, addressing Han Seong-moon by name. The protagonist also looked at the person who called him and was very surprised. This man was Kang Seok-ho, who couldn't believe that it was really his old friend in front of him. The guy asked how he ended up here. It took Han Seong-moon some time, but he finally recognized the person who was addressing him and was shocked by it. The main character looked at his friend, almost crying, and could not believe that it was really Kang Seok-ho. The young congressman did not understand how the guy managed to survive that fateful day and began to ask him for forgiveness for leaving him. Suddenly, Kim Chung-shik approached Kang Seok and asked if he knew the main character. The still shocked guy confirmed this and said that they once worked together for the National Assembly. Han Seong-moon looked at Kang Seok-ho, whom he thought was dead and was unable to hold back his tears. In his mind, the protagonist screamed for help and begged his old friend to influence those present. After a long conversation, Kang Seok-ho decided to sum everything up and began to remember that on that fateful day, he was waiting for the main character near the assembly building. The guy sadly continued to remember that suddenly, out of nowhere, many monsters appeared. Amidst all this chaos, the protagonist's friend ran to the kindergarten where his brother and sister were. The kindergarten was located not far from the assembly building, so as soon as the boy realized the impending danger, he first thought about his younger ones. The excited boy ran into the room where chaos already reigned and began calling for his brother and sister. It seemed that there was no one around anymore, which frightened Kang Seok-ho even more. He looked around in a panic, not losing hope of finding them. Finally, he saw the frightened children who were hiding from everything that was happening behind the bookshelves. Kang Seok-ho, with a smile on his face, asked the children not to be afraid because he was with them now. After that, they had to leave quickly. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of the main character's old friend and immediately noticed the people. Kang Seok-ho looked at the bloodthirsty creature in horror, unable to contain his fear. The monster didn't waste time and bared his sharp teeth, growled loudly, and attacked the guy. The strong blow from Kang Seok-ho had already thrown him far back, leaving the children without any protection. The monster's attack was really strong, causing a sharp pain to spread throughout the guy's body, preventing him from coming to his senses. Kang Seok-ho had to make a great effort to overcome the pain and get back on his feet. The guy did not forget about the danger that was in the room, so he immediately raised his head to see how the monster was behaving. The next moment, Kang Seok-ho saw that the bloodthirsty creature was already eating one child who was unable to defend himself. The guy was dumbfounded by this sight and, looking at the monster with wide-open eyes, could not believe that what was happening was real. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty creature slowly finished off its victim, not sensing the impending danger. What was happening made Kang Seok-ho very angry, causing him to grit his teeth and his eyes to fill with furious rage. In order to take revenge on the monster for the death of the child, the protagonist's friend fearlessly rushed at his opponent. The monster saw that the next snack was asking to get into his mouth, so he began to growl loudly, trying to scare the guy. The next moment, a stream of blood gushed in all directions, staining the walls of the nursery. Han Seung-moon listened silently as he told the story of how his friend had attacked the monster after it had eaten his family. Kang Seok-ho continued to remember that when he came to his senses, the monster was torn to shreds and the guy himself remembered little. Suddenly, a small child ran past the main character, heading towards his older brother. Shiho hugged the guy because he began to be very afraid when he talked about that ill-fated day. Kang Seok-ho said that after all this, they hid in the bathtub for several days before going outside and then met Kim Chung-sik and ended up here. The main character's friend regretted that if he had come to the kindergarten a little earlier, everyone would have stayed alive. But everything turned out differently, so Shiho was the only one the guy managed to save. After that, Kang Seok-ho clarified whether Han Seung-moon really came here to save all the survivors. The guy had a request for this. With tears in his eyes, the guy said that even if he died, the main character should have saved and pulled Shiho out of here. Han Seung-moon was surprised that his friend didn't ask why he didn't come to save him earlier. Kang Seok-ho did not blame the main character for abandoning him and only cared about saving his younger brother. So all Han Seung-moon could say was to promise to fulfill his great friend's request and ask him not to worry about it. After some time, Han Seung-moon addressed the people and said that there would be no rescue operation. Kim Chung-sik and Hong Song listened attentively to the boy who continued to say that the vase minister who appointed himself as the commander of the troops was a cold and calculating man. The guy was sure of this because despite the fact that there were still many survivors in the city, the man ignored it until it was reported on the news. Han Seung-moon believed that given that several million people had already died, Cha Jae-gyun did not care about the remaining 1,000 survivors. At the same time, the guy thought about how he needed to make his new acquaintances hate the vice minister so that he could control them. Hearing the words of the protagonist, Hong Song exhaled heavily and began to regret that she had only just seen a glimmer of hope. The girl continued to say that this place was also not in such a good situation, but only the captains knew about it. The pyromancer said that they were running out of supplies that they had collected from nearby stores, and people were becoming more anxious and warlike. Han Seung-moon replied that in that case there was only one option left, namely they needed to save themselves and get out of the city on their own. Hong Song responded that talk of escaping from Seoul had already been heard within these walls, but several unresolved issues remained. One of them was how to lead 1,000 people, because if you go one way, the detachment will stretch for several kilometers and will be attacked by monsters. It was also unclear what would happen if the monsters attacked the middle of this line, because despite the fact that the superhumans were strong enough, 40 people were not enough to protect everyone. Hong Song also said that there were rumors that only those who had awakened would be able to escape, but Kim Chung-sik would kill people and endure this for a little while longer. The girl insisted that they were a motley group of random people, and if it weren't for Kim Chung-sik, all order would have already been destroyed. Suddenly, Kim Chung-sik turned to Hong Song, making it clear that she had already said too much and had seriously ruined him. The girl immediately became embarrassed and fell silent. Han Seung-moon realized with regret that his report that there were conflicts in this camp turned out to be true. The main character was wondering if there was a reason why this organization hadn't disbanded yet. He couldn't believe that it hadn't happened because Kim Chung-sik was just a great leader. Hong Song says they were still able to work together and contain themselves, and with the exception of a couple of tough guys showing up every now and then, they were protecting the entrance well. Suddenly, some strange sound coming from the street, attracted the attention of our heroes. Kim Chung-sik and Han Seung-moon immediately went to the window to see what had happened and were unpleasantly surprised by what they saw. Those same winged monsters were flying over the houses. They seemed to sense that there were people in these apartments, which is why they flew here. The bloodthirsty creatures immediately began to break windows and walls in order to get inside. People did not expect that monsters would reach them even in their homes and therefore were very scared. Seeing what was happening, Hong Song immediately pushed the main character aside and went to the window. The next moment, the girl, using her superpowers, began to attack the monsters, launching a stream of flame at them. The fire instantly burned the monsters, leaving me no chance of salvation. After this, Kim Chun-sik admitted that it was really impossible to stay here any longer, since it was difficult to defend oneself if the monsters also attacked from the air. These words gave the main character some ideas, so he was silent for a while and thought about something carefully. Suddenly, Han Seung-moon turned to his new acquaintances and said that he knew a way to safely leave Seoul. He wanted to voice it in front of everyone at once, so he asked Kim Chung-sik if he could gather the administrative committee again. Very soon, the heads of the groups gathered together again and looked attentively at the city map that lay on the table. Han Seung-moon thanked everyone for coming and said that he had gathered them because he wanted to tell everyone his plan to escape from Seoul. The main character began to say that next to the residential complex, there was a subway station at Apgujeong, which was very convenient and was located 3 minutes away from here. The guy continued to say that this station was connected to Sinsa Station, which had a transfer to the Sinpudong line. This subway line went all the way to the city of Seongnam. The next moment, Han Seung-moon confidently stated that his plan to escape from Seoul was based on using the subway. People were completely unenthusiastic about the main character's idea of using the subway to escape from Seoul, because they themselves had thought about it before. One of the men said that as soon as it all started, people ran to the subway thinking that it would be safer underground. The nuance was in the monsters that ran after people underground. They liked it there more than on the surface, so they stayed there. Those present at the meeting knew that the subway was currently teeming with monsters, so they did not understand why Han Seung-moon wanted to go there. Besides, in order to get to the Sinpudong line, people had to first go from Apgujeong Station to Sinsa. But because of the monsters, they could all die before reaching the desired place. People were very angry and did not understand how the main character had the audacity to even suggest this plan. Because of this, they no longer believed that the guy was actually a member of the assembly. To this, Han Seung-moon confidently replied that he was indeed a member of the assembly and had previously worked as an assistant to Congressman Young Pan-seok. After that, the main character said that if the subway was teeming with monsters that followed people underground, then it was necessary to choose a path where there were no people. The guy repeated again that in order to get to Seongnam City, they had to take the subway and walk from Apgujeong Station to Gangnam Station. One of the men again insisted that it was impossible to do because the subway was teeming with monsters, so he was interested in what Han Seung-moon was proposing. Suddenly, the main character announced that there was a path underground that was not on the maps. It was he who was supposed to help people get out of the captured city. Kim Chun-sik was surprised when he heard that he had never heard of anything like that, and asked what path the guy was talking about. Han Seung-moon said that last year, Congressman Young Pan-seok conducted an audit in Seoul, and there was something that the guy saw while looking through the files of that audit. Then the main character confidently stated that an underground water tunnel extended from the Sinpudong subway line. This tunnel was built to prevent flooding of Gangnam subway station during the monsoon season. Han Seung-moon was there during the inspection. The width of this tunnel was about 7 meters and it could accommodate a huge number of people passing through. Therefore, the protagonists believed that they just needed to get to the Shinsu station, and if they managed to do this, they would be able to use this tunnel for free movement. Han Seung-moon was confident that they would then have a safe route at least to Gangnam Station. All this sounded convincing, so no one expressed dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Hong Song raised her hand up, getting the congressman's attention, and said that she had a question about all of this. The girl understood that if everything went well on the way to Gangnam Station, and she believed that this underground water tunnel was safe. However, she didn't understand how the guy planned to get from Gangnam Station to Seongnam City because they couldn't use the tunnel, which meant they would have to face monsters. In answer to this question, Han Seung-moon began to talk about the mountains of Cheonggyesan, Guryeong, and Inleung, through which the Sinpudong subway line passed on its way to Seongnam City. On the same route was the 7th Mechanized Corps, which controlled most of the country's army tanks. The guy thought that by the time they got to Gangnam Station, they would help them. One of the men asked whether the army would help the survivors get from Gangnam to the city of Seongnam, after which he asked whether Han Sung-moon had already agreed with them about everything. The main character began to shake his head from side to side and deny it, saying that from Gangnam Station they would have to break through the monsters on their own. Continuing his explanation, the guy suddenly pointed at Hong Song. The girl was surprised by this because she did not understand what the main character was planning. Han Seong-moon continued to say that Hong Seong would pave the way for the survivors through the monsters. The girl was very surprised to hear this and asked why she was only finding out about this now. The main character continued to say that the plan to save the survivors, which the whole country was watching, had failed, and therefore, in order to somehow fix the situation, the army had to watch them right now. The guy was sure that if they crossed the subway, burning monsters along the way, then smoke would rise from the subway in a column and notify the army that it was time to save people. Suddenly, Han Seong-moon fell silent, and in order to convince people of the correctness of his decisions, the guy closed his eyes and put his hand in front of him and began to concentrate. The next moment, a small flame flared up in the hand of the protagonist who was holding Hong Song's hand. This surprised the girl very much. Kim Chung-sik was also taken aback by what happened because he didn't know before that the main character was also a superhuman. Kang Seok-ho was amazed that his old friend also developed superpowers after the gate appeared. Hong Seong looked at the fire burning in the protagonist's hand with a surprised look and asked if he was really the same as her. The next moment, Han Seong-moon, demonstrating his abilities to everyone, proudly declared that he too was awakened. Kim Chung-sik started laughing because before that he thought that the main character was just too self-confident, but it turned out that he was awakened. After that, raising his hand and Hong Song's hand, the young congressman said that he and the girl would lead the vanguard and pave the way for the survivors. Han Seong-moon continued to say that the other awakened ones would cover the rear, and that way they would all be able to get out of Seoul. Hearing all this, the people here already began to talk among themselves, discussing the plan provided by Han Seong-moon. However, the man who most opposed the main character's ideas admitted that this plan was realistic. The man believed that if the congressman was also going to risk his life, then they shouldn't worry too much. In any case, it was a choice between death and a chance for survival. After these words, everyone immediately supported the main character, insisting that the survivors could no longer stay here. People's decision was also influenced by the fact that the guy also had superpowers. Kim Chung-sik didn't say anything, but was pleased with Han Seong-moon's plan as evidenced by his raised thumb. The main character himself was not particularly happy because in his head he admitted that this plan was crazy. The guy knew that there was no guarantee that the military would come to save them, but he couldn't tell people about it. At the same time, the young congressman believed that this was the only option to get 1,200 people out of Seoul and save them all, so he had no right to make a mistake. At this point, the discussion of the plan to escape from the city captured by monsters was completed. The commanders went to their subordinates to tell them everything. The next few days were spent in careful preparation for the upcoming event. Around this time, the sky over the city became covered with dark clouds and it began to rain. 3 days after the evacuation plan was discussed, its implementation began. The people went down into the metro in an organized manner. It was very dark and quiet in the dungeons. Every careless sound echoed throughout the spacious room. The monsters were not yet visible, but traces of their recent presence could be seen around. The people descended onto the rails and began their journey through the dark dungeon, listening attentively to the silence surrounding them. Suddenly, bloodthirsty monsters that were much better adapted to such conditions rushed out of the darkness at the people. However, our heroes were ready for this and therefore burned their enemies without delay. A bright light from the fire briefly illuminated the dark dungeon. Han Seong-moon walked ahead of everyone, and without letting go of Hong Song's hand, he immediately burned all the monsters he saw in front of him. The pyromancer's ability, which was enhanced by the main character's ability, coped well with the duties assigned to it. The monsters quickly burned out without having time to harm people. However, there were too many opponents, which did not give the young congressman a chance to rest. The guy had to be constantly on guard because the lives of more than 1,000 people depended on him. Despite his fatigue, Han Seong-moon was very pleased because the plan he had come up with was working perfectly so far. Rune also took part in protecting people and fearlessly entered into battle with bloodthirsty monsters. Kim Chung-sik, as the leader of the survivors could not sit on the sidelines, so he also tried to help as much as he could. Gradually, our heroes advanced further and further. Despite their success, Han Sung-moon asked his comrades not to relax and to closely monitor the situation. On this day, the residential area of the deserted city was very noisy, because it was today that the implementation of the plan to evacuate the survivors began. A huge crowd of people slowly moved towards the entrance to the metro. The commanders asked their subordinates to maintain order and not rush. The commanders also asked people to remain calm and keep an equal distance from each other to avoid injury. Another commander calmed the people down by loudly saying that they had placed the awakened throughout the area to protect them from the monsters, so there was no need to worry. In addition to superhumans, ordinary people also took part in protecting the survivors. Armed with machine guns, they fearlessly shot back at the advancing monsters. As soon as there were too many dangerous creatures, people asked the awakened ones from Squad B to join the battle. One of the awakened ones used a heavy barbell to fight the bloodthirsty creatures, which he could easily use as a weapon. The man swung his weapon and attacked the monster with all his might, causing blue blood to immediately fly around. Another awakened one from Squad B was not as strong but very agile and could therefore fearlessly rush into battle. The young guy flew straight towards his opponent, preparing to destroy him along the way. A moment later, the awakened one plunged his two blades straight into the head of the merciless monster. In order to finally finish off his opponent, the guy again swept his knees, leaving two deep cuts on the monster's head. At this time, the girl, along with the rest of the people guarding the survivors, shot at the monsters with a machine gun. The girl used this weapon very skillfully and could instantly neutralize several opponents at once. The bullets fired from her machine gun easily pierced the bodies of extraterrestrial beings, because that was the superpower of this girl. Despite this significant success in defense, the onslaught of monsters was still very noticeable, so people asked for help when two bloodthirsty creatures began running straight at them. Luckily, Rune came to the aid of the people and was able to easily distract the first monster by kicking it hard. This was immediately followed by the next attack, thanks to which the girl managed to tear off the monster's head. After this, the protagonist's cousin immediately took on her next opponent, giving no mercy to any of the monsters. Suddenly, another bloodthirsty enemy appeared behind the girl, about which one of her comrades warned her in time. Kang Seok-ho immediately entered the fight with his bare hands so that Rune would not be harmed. Kim Chung-sik also fought desperately, encouraging his subordinates and survivors along the way, saying that the subway was already nearby. Before entering the station, the commander ordered Group A to go forward, Group C to protect the center, and Group D to cover the rear. After this, the guy asked all the survivors to quickly enter the metro and be on high alert. It was very dark and quiet in the dungeons. Every careless sound echoed throughout the spacious room. The monsters were not yet visible, but traces of their recent presence could be seen around. The people descended onto the rails and began their journey through the dark dungeon, listening attentively to the silence surrounding them. Suddenly, Kim Chung-sik seemed to sense that monsters were already approaching them from the darkness, so he asked Hong Xiong and Han Sung-moon to get ready. Without letting go of the girl's hand, the main character wished her good luck. At this time, reporter Gam carefully filmed everything on a video camera. It was clearly audible that strange sounds began to be heard from the depths of the dungeon, which grew louder with each passing second. Suddenly, bloodthirsty monsters that were much better adapted to such conditions rushed out of the darkness at the people. Han Seong-moon stood in front of everyone, and without letting go of Hong Song's hand, he immediately began to burn all the monsters he saw in front of him. All the monsters immediately forgot about their rage because they could not resist the fire. The bright light from the flame briefly illuminated the dark dungeon. However, one of the monsters managed to jump aside in time and avoid contact with the fire. After this, the bloodthirsty creature decided to immediately take revenge on the main character for the murder of his relatives, and therefore rushed at the guy with a loud roar. Han Seong-moon had nothing to worry about because Kim Chung-sik was able to easily defeat this enemy while asking the guy not to worry and focus on completing his task. The main character trusted his new acquaintance and continued to mercilessly burn the monsters in front of him. Fire was a universal means of destroying monsters, so our heroes could easily make their way further into the dark tunnels. Watching as Han Sung-moon cleared the way, people rejoiced and believed that they now had a chance to survive. Kim Chung-sik loudly told all the survivors that they were heading to Sinsa Station without any delays, so everyone had to remain calm while driving. Suddenly, a whole flock of small but fast monsters ran out of the tunnel towards the people, surprising them with their agility. In order to deal with them, the protagonist asked Hong Song for help. They both put their hands forward and prepared to destroy their opponents. The next moment, a huge stream of flame burned to the ground all the monsters that were preventing people from moving forward. After 18 hours of continuous travel and fighting monsters, our heroes reached the Sinsa subway station. At this time, no one died among the people, and there were only 11 wounded. Han Seung-moon immediately began to look around, trying to find the right tunnel. Very soon, the guy pointed to the wall and turned to Nuna and asked her to break it. The girl immediately began to hit the wall with all her might with her bare fists, causing it to gradually crumble into small stones. Kim Chung-sik also spared no effort in helping to overcome this obstacle and reach the saving tunnel. From the powerful blows of two people with superpowers at once, the wall began to quickly collapse. Soon a huge passage formed in the wall, thanks to which it became clear that behind it was indeed the very tunnel that the main character spoke about. Kim Chung-sik ordered all the survivors to go inside and reassured them that this route was relatively safe, so it could be used to get to Gangnam Station. As Han Seung-moon walked forward, he thought that they had managed to safely reach the underground tunnel, and therefore it could be considered that the first half of the plan had been completed. 20 hours after the evacuation plan began, all the survivors were already in the tunnel and continued to move forward. Meanwhile, a heavy rain began to fall on the surface of the deserted city. The entire underground of the subway was filled with loud noise, which indicated that our heroes continued their merciless battle with the monsters. Suddenly, at one of the stations, a loud explosion was heard that destroyed the wall. Thus, 48 hours after the start of the operation, all survivors arrived at the Gangnam subway station without any casualties along the way. Here our heroes were also awaited by bloodthirsty monsters, so the main character had to attack them with his flames without stopping. Despite their fatigue, Hong Xiong and Han Seung-moon worked diligently to ensure that people had free and safe passage. The young congressman hoped for a miracle, but it never happened, because no one was going to save people at Gangnam Station. So as originally planned, they had to go along the Shinbundang line. On the way, our heroes met another monster. There was only one, but it had colossal dimensions and an unusual appearance. People seeing this huge monster were not at all scared, which is why they started trying to run back. In order to stop the panic and calm the people, Kim Chun-sik decided to personally deal with this monster. And to do this, he pushed off the ground and attacked him. The guy fearlessly flew at the bloodthirsty creature, swinging his fist and trying to deal with it with one blow. The next moment, a loud sound thundered, which marked Kim Chung-sik's victory over this monster. It was already the 60th hour from the start of the evacuation. At this point, there were 230 known wounded. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. Han Seung-moon encouraged the people and loudly said that they had already reached their goal and that they would be able to complete what they had started. Despite the fatigue, all those who have awakened continue to fight fearlessly to protect people. It has been 120 hours since the evacuation began. People were delayed at the Yangja subway station because they encountered a large number of monsters. The number of injured has grown to 380 people. Han Seung-moon continued to lead the people and say that they had to go to Cheonggasan Mountain. Reporter Gam recorded everything on a video camera. Our heroes continued to walk through the dark tunnels of the subway. The only thought that made them happy was that they still had 2 more stations to clear. However, Hong Song was already completely exhausted and breathing heavily from fatigue could barely stand on her feet. Suddenly, the girl began to lose her balance and fall to the floor, which frightened Han Seung-moon. Kim Chung-sik, whose eye was badly injured, asked the protagonist to take the girl to the rear while he defended the front and moved forward. Han Seung-moon did not expect such dedication from the guy, because in addition to the wounded eye, he also had a torn-off arm. The main character asked if the commander was able to continue walking. The guy replied that he would be fine because he had cauterized the wound. They couldn't treat him properly because their healer had passed out from fatigue. Suddenly, our heroes saw a whole horde of various bloodthirsty monsters running straight towards them through the tunnel, intending to kill everyone. Nuna asked the main character not to stand rooted to the spot and take her hand. She also advised the guy not to think about anything else and focus on the enemies who were approaching. Suddenly, Hong Song grabbed Han Seung-moon's hand, indicating that she was ready to continue fighting. The young congressman tried to dissuade the girl because she was still too weak, but Hong Song assured her that she would definitely be able to fire a few more shots. The girl put her hand in front of her and suggested that the main character burn all their enemies to the ground. All the superhumans prepared to fight the huge crowd of monsters because they had to break through further and complete this operation successfully. Han Seung-moon and Hong Xiong put their hands forward and concentrated together to attack the bloodthirsty creatures. The next moment, two huge streams of flame burst from the hands of our heroes, sweeping away all the ruthless monsters in their path. After some time, the survivors managed to reach the exit of the subway that led to Mount Cheongyesan. Han Seung-moon was glad that they had finally made it here, but as he walked outside, he wondered why there was no army here to save them yet. The main character thought that it was very inopportune because they did not have the strength to continue moving. It seemed that it was a complete failure of the evacuation. Suddenly, the guy saw tanks in the distance heading in their direction, as well as many helicopters flying across the sky. In addition to military equipment, buses intended for the evacuation of survivors were also driving along the roads of the deserted city. Soon the buses stopped and lined up in a wide row, ready to receive the refugees. Han Seung-moon watched all this and was very glad that the vice minister still organized a rescue operation in order to get the survivors out of Seoul. As a result, during the evacuation, 754 people received minor injuries and 95 serious ones, but no one died. So the main character was glad that they managed to save all the people. All the survivors shared the joy of Han Seung-moon, who thought that after the crisis with the appearance of the gate in the skies over Seoul, this evacuation would become a grand historical event. The protagonist, who joined hands with Hong Xiong, strengthened his pyromancer skill and attacked the bloodthirsty monsters in order to save people. After the way was clear, Han Seung-moon fearlessly commanded everyone to move forward, leading the people behind him. The guy encouraged the survivors and said that there was very little time left. He was sure that everyone would be able to get to a safe place safe and sound. As soon as another monster appeared, Han Seung-moon fearlessly entered into battle with it and won. On TV, they said that these were photographs of Congressman Khan, in which he commanded the rescue group. Keeping calm, he managed to lead all the refugees to a safe place. The news reported that the civil servant was now hospitalized and under the supervision of doctors. There were rumors that his phone was ringing off the hook with calls wishing him a speedy recovery. Young Pan Seok looked at the TV screen and said that reporter Gam did a great job of capturing the material, and thanks to him, the main character looked really cool at crucial moments. The man continued to say that the guy could take advantage of this chance and run for president. The congressman was confident that the main character would be able to win because society had a good opinion of him. Han Seung-moon knew nothing about the presidency, but he thought that he and the reporter had made a hellish film about surviving a disaster. Suddenly, Young Pan Seok said that the guy saved both him and the National Assembly. The main character did not understand what the man meant when he said this. The man said that at first, the comments to the news that the main character had gone to Seoul were full of negativity. People said that the member of the National Assembly had forced his way into the city to get into the spotlight. City mayors and provincial governors took this opportunity to criticize the National Assembly. They did not understand what the point of this organization and its members was. They also insisted that the National Assembly should be dissolved and that the heads of municipalities should become the government. They were the ones who should be held responsible for the crisis that had occurred. Yang Pan Seok continued to say that if it weren't for the hero's heroism, the National Assembly would have been dissolved. Han Seung-moon returned leading more than 1,000 refugees. The man thought it was the perfect hero's return without a single casualty. Yan Pan Seok continued to say that after this, public disagreement instantly came to naught. This is how the main character saved not only people, but also the National Assembly. After this, the congressman was about to leave for his business, since he had already made sure that the guy was on the mend. Finally, the man said that since the main character saved him and gave him wings for his career, it was his turn to work hard. The congressman planned to show his enemies what would happen to them if they stuck their noses into other people's business. Han Seung-moon was surprised by this because the man was not one of those who liked to make enemies. Some people simply thought that the man got along well with people, but this meant that he erased all his enemies with powder. After some time, Lee Ho-jun also visited the protagonist in the hospital and told him that everything had changed after his return, and now many people had voluntarily participated in the creation of a fund to restore the damage. The vice minister allocated an entire building for a research lab for the Monster Relief Fund, and Cheon Hwaran agreed to become its director. The girl continued to say that it would take some time to resolve matters concerning the shelter, since there were already too many children there. Also, Lee Ho-jun, you said that unification was needed by everyone from the military to companies, but there were no psychics here. This surprised the main character. Han Seong-moon immediately asked what the girl wanted to say, because he didn't understand why she said that there were no psychics here. When you meet Kim Chung-shik, tell him that only half of the operation was successful, since most of the refugees were only slightly wounded, but of the 40 who were awakened, more than half needed hospitalization for the rest of their lives. The main character was very sorry that this happened, and also that the guy even lost his arm during the evacuation. Kim Chung-shik claimed that everything was fine with him, and he was just glad that at least he survived. He was also planning to buy himself a prosthesis, so he asked the congressman where he could get one. After that, Han Seong-moon said that he called Kim Chung-sik and Hong Sung because he wanted to ask them for a favor. The man was surprised by this. The protagonist began to explain that in the future, he would still need their help, and therefore he wanted to make one advantageous offer to all the awakened. Kim Chung-shik and Hong Seong immediately began to study the documents that the guy handed them. They don't understand what kind of proposal it was, but it somehow concerned a fund to help victims of monsters. However, Kim Chung-sik suggested that it was a proposal to create a union of awakened people. Han Sung-moon confirmed this and said that it would be a union of all awakened people. The guy continued to say that he would like his comrades to become the leaders and manage this union. To be more precise, the main character would like Kim Chung-shik and Hong Seong to become monster hunters. Han Seong-moon explains that several monsters escaped from Seoul and headed to Gyeonggi province, so he would like the hunters to somehow fix these monsters for themselves. The guy also said that his foundation had already asked the American embassy for help, but they were still hesitant after many unsuccessful attempts by their military. Kim Chung-sik clarified whether the fund for helping victims of monsters really wanted the awakened to subjugate the monsters for the sake of the safety of the country's residents. The main character confidently confirmed this and said that the main goal was not killing monsters, but saving civilians and eliminating damage, as well as providing assistance in using superpowers. Among other things, the documents clearly stated the division of profits. 20% went to the foundation, 30% to Kim Chung-shik, another 30% to Hong Song, and 0.5% to each of the awakened. Despite the favorable conditions, Kim Chung-shik refused the main character's offer because he believed that he was not suitable for something like this and advised the guy to look for someone else. Han Seong-moon responded that even if it was for other awakened ones, he would still like Kim Chung-shik to accept it. The guy was surprised and asked what the main character meant. The congressman explained that the biggest contribution to the evacuation process was made by those awakened from Seoul, so the guy wanted to properly thank them for that. The protagonist continued to say that thanks to the profit from the union, it was possible to guarantee a good quality of life for the affected awakened ones. And the more profit there was, the more these superhumans would win. Han Seong-moon also suggested that the main client of his organization would be the military command center, but soon a stream of requests would pour in from corporations as well. The guy went on to say that as the importance of the awakened ones increases, the military and intelligence agencies will attract superhumans to their side. Han Seong-moon continued to claim that the vice minister wanted to create a fighting alliance that he could control, and the first ones he would want to recruit would be the awakened from Seoul. The boy believed that in such chaotic times, for the sake of the rights and interests of the awakened, an alliance was necessary, and this was the best thing he could do to help. After listening to everything the main character said, Kim Chung-shik looked at the documents again and repeated the guy's words, saying that it was for the sake of the other awakened ones. Han Seong-moon took this as consent and asked the boy what name he would like to give to this union. Kim Chung-shik, after thinking for a bit, suggested that the main character not complicate things. The next moment, the guy confidently said that the union of the awakened would be called a guild. Hearing this name, Han Seong-moon thought that it sounded cute and simple. Hong Song, who stood next to him all this time, was silent and listened attentively to everything, thinking about something. Soon, this important conversation for the main character was over, so the guy decided to return to his other affairs. Leaning on his cane, Han Seong-moon walked slowly and alone down the long corridor. Suddenly, a familiar voice addressed the main character. The guy immediately turned his head back to see who needed him so much. It was Hong Seong. She was asking if Han Seong-moon had some time to talk about the awakened union he was proposing to create. The main character happily agreed to talk to the pyromaniac Hong Song, who clarified that their conversation would be about profit. Suddenly, the girl said that she wanted to change her share of the profits. This greatly surprised Han Seong-moon. The guy immediately replied that it would be difficult because Kim Chung-shik would become the president of the union, and if the girl took a large share of the profits for herself, problems could arise. Hong Song said that the U.S. was not talking about this, but rather the opposite. The next moment, the girl said that she would like to give Kim Chung-sik part of her share. The surprised protagonist immediately asked why the girl decided to do this. At the same time, the guy was interested in what the pyromancer wanted to achieve in this way. Hong Song didn't know how to explain her motives exactly and suggested calling it a buffer mechanism for Kim Chung-sik. Hearing this, Han Seung-moon thought that he should not have expected anything else from the deputy commander who had built a mini-state in captured Seoul. After this, the main character admitted that this girl was not as simple as it seemed to him at first glance. Soon, a grand opening ceremony for the fund to help victims of monsters was held, which was attended by Han Seung-moon and Kim Chung-sik. After this, the journalists surrounded the main character and began asking, since when he had been planning the unification, and whether it was true that the guy had planned all this before being sent to Seoul. The congressman responded that the military command center had a very long discussion with him regarding the role of the awakened, and eventually these conversations became an alliance of awakened guilds. There was an accusation that the fund was a private organization that belonged to the main character, so journalists were interested in whether this was frightening for members of parliament to have a second profession. Han Seung-moon responded that it was a misunderstanding because he was only in charge of the creation of the fund and would not be involved in its operations in any way. Suddenly, one of the journalists asked how it was possible to allow a foreigner like David Kim to lead the Awakened Union. This question shocked Kim Chung-sik and Han Seung-moon. However, the main character confidently answered that Kim Chung-sik was born in Korea and grew up as a Korean and also defended the country as a soldier and saved 1,200 citizens. Han Seung-moon continued to say that if Kim Chung-sik was not suitable for the position, then no one else was either. This confident answer amazed all the journalists, which is why they did not ask any more questions. An expensive car was driving quickly along a completely empty road and was heading somewhere outside the city. Soon the driver turned into a tunnel. The barbed wire fence indicated that not everyone was allowed to enter this tunnel. After driving a little further, the car stopped near a small concrete structure, near the iron door of which stood 2 armed soldiers. Han Seung-moon got out of the car and immediately heard a familiar voice greeting him. Yang Pan-seok stood at the iron doors and waved his hand at the protagonist to get his attention. Entering the elevator and going down to the desired floor, Han Seung-moon asked his colleague how many people were in the building. Congressman Yang replied that there were 7 people from the Great Korea Party and 5 from the Democratic Party. There were 12 people in total out of 300, as was required before the gate appeared in the sky. The main character was surprised that even 12 people were able to survive in such conditions. Yang Pan-seok, who survived only because they tried hard. Han Seung-moon was curious about where their colleagues could have hidden to survive the disaster. Congressman Yang replied that they did not hide anywhere. The man went on to say that the congressmen were held captive by the vice minister and that this left them with a very bad impression of him. Finally, Han Seung-moon met with his colleagues and bowed respectfully, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet with the esteemed members of parliament. The congressman greeted the protagonist in return and praised him for his excellent work in Seoul, saying that he alone had done more than 100 members of parliament could have done. Han Seung-moon began to deny her importance, but suddenly she fell silent because she noticed a person he knew. It was the Minister of Justice Won Ok-boon. The protagonist was very surprised that she managed to survive. Soon, Yang Pan-seok asked all his colleagues to take their seats because they had a lot to discuss. Congressman Yang suggested that they begin their discussions today with the special committee on combating monsters that Han Seung-moon proposed.